Chapter 499. Whether or not your evil shifting sect has a martial saint, a sacred artifact or not, you are all dead for sure today. If you have a martial saint, I won't even be merciful in killing you, much less transcending mortality martial grandmasters and essence talisman martial grandmasters. Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm, his tone seemingly casual as it carried no killing intent at all. Still, his palm descended, directly shattering the bone armor on Jiang Xiong's body. Jiang Xiong wanted to struggle, but Yan Zhaoge struck out with another palm, directly smashing his skull apart, white and red everywhere. All the evil shifting sect martial practitioners instantly felt their entire bodies turn icy cold. Not daring to say anything else, they directly turned and fled in all directions. After slaying Jiang Xiong, Yan Zhaoge substituted a sword with his finger, stabbing into the air from afar. Streak after streak of sword light shot out, resembling the stars of the sky, illuminating the north. Sword lights that resembled the rain of a starry river descended from the sky, piercing through one evil shifting sect martial practitioner after another. Corpses fell into the sea one after another, blood spraying into the sky as the surface of the sea down below was quickly dyed dark red. Yan Zhaoge strode forward, instantly arriving beside a late essence spirit martial grandmaster of the evil shifting sect. The other party's cultivation base was not just a level lower than Jiang Xiong's. Yan Zhaoge's swordlight transformed into numerous green dragons, easily slaying him. Gazing back, he saw another late essence spirit martial grandmaster fleeing in the opposite direction. After all, he was a late essence spirit martial grandmaster, moving extremely quickly as he had already fled virtually without a trace. Yan Zhaoge's expression was leisurely as he did not give chase as he drew back Heaven Shocker, his true essence transforming into a sharp arrow. The sound of thunder resounded, a purple light shooting out before exploding in the distance. That late essence spirit martial grandmaster of the evil shifting sect instantly perished. Keeping Heaven Shocker, Yan Zhaoge now turned to look at Yang Chu-fan and the others who were still rather taken aback as he smiled. Let us continue our earlier topic. Can you tell me how to get to Changli Mountain? Yang Chu-fan, Fang Min and the others were shocked as they looked at Yan Zhaoge before them, feeling rather speechless for a time. Where we are now is the bewildering Maze Sea. We need to head south, passing through the Spirit Rhino Sea where our sect is located before arriving at the directionless sea where Changli Mountain is located. Yang Chu-fan was the first to react as he answered straightforwardly, while the three seas are adjacent, there is still quite some distance between them. As one of the 6 evil sects, the evil shifting sect was a massive entity just like Spirit Rhino Island of the 7 Pillars of Good. However, Yan Zhaoge had killed the core figure of the evil shifting sect, the rising star of the senior generation, the dark evil, Jiang Xiong, just like that. Shifting sect shifting sect martial practitioners that numbered several dozens had not, but Yan had killed them all. Yang Chu-fan now knew that the young man in front of him was an extremely ruthless person. It was best for him and his group to adapt to the circumstances. There was no lack of lawless desperados in any place. If you were stronger than him, there was naturally no need to say anything. But if you couldn't do anything to him, then it was better to make peace. After all, if you fought, the other party wouldn't care about the sect behind you. The dead could not be revived. If they clashed with this vicious person, even if their sect could avenge them afterwards, they would definitely be at a disadvantage now. Hearing Yang Chu-fan's words, Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly before continuing, my family and I are often overseas, being rather ignorant of the current experts of this world. I have only heard of the 7 Pillars of Good and the 6 evil sects, but I do not know which sects and which experts are there. The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners exchanged looks. This was not some secret. Any random martial practitioner of the vast ocean world would be able to tell them a thing or two. Finally, it was still Yang Chu-fan who answered, the 7 Pillars of Good are Water Crystal Palace, Changli Mountain, the Blood Dragon Sect, Myriad Sword Pool, the Spirit Returning Sect and the Blazing Wind Sect. Our Spirit Rhino Island lineage is also amongst them. The 6 evil sects are the Sacred Evil Sect, the Dragon Slayer Sect, the Brilliant Thunder Sect, Green Snake Island, Soul Shocking Island and the Evil Shifting Sect just now. Amongst them, Water Crystal Palace, the Sacred Evil Sect and the Dragon Slayers Sect all have martial saints, while the Blood Dragon Sect, Myriad Sword Pool and Soul Shocking Island respectively possess the sacred artifacts, the 9 dragon fingers, the floating sinking sword and the soul shocking box. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. Water Crystal Palace? Yang Chu-fan nodded. That's right. There were some things that he did not say, because it would be putting down his sect's might. While they stood on equal footing with the Blood Dragon Sect and Myriad Sword Pool, comparatively speaking, Water Crystal Palace was the most powerful of the 7 pillars of good. Yan Zhaoge looked like he was smiling whilst also not, as he pursed his lips, not continuing on this topic, as he instead asked, "Your sect seems to be rather familiar with Changli Mountain. I wonder if Changli Mountain has produced any new experts in recent years?" He did not directly state Xue Fei's name, only seeming to ask very casually. However, Yang Chu-fan nodded. If it is Changli Mountain itself, there isn't. However, there is a youth surnamed Shi Jun, nicknamed the Big Dipper Sword. He is the most famous rising star of the vast ocean world in recent years, hard-pressed to be defeated amongst those of the same age. He is the disciple of a guest elder of Changli Mountain, and it is said that he grew up in Changli Mountain. While Yan Zhaoge did not reveal it on his face, he was rather puzzled within. The person he had actually wanted to ask about was Xue Fei. While he knew that little Shi Jun possessed shocking talent, it had only been over a year since they had last met. How could such a great change have occurred? Yan Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly as he thought of a possibility, smiling nonchalantly, hard-pressed to be defeated amongst those of the same age. How old is he? Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Yang Chu-fan pulled back the corners of his mouth. While he is a little younger than you, even if he is of the same age, he would definitely not be able to compare to you. I heard that Shi Jun, 20 this year, is already an outer aura martial scholar. Yan Zhaoge did not say anything, thinking that it was indeed so. The flow of time in this vast ocean world was different from that of the 8 extremities world. Thanks to the eye of the Thunder Emperor and an instant's thunder, with his current cultivation base, he was already able to grasp some of the changes in the flow of time. However, wanting to compare the difference in the flow of time between the two worlds, he would have to spend a long time adapting to the environment of the new world before he could slowly make a comparison. And now, hearing Yang Chu-fan's words, after making some estimations, Yan Zhaoge came to a general understanding that the flow of time in the vast ocean world was roughly 5 times that of the 8 extremities world. In other words, a year in the 8 extremities world would be roughly 5 years here. Thinking of this, Yan Zhaoge sighed inwardly. To him, to those of Broad Creed Mountain, it had only been over a year since he had parted with Xue Fei and Shi Jun. However, to Xue Fei and his disciple, they had already been drifting in this foreign world for many years. Still, hearing Yang Chu-fan's words, Yan Zhaoge could be considered to have completely set his mind at ease regarding Xue Fei and the others. At the very least, they were all still alive, no accidents having happened to them. Also, from the looks of it, they were living pretty well in Changli Mountain. With that, there was no need for him to be anxious. Looking at the people of Spirit Rhino Island before turning to look at the barrier behind him, Yan Zhaoge suddenly laughed. Previously, I was busy searching for Changli Mountain. In the end, I passed by a treasure mountain but did not enter, coming out empty-handed. I wonder what exactly is here. Hearing his words, the hearts of Yang Chu-fan, Fang Min and the others instantly thumped, bitterness appearing on their faces. Chapter 500. Yan Zhaoge was all smiles as he looked at Yang Chu-fan and the others. Yang Chu-fan smiled bitterly. We also coincidentally obtained news of the location of the barrier. It was rumored that there were treasures here, so we came to try our luck. We are also not clear on what exactly is here. Seeing you emerge from the barrier, we had still thought that you would be able to tell us a thing or two. Yan Zhaoge spread his hands apart, smiling. You also don't believe that I would emerge from the barrier empty-handed, right? Yang Chufan and the others smiled awkwardly, while Yan Zhaoge nodded nonchalantly. All right, if it were me, I wouldn't believe it either. Since that is so, let's really take a look around. Anyway, I already know how to get to Chengli Mountain. Yan Zhaoge leisurely turned, strolling back into the barrier as the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners exchanged looks, smiling bitterly without end. Fang Min smiled bitterly. Forget it. If not for this young Master Yan, we would probably already have perished at the hands of Jiang Xiong and the others. We should be the ones thanking him for saving our lives. Other than her being the granddaughter of Spirit Rhino Island's chief and having been captured alive by Jiang Xiong due to her unique status, the others would have been hard-pressed to survive. Yang Chufan nodded. I don't know how this person entered, but he was originally within the barrier. Whether or not he found any treasures earlier, he was already here before us, not really taking advantage of us. After a pause, Yang Chufan continued. Most importantly, we are also unable to stop him. The other Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners beside him all had rather helpless expressions on their faces. Now that he has returned, what do we do? Even if we enter, we won't be able to snatch any treasures from him. Yang Chufan said, this barrier is vast, covering such a vast area. Its depths are hard to predict. Alone, he might not be able to take care of everything. If we enter, we might be able to obtain some fortune. A Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioner beside him asked hesitantly, this person is very domineering, also vicious and merciless. If we obtain a fortune, will he snatch it from us? Fang Min said, we have to try. If we obtain it, it is our fate. If we don't, it is our fortune. At the very least, it is better than dying at the hands of the evil shifting sects Jiang Xiong and the others. Yang Chufan said, since it's a fortuitous encounter, it's often not decided by strength alone. If we can fight for it, we will naturally fight for it. He glanced at Fang Min and said, Junior Martial Brother Fang is nearby. Previously, he was trapped by Jiang Xiong and the others and couldn't be contacted. Now that he's here, we won't have to worry about this Yan guy forcing himself on us. At the end of the day, this person has helped us. Our Spirit Rhino Island clearly distinguishes between gratitude and enmity. We just have to repay him later on. However, there's no need for us to avoid him every time we see him, or even hide from him when searching for treasures. Hearing his words, the other Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners all nodded. That is how it should be. Fang Min asked curiously, second uncle also came to the bewildering maze sea? Yang Chufan said, that's right. He sent a signal and left a message. Let's also enter the barrier. Currently, within the barrier, Yan Zhaoge strode amidst the air atop the sea. Temporarily not considering the matter of the Eight Extremities world and also not having to worry about Shi Jun and Su Fei, Yan Zhaoge now placed all his attention on the barrier before him, gradually having a different feeling about it. Oh, interesting. This enchantment is not ordinary. It covers such a vast area, but it is usually deep and reserved, making it hard for people to detect. It is grand yet subtle. This kind of method is not something a great grandmaster can do. Seeing it, Yan Zhaoge clicked his tongue in wonder. It feels a little like when I entered the old residence of the glacial dragon martial saint back then. Perhaps this is yet another legacy site of a martial saint. Yes, and also a martial saint expert who is proficient in the Tao of barriers and seals. Yan Zhaoge thought as he advanced unceasingly. He would occasionally send out a streak of sword light, shooting straight into the skies. The sword light seemed to vanish into the horizon, but very quickly, ripples that resembled water would appear above the seemingly empty sky. Feeling the changes occurring to this barrier as it was shaken, Yan Zhaoge unceasingly adjusted his direction. The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners entered the barrier after him, Yan Zhaoge not stopping them. As they tried to follow behind him, Yan Zhaoge smiled, seemingly not minding it at all. However, while his speed seemed leisurely, the more he walked, the more Yang Chufan and the others were unable to keep up with his speed, being left behind by him to the point where they could no longer be seen. After a long period of searching, Yan Zhaoge suddenly halted. Standing within the sky and gazing downwards, there was nothing in the air above the boundless sea, no islands to be seen. After gazing at the surface of the sea down below for a moment, Yan Zhaoge suddenly raised his palm, striking downwards. His true essence condensed into a single line, breaking through the seawater and heading downwards, unceasingly descending before his palm finally landed at the bottom of the sea. Yan Zhaoge could clearly feel an intense rebounding force emanating from the depths of the sea, even causing him to feel a chill in his heart. With this force, it can't be wrong. This is the seal left behind by a martial saint. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly, looking at the sea down below that had been split apart by his palm force. The seawater dispersed into the surroundings, revealing a massive spirit formation that flickered with radiance at the bottom of the sea. Streams of light circulated on the spirit formation, a powerful force beginning to expand unceasingly into the surroundings, stirring the seawater as a massive whirlpool was gradually formed. With the spirit formation as its center, the whirlpool rotated unceasingly, the seawater within a radius of thousands of kilometers being stirred together, a rather majestic sight to behold. Yan Zhaoge descended, landing within the whirlpool, heading towards the spirit formation at the bottom of the sea. The center of the whirlpool merged with the spirit formation, seemingly piercing through space as a door was formed. As Yan Zhaoge strode through the door, before him was a foreign dimension. This space gave off a feeling of barrenness. As Yan Zhaoge gazed over, all he saw was a blurry scene. He could not feel much abundant spiritual qi, nor did he feel any shocking power, just feeling heavy and heavy. Yan Zhaoge closed his eyes, his entire body's true essence circulating as streams of clear qi seemed to flow out of his acupoints, next drifting indistinctly as they expanded towards this foreign dimension. Where the clear qi passed, it was like it was one with space as the situation here was displayed to Yan Zhaoge in its entirety. Even with his sensory abilities raised to the maximum, Yan Zhaoge still felt that this place was completely empty, causing him to wonder if he had been a step too late. Even if there were treasures here, they had already been taken away by someone else. Huh? Yan Zhaoge's mind jolted slightly as he felt a stream of clear qi seemingly vanishing into the sea, actually losing its connection with him. Not shocked, Yan Zhaoge was instead overjoyed, a hint of a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth as he immediately set off in that direction. A moment later, a stone statue appeared before Yan Zhaoge. The stone statue depicted a thin old man seated in the meditative position, alone within this foreign dimension. His surroundings were dark and gloomy, with no vegetation, no soil at all. Looking at this stone statue, Yan Zhaoge fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, outside of this foreign dimension, within the region of sea that was enveloped by a barrier, Yang Chu-fan and the others were currently walking on the Great Sea. Suddenly, joyous expressions appeared on their faces. Swiveling their heads, they saw a figure traversing through the air in pursuit of them. His majestic power shook the heavens and the earth, his martial true intent being of Spirit Rhino Island's direct lineage, his cultivation base clearly being that of an Essence Talisman martial grandmaster. Fang Min called out happily, "Second uncle." Chapter 501. That figure came to a halt before the people of Spirit Rhino Island. It was a middle-aged man in his 40s with an authoritative bearing. Fang Zhaohong, the youngest son of Spirit Rhino Island's chief Fang Kan, Fang Min's uncle. Seeing Fang Zhaohong appear here, the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners, Yang Chu-fan included, all heaved a sigh of relief. Amongst the newer experts of Spirit Rhino Island's senior generation, Fang Zhaohong was the indisputable number one. He had been a genius whose name had shaken the vast ocean world in the past, now also an elite amongst martial practitioners of the same cultivation level. As compared to his cultivation base, he was still young, but his potential was still limitless. He was slightly older than Jiang Xiong of the Evil Shifting Sect and Hai Jingjie of the Blood Dragon Sect. Back when he had been an Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster, he had been one of the top 10 Essence Spirit experts, ranking even higher than Jiang Xiong and Hai Jingjie. After he had stepped into the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster realm, the rankings of Jiang Xiong and the others had advanced. Feng Zhaohong nodded slightly towards Feng Min before looking at Yang Chu-fan, senior apprentice brother Yang. What exactly happened? The information you transmitted was too simple. Yang Chu-fan hurriedly explained the situation. A Spirit Rhino Island disciple finally said, Senior apprentice Uncle Feng, that person surnamed Yen has returned, entering the barrier once more. We do not know where he is now. What exactly? Feng Zhaohong said slowly, if there is a treasure, we definitely cannot let him get it. And now, it is not a matter of treasure. We have to be careful of this person's schemes. If we can capture him, we will. Otherwise, we can also kill him on the spot. Feng Min was rather taken aback. Second uncle, he saved us. Otherwise, facing dark evil Jiang Xiong, we wouldn't even have been able to ask you for help. Little Min, you are still too inexperienced. Feng Zhaohong shook his head, gazing at Yang Chu-fan, Feng Min, and the others. Just now, you said that the gap in the barrier was not opened by you using the Zhongyuan spirit flag, but by that Yen Zhaoge. Is that correct? The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners exchanged looks before nodding in unison. Feng Zhaohong asked again, then, do you know what he used to open the barrier? They shook their heads in unison, Feng Zhaohong snorting, it was the Blood Ghost Heavenly Talisman. The younger Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners had yet to react when Yang Chu-fan involuntarily exclaimed, Blood Ghost Heavenly Talisman? Feng Zhaohong nodded with a solemn face. When I came in through the gap, I felt that something was wrong, so I stopped to study it. The remnant aura and traces were the Holy Evil Sect's Blood Ghost Heavenly Talisman. It's rumored that the Blood Ghost Heavenly Talisman is a treasure that the Sacred Evil Sect obtained from unearthing the Great Calamity ruins. Its quantity is limited, and one use means one less. Yang Chu-fan muttered to himself. After all, he was a veteran of Jianghu. Although he could not distinguish the Blood Ghost Heavenly Talisman, he had heard of its existence and use. Feng Zhaohong said, that's right. After so many years, logically speaking, the Holy Evil Sect shouldn't have much left, but such a rare and precious treasure has appeared in this person's hands, which shows that his intentions are not small, and we must guard against him. Yang Chu-fan mumbled, the martial art that person used was very unfamiliar. Feng Zhaohong swept a glance at him. The Sacred Evil Sect has always been mysterious and unfathomable. No one has been able to clearly find out its roots. Feng Min said rather hesitantly, he killed someone of the evil shifting sect at the end of the day, and not just any random disciple at that. It was Dark Evil, Jiang Xiong, the evil shifting sect's senior generation expert with the greatest potential. The 6 evil sects often have internal strife, with even those of the same sect killing each other from time to time, much less those of different sections. Feng Zhaohong looked solemnly at Feng Min, the other party clearly wants to gain your trust by injuring himself in order to harm our Spirit Rhino Island. Feng Zhaohong looked at Feng Min, pausing for a moment before secretly sending via sound transmission, I especially suspect that he has specifically come for you, wanting to use you to accomplish his evil deeds. Little Min, you are still too inexperienced. Do not be easily deceived and used by others. Hearing his words, Feng Min's face reddened slightly as she lowered her head. Second uncle, he did not even look at me once. Feng Zhaohong snorted, it is just a small trick. Otherwise, why would he still remain within this barrier? The treasures have long since been looted. Returning and entering the barrier means that he definitely has a follow-up plan. Looking at his niece, his expression eased slightly. Little Min, you have already grown up. Still, you must know that the pugilistic world is dangerous. While our Spirit Rhino Island does not have a martial saint presiding over it, even a martial saint would not dare to lightly step onto our Spirit Rhino Island. In order to destroy our foundations, the enemy will use all sorts of methods. The disciples of our sect must be vigilant at all times. Feng Zhaohong's gaze swept the surrounding region of sea, his expression rather dark. This kid is truly sinister and crafty. Sadly, he made a mistake. not knowing that I once saw the traces of the blood ghost heavenly talisman being used elsewhere, thus giving himself away. Yang Chufan asked, "What do we do now?" Feng Zhaohong said, "The sacred evil sect's intentions are not small, wanting to harm our spirit Rhino Island. We naturally cannot just sit here and wait for death. It would be best if we could capture this person alive and figure out his plot. If that is not possible, we will strike first and kill him. Evil and crooked, everyone has the right to slay them. As you say, this kid possessing such a cultivation base at such a young age is truly terrifying. Given a little more time, he will definitely be another sacred evil in the future. He definitely cannot be left alive." Thinking that his scheme has succeeded in deceiving your trust, just as he is feeling pleased with himself, his wariness will instead drop. This would be a great time to slay him. Standing in mid-air, Feng Zhaohong closed his eyes and carefully felt the spiritual qi flow of the surrounding region of sea. Oh? There is a vortex that has not dissipated for a long time. He opened his eyes, it is very likely to be there. Saying thus, he transformed into a streak of light, shooting into the distance. Within the foreign dimension, Yan Zhaoge was currently seated in the meditative position, facing that stone statue. Streams of clear qi emanated from his body before coiling and landing on that stone statue. The clear qi connected Yan Zhaoge with the stone statue. The acupoints of Yan Zhaoge's entire body shuddered together, causing specks of light to light up on the corresponding acupoints of that stone statue. The specks of light resembled the numerous stars of the universe. As the light lit up, a vigorous feeling of power gradually emanated from the stone statue. That power was extremely terrifying as even the current Yan Zhaoge felt shocked. Still, he felt even more joy. This really is a good thing. A hint of a smile appeared at the corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth. Still, Yan Zhaoge quickly felt that someone else had entered this foreign dimension. His gaze turned cold slightly as the clear qi connected to the stone statue was instantly severed, being retracted within his body as the flickering specks of light on the stone statue dimmed as well. Turning and gazing over, Yan Zhaoge saw a few figures enter the foreign dimension. Their leader was a middle-aged man at the 7th level of the Martial Grandmaster realm, the early Essence Talisman stage. Beside that middle-aged man was Yang Chufan. Seeing Yan Zhaoge, Yang Chufan hurriedly said to the middle-aged man beside him, "Junior apprentice brother Fang, this is that young master Yan Zhaoge who saved us earlier." The middle-aged man nodded, first bowing towards Yan Zhaoge. "Spirit Rhino Island's Feng Zhaohong thanks this friend for saving my fellow disciples." Chapter 502. Looking at this middle-aged man of the early Essence Talisman stage before him, Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly, "Greetings." As the gazes of those of Spirit Rhino Island fell on the stone statue behind Yan Zhaoge, they were all rather taken aback. Feng Zhaohong's gaze swept past the stone statue, not remaining on it as he turned and said to Yan Zhaoge, "If you are free, why not come to my Spirit Rhino Island for a visit, allowing us to express our gratitude?" Yan Zhaoge smiled, shaking his head, "I intend to make a trip to Chengli Mountain next. If I have the time in the future, I might be able to trouble your clan." Feng Zhaohong said, "Our sect welcomes you with open arms." Looking at the stone statue beside him, Yan Zhaoge smiled, "To tell you the truth, in this foreign dimension, I only found this thing. I am ashamed to say that I still have not completely understood it. It should be something good, but it's obvious that it can't be divided." "What does your sect say?" Feng Zhaohong raised his hand and made a "please" gesture. He slowly said, "If it were someone else, our sect would still fight for it. Treasures without an owner should belong to the most capable. There's no such thing as first come, first served. However, Your Excellency has just saved many of our fellow disciples from the hands of the evil shifting sect, and we are grateful for Your Excellency's kindness. Since Your Excellency has arrived first and discovered this treasure first, we have no face to compete with you." As he said this, he retreated, indicating that he would not compete with Yan Zhaoge. Yang Chufan and the other Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners who had accompanied him retreated as well. It looked as if it wanted to leave the foreign dimension. Fang Xiaohong said, "We will wait outside. If Sir wishes to head for the directionless sea where Changli Mountain is located, the shortest route would be through our sect's Spirit Rhino Sea. We can travel together. You possess such shocking cultivation at such a young age. Please guide the youths of my Spirit Rhino Island." Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly, "You are too polite." Seeing the figures of Fang Xiaohong and the others vanish before his eyes, Yan Zhaoge did not continue communicating with the stone statue. Instead, he grabbed it with his power, preparing to first collect this mysterious treasure before leaving this place. As his true essence swept along the stone statue, it just shook a little as Yan Zhaoge wasn't even able to move it with his first strike. With Yan Zhaoge's current cultivation base, even a mountain could be broken apart and uprooted from the ground. However, when he moved the stone statue, he felt as if he was shaking the entire foreign dimension. This feeling was even heavier than when he had taken the true dragon's body at the former residence of the glacial dragon Martial Saint.
Yan Zhaoge's expression didn't change as he exerted even more force, at the same time streams of clear qi emanating from his body, infusing into the acupoints of that stone statue. The entire foreign space trembled slightly, but that heavy stone statue finally left the ground. Yan Zhaoge opened his shadow-shrinking pouch, wanting to keep it within, yet found it extremely difficult. Using the same old method, the pillar of the divine palace once again displayed its effect, suppressing the stone statue. The stone statue actually felt much lighter. But just at this time, light suddenly flickered above Yan Zhaoge's head. Streams of light intertwined, forming a round mirror. In the light of the mirror, a figure appeared. It was Fang Xiaohong who had just left. Fang Xiaohong appeared just inches away from Yan Zhaoge, then struck out towards him with both his palms. Spirit Rhino Island Supreme Martial Art, Spiritual Light Flash. Borrowing the martial intent that he had secretly left behind, Fang Xiaohong's sneak attack this time had traveled 1,000 miles in an instant, catching everyone off guard. He returned, his palms descending together. Jade light flickered as a massive true martial talisman appeared, profound and indiscernible. However, darkness suddenly obstructed the space between him and Yan Zhaoge. With this, the distance of mere inches became the distance between the heavens and the earth. Fang Xiaohong's heart sank as he changed his stance, streams of jade light circulating as he advanced amidst the darkness. However, the sound of thunder suddenly resounded amidst the boundless darkness. The next moment, the strange white light of thunder filled the air, shooting towards Fang Xiaohong like a tidal wave. Fang Xiaohong was slightly shocked as he hurriedly retracted his palm and retreated, his entire person seeming to transform into a streak of jade light as he shifted within the air. Enveloped by the thunder of eternal night, Yan Zhaoge's figure was indistinctly visible. Oh, Spirit Rhino Island's martial arts also have their unique aspects. Fang Xiaohong knit his brows, striking out towards Yan Zhaoge with one palm while beckoning towards the distant air with his other palm. A mirror light flickered within the air. It was a high-grade spirit artifact. Amidst the surging radiance, Fang Xiaohong's figure flickered as he arrived before Yan Zhaoge once more. Yan Zhaoge placed one hand on the shoulder of the stone statue as he flicked his sleeve with the other, the roar of a dragon resounding as green light flickered within his sleeve. Wielded by Yan Zhaoge, the high-grade spirit artifact, the green abyss sword, transformed into a green dragon, shooting viciously towards Fang Xiaohong's jade light mirror. An Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster has a high-grade spirit artifact? Fang Xiaohong's heart sunk once more as he completely calmed his mind, unleashing Spirit Rhino Island Supreme Martial Art, the Spirit Rhino Palm, to the maximum.
Executed by Fang Xiaohong, this supreme martial art was incomparably far from Yang Chufan's as compared to the heavens and the earth. Jade light flickered within Fang Xiaohong's eyes, resembling two round mirrors as Yan Zhaoge's sword was reflected within them, as well as the possible variations that might follow. As the true martial talisman circulated, streams of profound aura connected to the surrounding area. Fang Xiaohong transformed into a jade light, evading Yan Zhaoge's sword. Jade light flickered continuously as he analyzed the variations of Yan Zhaoge's sword whilst also looking for its weak points, attempting to counterattack. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge laughed lightly. Telepathy, suppressing the enemy first? His sword stance did not change, his gaze suddenly becoming as deep as the sea. Feng Xiaohong's mind wavered slightly as it was as though a massive spirit turtle had appeared before his eyes, unmoving as it lay within the depths of the sea. It was also like the sea's surface was completely still, without any wind or waves at all, without any ripples at all. His high-grade spirit artifact, the Jade Light Mirror, was perfectly compatible with Spirit Rhino Island's supreme martial art, the Spirit Rhino Palm. Unleashing their effects together, it predicted the enemy first, suppressing the enemy and obtaining victory. However, at this moment, his mind was completely empty as he was completely unable to extrapolate Yan Zhaoge's following moves. As Yan Zhaoge executed the coiling dragon sleeve, he also executed the mantra of the stabilizing ocean spirit fist of the 6 spirit demonic fists, instantly leaving Feng Xiaohong helpless. "I don't know why you want to fight with me," Yan Zhaoge said mildly. "Still, I actually don't care about the reason. Don't tell me that it's a misunderstanding or whatever." Before his words had landed, Yan Zhaoge's sword stance changed once more. As the azure dragon flew, it abruptly opened its mouth, roaring. A river of stars tilted as specks of starlight filled the air, enveloping Feng Xiaohong. Yan Zhaoge was no longer using the stabilizing ocean spirit fist now. A spiritual light flickered within Feng Xiaohong's mind as he was able to extrapolate the variations of his sword once more. However, as Yan Zhaoge's sword struck over at this moment, myriad variations seemed to exist within as Feng Xiaohong was completely unable to extrapolate them all. In an instant, Feng Xiaohong was struck by a number of swords. His injuries were not serious. As compared to his body's injuries, what made Feng Xiaohong feel even worse was that he felt as though countless things had been forcibly stuffed into his head, as though they were about to explode. That uncomfortable feeling left Feng Xiaohong wishing that he could retract his cultivation, not daring to use the Spirit Rhino Palm again. "Aren't you very good at extrapolating? You can't take it anymore." Chapter 503. Thank you to the First Encounter with Qin Qin Alliance for tipping and updating the first chapter. Please subscribe to the official version, thank you. As Yan Zhaoge slashed out with his sword, the myriad starlights were retracted, seemingly merging into one. As the azure dragon roared, it merged with the starry river. 7 spots of light appeared on the surface of its body, looking like the Big Dipper hanging in the sky. The first move, Dragon riding the 7 stars, turned the endless sword light into one, and headed straight for Feng Xiaohong. Feng Xiaohong's mind relaxed slightly. The thousands of changes had all disappeared, leaving only one. His Spirit Rhino Island's Spirit Rhino Palm was about projecting variations and analyzing his opponent's next thoughts, unceasingly dispelling the false and retaining the true, obtaining the one or more that were most likely to occur, from which he would consider how to deal with them. Previously, with Yan Zhaoge's myriad sword lights, innumerable possibilities had surged into Feng Xiaohong's mind at the same time. Every single one of them had seemed so realistic, making it hard for him to predict and choose. Now, it was much simpler. There was only one type of transformation. It should be said that this sword of Yan Zhaoge's did not intend to change at all. On the other hand, it was precisely this unchanging sword strike that seemed to have transformed the ordinary into the miraculous, and it converged the complicated into the simplest, causing Feng Xiaohong to be unable to deal with it. A powerful force was condensed in the sword, completely breaking through Feng Xiaohong's palm attack. Then, the sword stabbed forward, sealing off even his path of retreat. At this moment, Feng Xiaohong felt that he couldn't retreat even if he wanted to. He could only take this sword head-on. Faced with Yan Zhaoge's all-conquering sword, the essence talisman condensed of his martial true intent and his true essence began to crack apart inch by inch, seemingly about to shatter. The movement of the sword was clear. But he just couldn't block it. Feng Xiaohong was greatly alarmed. With a fierce roar, his figure abruptly turned, transforming into a ray of light as he charged into the high-grade jade light mirror. At the critical moment, Feng Xiaohong executed the supreme martial art of Spirit Rhino Island once more, spiritual light flashing. The jade light mirror remained where it was, having become Feng Xiaohong's substitute puppet as it shook intensely as it was pressured by Yan Zhaoge's sword light. Feng Xiaohong, however, couldn't care less about that now. I can't leave. Yan Zhaoge's expression was indifferent as he wielded the green abyss sword with his right hand, his left hand having long since been prepared. He spread his fingers, then clenched them into a fist. Within Yan Zhaoge's palm, there seemed to exist a clump of chaos. As he spread his fingers, streams of chaotic air currents spread out and filled the void. When Yan Zhaoge clenched his fist, that region of chaos seemed to have transformed into a black hole. Everything in the surrounding void, whether tangible or intangible, seemed to be pulled by a boundless, immense force as they all flew towards Yan Zhaoge's left palm. In the space in front of him, the jade light mirror shook even more violently. Large amounts of light shot out from the air, shining for no reason. A wisp of jade light was forcibly sucked out of the jade light mirror, revealing Feng Xiaohong's figure once more. That terrifying sword light was already in front of Feng Xiaohong. Feng Xiaohong summoned the jade light mirror to protect himself, but with the sharpness of Yan Zhaoge's sword, where light flickered, fresh blood spurted madly from Feng Xiaohong's body. The sword light that had transformed into an azure dragon shattered Feng Xiaohong's talisman and pierced through his body. The sharp and tyrannical quintessential essence continued to wreak havoc in his body. Feng Xiaohong gritted his teeth and struggled to survive. Now that he already knew that he was not Yan Zhaoge's match, he only wished to be able to flee this place. Feng Min and the other Spirit Rhino Island disciples with lower cultivation bases had already been sent out of the barrier by him, returning to the Spirit Rhino Sea to seek reinforcements. As long as he did not die here, he would have a chance of escaping with his life. However, that sword light that had transformed into an azure dragon did not dissipate after having pierced through his body. Instead, it meandered about, coiling around Feng Xiaohong's body. The dragon scales stood erect, resembling infinite swordlight that surged explosively at the same time, unceasingly blasting towards Feng Xiaohong. Yan Zhaoge's left hand did not cease in its movements. As he clenched his fist, a massive suction force dragged Feng Xiaohong before him. Then, Yan Zhaoge's left hand transformed into a bright glazed color, flickering with a golden light as it resembled Vajra. Feeling the terrifying power within Yan Zhaoge's left fist, the shadow of death loomed over Feng Xiaohong's heart. At the same time that Feng Xiaohong appeared to attack Yan Zhaoge, Yang Chufan and the other two Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners also appeared at the entrance to the foreign dimension before rushing over in Yan Zhaoge's direction. However, as they neared, they saw a shocking scene. While they had witnessed how Yan Zhaoge had slain Jiang Xiong, they had still not thought that even the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster Feng Xiaohong would actually not be Yan Zhaoge's match at all. Why don't you guess? How much strength do I need to use to beat trash like you? Yan Zhaoge's joking words from back then surfaced in their minds as a chill involuntarily shot up from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm as he brandished the sword within his hand. Your logic is not wrong, but this does not mean that I have to endure it when you come to provoke me. Since you like to court death, I'll grant your wish then. Where his sword passed, the light of blood was everywhere. Chapter 504. Thank you to Chin First Encounter for tipping and updating the second chapter. Thank you to other friends who tipped, subscribed, voted for this book, and recommended this book. Thank you all. Having slain Feng Xiaohong and the others, Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm as he smacked his lips. Sacred evil sect? How strange. Having already kept the stone statue and checked that there were no other treasures within the foreign dimension, Yan Zhaoge collected the weapons of Feng Xiaohong and the others before leaving this foreign dimension in a calm and unhurried manner. Having arrived on the great sea outside, Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. Raising his head, he felt that the barrier that enveloped this region of sea was in the midst of gradually dissipating. Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly. The source of power that created this barrier, supporting its existence all this while, is precisely that stone statue Ah. No other Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners could be seen at the entrance of the foreign dimension. Yan Zhaoge knew that other than Yang Chu-fan and the other two who had been brought along by Feng Zhaohong to assist him, the other Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners with lower cultivation bases seemed to have already left. From this, it could be seen that the other party had decided to besiege him from the very beginning. The training of the younger generation disciples was cancelled to avoid being affected. They left immediately. If he did not leave them here to receive him, he would most likely have gone to contact the other experts of Spirit Rhino Island. Now that he had killed all those from the evil shifting sect, the news would not have leaked out. Since Spirit Rhino Island was unable to contact Feng Zhaohong and the others, they should have already guessed what had happened. In this way, even though the forces of good and evil were at odds with each other, they could still leak information to the evil shifting sect. Being unfamiliar with this place, moving in such a foreign environment, he should be as careful as possible. Having killed those of the evil shifting sect, he should avoid news of it leaking out. Still, Yan Zhaoge would still find it very hard to silence them for no reason at all. However, Feng Zhaohong, Yang Chu-fan, and the others took the initiative to harm him. That was another matter altogether. Yan Zhaoge had no qualms about sending them to hell. As for the possible consequences, weighing that shadow-shrinking pouch containing the stone statue, Yan Zhaoge seemed to be deep in thought. This thing is interesting. While I am already aware of the current overall situation of the vast ocean world, I am still unclear on many of the details. The bewildering maze sea was a danger ground of the vast ocean world, its situation somewhat similar to the marsh of illusory sea of the Eight Extremities world. The difference was that even though the marsh of illusory sea had the word sea in its name, it was actually a swamp on a continent, whereas the bewildering maze sea was a vast ocean that was filled with illusions, and it was difficult to determine one's direction, causing one to easily get lost within it. Still, there were still various treasures within the bewildering maze sea that attracted the martial practitioners of the vast ocean world to enter and seek them. Yan Zhaoge also encountered some seafarers and martial practitioners within, asking for directions from time to time. Walking and halting, going in circles, Yan Zhaoge had gone in quite a few circles as well, finally gradually exiting the bewildering maze sea. During this period of time, although Fu Enchu's injuries had not yet healed, she was slowly waking up. After giving Fu Enchu a general introduction of the reason for their arrival and the current environment, Yan Zhaoge asked the question that had always been on his mind, Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu, what happened back then? How are Junior Sister Feng and the others? While Fu Enchu's injuries had yet to heal, she could still walk on her own, naturally not having to continue staying within Yan Zhaoge's shadow-shrinking pouch. The Grand Elder of the Sacred Sun Clan, Meng Feng, launched a sneak attack on us, and I was separated from Yunsheng and Lu Hua. Recalling this, Fu Enchu was also rather resentful. In the process of clashing, I was at a disadvantage, being forced to push Meng Feng along as we were swept into the frenzied tides caused by the Tai Imperial breaking formation sealing the Flame Devils, being heavily injured by them. Meng Feng was a longtime elder of the Sacred Sun Clan of the same generation as Huang Guanglie and Pan Butai, the Dawn Lord of the first generation of the Seven Reigning Suns. After stepping into the transcending mortality martial Grandmaster realm, Meng Feng had entered secluded cultivation as a Grand Elder, no longer caring about the daily affairs of the clan as the name of the Dawn Lord had also been passed down to others. Unlike Pan Butai who was so high profile, Meng Feng usually spent most of his time either cultivating in seclusion at the Sacred Sun Clan's world illuminating peak or in the southern underground palace, not casually leaving the clan. With the East Sea and the Earth domain having simultaneously changed this time, his sudden appearance had not aroused any suspicions. However, the Sacred Sun Clan's schemes were not small. This sudden attack had caused Fu Enchu to suffer a loss. While Fu Enchu had stepped into the late Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster realm, facing the transcending mortality Meng Feng, she was still inevitably not his match. She was saved by a solitary practitioner of the East Sea, and with his help, she found Yunsheng and me. In order to keep it a secret, I originally wanted to detain that solitary practitioner first. However, the environment was chaotic at the time, with the flame devils also attacking from the side. He managed to escape. Not long after that, the people of the Sacred Sun clan came looking for us. After a great battle, I was separated from Yunsheng and Lu Hua. Fu Enchu's gaze turned cold. Thinking back on it now, I'm afraid that the problem lies with that solitary practitioner. Yan Zhaoge raised his head slightly. Our clan has been growing stronger and stronger in recent years, already gradually returning to the #1 sacred ground. That solitary practitioner should not have been bought over at the last moment, instead having been a spy of the Sacred Sun clan since a long time ago. Junior apprentice Sister Yin's experience is too shallow, she cannot be entirely blamed for this. Fu Enchu's expression was a little gloomy. What I'm only worried about now is that other than Meng Feng, there were also other Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners in the vicinity at the time, acting against Yunsheng and Lu Hua. Yan Zhaoge closed his eyes, Yunsheng's bright smile appearing within his mind. Chapter 505. Fu Enchu asked, Zhaoge, how much longer will it take for us to return to the Eight Extremities world? Yan Zhaoge said, we will have to wait for the lofty prestige mirror to recover before we have any hope of returning to the Eight Extremities world. Still, our chances are very high. He exhaled slowly, saying in a relaxed tone, the time flow of the vast ocean world is not much more than 5 times that of the Eight Extremities world. Even if we wait a little longer here, not too much time will actually have passed before we return to the Eight Extremities world. Fu Enchu nodded slightly, I will do my best to recuperate and recover as soon as possible. Yan Zhaoge's gaze was cold. When we return this time, there are some debts that I will have to properly settle with the Sacred Sun clan. Fu Enchu said, right, you only spoke about the matter of the East Sea and this vast ocean world earlier. How are things in the Eight Extremities world, the Earth domain and the 9 underworlds? How are Master, the other senior apprentice uncles and second apprentice brother? Hearing Fu Enchu ask this, Yan Zhaoge's gaze dimmed slightly. After informing Fu Enchu of the situation of Yuanzheng Feng, Fang Zhuan, and the others who had gone to the Earth domain, Fu Enchu could not help but feel a little dazed. Master, Yan Zhaoge sighed, Grand Master has experienced many great storms and waves in his life. He will definitely be blessed by the heavens. Fu Enchu nodded slowly, but the worry within her gaze could not be concealed. She and Yuanzheng Feng were like father and daughter, their relationship even surpassing that of ordinary master and disciple. Having been raised by Yuanzheng Feng since young, hearing of his situation now, while she consoled herself time and time again, she was still unable to set her mind at ease. As she thought about it, fury and hatred surged within Fu Enchu's gaze. Shenli really deserves to be killed. Her fury instead caused her to sober up from her grief for Yuanzheng Feng, her thoughts also becoming clear. Frowning, Fu Enchu looked at Yan Zhaoge. Master has been lost amidst the chaotic flows of space, it is unknown when he will be able to return. Junior apprentice brother Yan is temporarily unable to leave sealing the flame devils on the East Sea. Our clan's 2 martial saints are basically no longer here. Also, as you say, the clear chi robe needs to protect senior apprentice brother Fang, and is temporarily unable to use it. While the Sacred Sun clan's East Huang is also trapped within the seal of the East Sea, that scum Shinli having fled in the face of battle, he instead obtained his freedom. We have to be wary of him causing trouble. Yan Zhaoge said, at the final moment when the seal of the East Sea was completed, in order to avoid being crushed to death by the power of the seal, we entered the dimensional passageway together and came to the vast ocean world. The situation over at the Eight Extremities world after that is uncertain. However, other than the Heavenly Thunder Hall's Shenli, Turbid Wave Pavilion's Pavilion Lord and Qinglin was similarly spared. While Turbid Wave Pavilion has always been strictly neutral, if the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall go too far, Pavilion Lorden will most likely intervene. After all, a situation where a single power dominates is definitely not something that Turbid Wave Pavilion would like to see. The extreme Een crown is still in the hands of the Sacred Sun clan, but Infinite Boundless Mountain also has the Heaven-Cleaving Axe. While the Heaven-Cleaving Axe has been heavily damaged, as long as it can survive this, it is a force that cannot be overlooked. Moreover, from what I know, Mengwan seems to have been injured as well. Yan Zhaoge said slowly. Finally, with Grand Master not appearing for a long period of time, the news of his disappearance will probably not be able to be concealed. However, with the clear Qi robe returning to the mountain, it will be able to intimidate the weak. While the clear Qi robe will have to look after second apprentice uncle, while the higher echelon experts of our clan know of this matter, the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall will not know of it. They will also have some reservations. This way, while Grand Master, the Painting Saint, Father, Huang Guanglie and Jade Sea City Lord Song are temporarily unable to appear in this world, the overall situation of the Eight Extremities world, barring any major incidents, is still stable. Yan Zhaoge's tone was resolute and decisive, let alone Mengwan being injured, even if she is safe and sound, as long as junior apprentice sister Feng is fine. In the 7th Extreme Een bout, Mengwan will not be able to stop junior apprentice sister Feng from ascending to the top. Fu Enxu said, "You said just now that a major incident." Yan Zhaoge's gaze hardened slightly as he said, "There are 3 possible major incidents. Firstly, as mentioned earlier, the Sacred Sun clan may have established a connection with the world beyond worlds. In this great tribulation, they lost Huang Guanglie, suffering a great blow to their vitality. If not for the extreme Een crown in their hands, even the Heavenly Thunder Hall would be able to climb over their heads." Yan Zhaoge analyzed, under such circumstances, whether their backer in the world beyond worlds would feel disappointed in them or change his attitude of not interfering all along and lend them a hand is still uncertain now. Fu Enxu nodded, "That's right. We have to guard against it." Yan Zhaoge continued, "Secondly, it is Infinite Boundless Mountain's Heaven-Cleaving Axe. As long as there are no internal problems, we should be able to get through this peacefully." Fu Enxu looked at Yan Zhaoge, "That's right. Thinking about this now is also useless. Still, you said earlier that Xue Fei and Shi Jun are both here. Let's go see them, trying to bring them back to the Eight Extremities world together. However, according to what you said, having offended these 2 local bullies, would it be disadvantageous to Xue Fei and the others?" Chapter 506. Due to various reasons, the young Fu Enxu had been a true little devil king, a broad Creed Mountain disciple who caused the most headaches amongst her peers. At that time, the person she had feared the most had not been Yuanzheng Feng, who was like her master and father. Instead, it had been her eldest apprentice brother Shi Tai. It was only in front of the strict and serious Shi Tai that Fu Enxu would restrain herself greatly. However, Fu Enxu did not feel any resentment towards Shi Tai. On the contrary, he was one of the closest to her amongst her fellow disciples. Fu Enxu was both respectful and fearful of this eldest apprentice brother of hers. In the great tribulation of Broad Creed Mountain, Shi Tai had perished for the clan, causing Fu Enxu to feel incomparably sad. Fu Enxu had been worried about Su Fei and Shi Jun's whereabouts in the vast ocean world previously. Now that she knew that she and Yan Zhaoge were currently in the vast ocean world, Fu Enxu was naturally very concerned about their situation. Yan Zhaoge said, "You can rest easy, senior apprentice aunt. Over this period of time, I have also interacted quite a bit with the martial practitioners of the vast ocean world, understanding some things. While Chengli Mountain is not one of the top existences amongst the 7 pillars of good, they are not to be taken lightly. Their strength is not inferior to that of Spirit Rhino Island or the evil shifting sect." Yan Zhaoge said slowly, "Of the 7 pillars of good, Water Crystal Palace is the strongest. However, the Blood Dragon sect and Myriad Sword Pool both have the ability to contend with them. These 3 powers are in a tripartite balance. Because the other 4 sects do not have martial saints or sacred artifacts, they are comparatively weaker. Still, they all possess considerable strength and foundation." Hearing his words, Fu Enchu nodded. It is more or less the same as the situation over in our Eight Extremities world. Yan Zhaoge continued, even as the three powers of Water Crystal Palace keep each other in check, they are also fighting to rope in Changli Mountain, Spirit Rhino Island, the Spirit Returning Sect and the Blazing Wind Sect. While maintaining their independence, Changli Mountain and the other three powers are more or less biased towards one another. Amongst them, Spirit Rhino Island is biased towards Myriad Sword Pool, the Blazing Wind Sect is biased towards the Blood Dragon Sect, while Changli Mountain and the Spirit Returning Sect are both biased towards Water Crystal Palace. The loose alliance formed by these three forces is the strongest. While the other two forces are guarding against each other, they seem to be working together to fight 4 against 3. No one can do anything to the other. As Yan Zhaoge said this, he spread his hands apart. There are still the 6 evil sects outside. Therefore, under normal circumstances, these 7 pillars of good would not cause too much of a commotion. Of course, there is also disharmony amongst the evil sects, with the conflict even more intense. I heard that senior apprentice brother Su and little Jun's current situation at Changli Mountain is still alright. When I came into contact with those from Spirit Rhino Island earlier, I only said that I was heading towards Changli Mountain. They probably wouldn't suspect senior apprentice brother Su and the others. Yan Zhaoge paused for a moment, before continuing, however, through comparing our martial arts, the other party might be able to see the similarities. Fu Enchu said, if it's Tai Ching Qigong, unless it leaves an obvious mark in someone else's body, it's not so easy to compare. Other than the basic martial arts, among the more advanced martial arts in our sect, you don't know the Great Heaven and Earth sword style, and the other martial arts that you cultivate, Shui Fei and the others don't know. The only similarity is the 7-star sword. Yan Zhaoge recalled for a moment before smiling. Coincidentally, I used the 7-star sword once, not leaving anyone alive at the scene. Fu Enchu waved her hands. It's fine then. Yan Zhaoge said, Spirit Rhino Island cannot control Changli Mountain, but that Yang Chu Fan and the others seem to have slandered me as a member of the Sacred Evil Sect, even saying so with such certainty. I wonder where their confidence comes from. The Sacred Evil Sect is one of the 6 evil sects. Involving the conflict between good and evil, Spirit Rhino Island and Myriad Sword Pool would have an excuse to make a fuss. Fu Enchu gazed at the distant Great Sea. Whatever the case, let's first hurry to Changli Mountain. I heard you mention just now that the fastest direct route to Changli Mountain is through the territory of Spirit Rhino Island? Yan Zhaoge nodded, that's right. The directionless sea where Changli Mountain is located is precisely separated from the bewildering Maze Sea by the Spirit Rhino Sea. If we do not go through the Spirit Rhino Sea, we will have to make a detour through the Flying Turtle Sea. Fu Enchu's brows were knit tightly. You said just now that the chief of Spirit Rhino Island is a transcending mortality martial grandmaster. If he is a transcending mortality martial grandmaster, it would be very difficult. The one you killed was his son, and he would definitely want to put his life on the line. Currently, the Spirit Rhino Sea should already be under lockdown, with Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners everywhere. While she was a competitive person, Fu Enchu was able to clearly recognize the situation and the strength of both sides. Yan Zhaoge smiled. If I really had to say, I heard that Spirit Rhino Island has 2 transcending mortality martial grandmasters. Chief Fang Can is ranked 7th amongst the top 10 transcending mortality martial grandmasters of this vast ocean world. Hearing his words, Fu Enchu's brows were knit even more tightly. However, carefully looking at Yan Zhaoge's expression, her heart suddenly jolted. I just broke through into the late Essence Talisman stage not long ago, and it is impossible for me to break through into the transcending mortality martial grandmaster realm within a short period of time. Moreover, my injuries have yet to recover, affecting my strength as well. If you have a way, just say it. Yan Zhaoge spread his palms apart, smiling. To tell you the truth, I currently also don't have a very good way. Still, I might have one in a couple of days. Fu Enchu asked curiously, you are about to break through into the Essence Talisman martial grandmaster realm? I know that you are like Yen Di, a heaven-defying genius with shocking strength at the same cultivation level. Even at such a high cultivation level, you still possess abilities that far surpass those of the same generation. However, you are already able to stand against a transcending mortality martial grandmaster at the early essence talisman stage? Or is it that you are able to consecutively jump several cultivation levels within a short period of time? Yen Zhaoge chuckled, speaking of which, I have to thank the people of Spirit Rhino Island. I obtained a good thing in this bewildering maze sea. However, if I want to be of use, I still have to go to a place and make some preparations. Yen Zhaoge pointed into the distance. The direction we are currently heading in is precisely that place. We are not heading directly towards Changli Mountain, instead deviating slightly from that direction. However, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of chopping firewood. Now that there are fewer detours, it will be a flat stretch of land afterwards. Fu Enchu's gaze flickered. Oh, what place? Yen Zhaoge answered, the place where the Spirit Rhino Sea, the Flying Turtle Sea and the Bewildering Maze Sea intersect is known as the Deep Abyss Corridor. I asked about it from the vast ocean world martial practitioners who are traversing this bewildering maze sea. There is something I want there, which can be considered a pleasant surprise. Fu Enchu said, this matter cannot be delayed then. Let's speed up. The two were currently already not far from the deep sea corridor. As they sped forward, Yen Zhaoge estimated the distance and felt that it should be in the vicinity. Let's go. As Yen Zhaoge said this, he led the way into the depths of the sea. Fu Enchu naturally had no objections as she let Yen Zhaoge lead the way. As the two dived downwards, they could vaguely see a trench at the bottom of the sea. In this place, there were endless turbid currents coming from three directions and converging here. Huh! Yen Zhaoge and Fu Enchu exchanged glances, discovering that other than them, there were already quite a few martial practitioners gathered here. There were Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners amongst them, but their cultivation bases were not very high. At the very least, it would be impossible for them to surround and capture Yen Zhaoge. Also, other than Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners, there were also people of other sections. With everyone gathered here, it was as though they were all participating in a grand event. Chapter 507. The Deep Sea Corridor was located at the intersection of the Spirit Rhino Sea, Flying Turtle Sea, and Bewildering Maze Sea. Three completely different tidal vortexes stirred up the strange miasma in the deep sea and gathered here, forming a unique polluted undercurrent. The vast ocean world was formed from a small amount of land and a great deal of oceans. In other places, there were also places where the three seas intersected. However, this polluted undercurrent could only be found at the intersection of the Spirit Rhino, Flying Turtle, and Bewildering Maze seas. It was a unique landform. However, this deep filthy undercurrent was extremely filthy. To a martial artist, there was no benefit to it. Therefore, most of the time, even if a martial artist entered the sea, they would not be willing to approach this place. Now that so many people had gathered, Yen Zhaoge felt rather puzzled. Could it be that the rumors were wrong? The polluted undercurrent formed a huge whirlpool. At the center of the whirlpool, there was no seawater, forming a large vacuum zone. At this moment, everyone gathered in the open space, discussing spiritedly. Ha! Li Sheng finally couldn't hold it in any longer and wants to challenge Zhang Haocheng. A battle between the top two of the Essence Spirit top 10 powerhouses has not been seen for a long time. Water Crystal Palace and the Dragon Slayer sect, the two leaders of good and evil, are finally going to clash head-on. I wonder, will the Blue Dragon Zhang Haocheng truly be number 1, or will the previous number 2, Heaven-Slaying Pillar Li Sheng, prevail? Don't underestimate Li Sheng. Although he's bloodthirsty, he's not a reckless person. He might have reached the final bottleneck by challenging Zhang Haocheng this time, and wants to make use of this to break through to the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster realm. Who would dare to underestimate him just because he has 9 leaves and 9 flowers? Hearing his words, Yen Zhaoge gradually understood that a battle was about to commence here. The two parties to the arranged battle were the two peak essence spirit martial grandmasters of the current vast ocean world. Just like Water Crystal Palace's position amongst the seven pillars of good, the Dragon Slayer sect had always been recognized as the #1 sect amongst the 6 evil sects. The name of this sect simultaneously offended Water Crystal Palace and the Blood Dragon sect. They could virtually be considered to be mortal enemies. In the ranking of the top 10 martial artists, it was inevitable that some of them had not fought against each other before. The ranking was based on their past comprehensive battle records and the strength they had displayed in actual combat. There would definitely be people who wouldn't accept this. The loser would not accept the outcome of the battle and would train hard for many years in order to wash away the humiliation. Not to mention the fact that they had never fought before, yet they were suppressed by someone else. How many martial artists could endure this? A fierce battle was about to unfold in front of them. Yan Zhaoge blinked, not paying too much attention to it as he just found it interesting, that Jiang Xiong of the evil shifting sect whom I killed seemed to be ranked 3rd, right? He smiled and shook his head. He passed through the vortex and arrived above the clearing. On one side is the Spirit Rhino Sea, and on the other is the Flying Turtle Sea. Both are our righteous path's territory. That Li Xing sure is courageous. He actually dared to challenge us here. Behind him is the bewildering Maze Sea. If an Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster wants to kill him, he can just retreat into the bewildering Maze Sea. The Dragon Slayer sect will definitely send experts over as well. The cause of this matter was that a young disciple of the Dragon Slayer sect had a conflict with a young disciple of Water Crystal Palace nearby in the first place, suffering some losses. Knowing that Zhang Haocheng was here, Li Xing immediately came looking for trouble. As they spoke, they noticed that Yan Zhaoge and Fu Enshu had appeared. At first, they had not paid much attention to it. After all, there were many solitary martial practitioners, and no one would be able to recognize all of them. However, thinking about it carefully, they all felt that Yan Zhaoge looked familiar. This was especially so for the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners who abruptly stared. "It's you?" Yan Zhaoge's image of light had naturally been preserved by those who had returned to Spirit Rhino Island back then. With no news of Feng Xiaohong, Yang Chufan and the others at all, those of Spirit Rhino Island felt that they had most likely already met with a mishap. Over the past few days, Spirit Rhino Island had been searching for Yan Zhaoge everywhere, with the Spirit Rhino Sea being completely under lockdown. Seeing Yan Zhaoge now, they instantly recognized him. Seeing the reactions of the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners, the others gradually realized, could it be that person who killed Dark Evil Jiang Xiong? Hearing their discussions, Yan Zhaoge's expression remained leisurely as he just glanced at those of Spirit Rhino Island, seemingly smiling whilst also not. The other party had indeed not intended to keep it a secret. Having spread the news that he had slaughtered those of the evil shifting sect, the evil shifting sect must have already begun searching for him. As for the matter of Feng Xiaohong and the others, in order to avoid losing face, there was no need to announce it so early on. After all, Spirit Rhino Island still had a bit of hope as they had yet to see their corpses. Seeing Yan Zhaoge's calm expression, the others were instantly unable to remain calm. He glanced lightly at Fu Enshu from the corner of his eye. Moreover, that person beside him, the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioner said, later, Water Crystal Palace will definitely send people to suppress Zhang Haocheng. While the Dragon Slayer sect might also come, it is likely that they will not help either side. We have already sent word back that their chief will be arriving very soon. You should also contact the experts of your sect, lest this fella hides back into the bewildering Maze Sea. Hearing that the chief of Spirit Rhino Island, Fang Can, was coming personally, the expression of this spirit returning sect martial practitioner changed slightly as he began considering this seriously. Their exchange of glances fell into the eyes of Yan Zhaoge and Fu Enshu, who asked mildly, "Clear the area?" Yan Zhaoge shrugged, "No need. Anyway, there will still be people from Water Crystal Palace and the Dragon Slayer sect coming over later. And whatever I want to do, they won't be able to stop me. Whether they stay or chase them away, there is no difference at all. Chapter 508. Fu Enshu looked at the surrounding polluted undercurrents and then at Yan Zhaoge, not understanding what Yan Zhaoge wanted to do. Yan Zhaoge smiled, flying into the air as he approached the polluted undercurrents. He extended a palm forward, streams of true essence agglomerating to form a massive vortex. The earth-devouring burner was enveloped by this vortex, merging within the polluted undercurrents which instantly began to fluctuate slightly. Yan Zhaoge did not stop after sending his true essence into the polluted undercurrents. Instead, he shifted the earth-devouring burner with a unique rhythm. Accompanied by his movements, the frequency of the movements of the polluted undercurrents gradually turned from irregular to traceable, nearing that of Yan Zhaoge's shifting of the earth-devouring burner. Seeing this, the surrounding vast ocean world martial practitioners all felt shocked. How is he able to control the polluted undercurrents? Amidst their shock, they all felt perplexed. What exactly is this person doing? Due to the fame of Yan Zhaoge having slain dark evil Jiang Xiong, no one here dared to approach now as they could only watch from the side with uncomprehending expressions on their faces. The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners looked first at Yan Zhaoge and then at Fu Enshu, similarly not daring to speak as they even began to retreat stealthily, attempting to leave this place. Fu Enshu's cultivation base was much higher than theirs. Even injured, the vast ocean world martial practitioners present were also very hard-pressed to determine her exact cultivation base. However, she did not conceal her aura at all. They could more or less tell that she was already an Essence Talisman martial grandmaster expert. Seeing Fu Enshu, the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners felt like they had found the reason why Feng Zhaohong had never returned. They wanted to retreat, but were also curious about Yan Zhaoge's current actions. Gazing carefully, they saw that the massive vortex formed of the polluted undercurrents was growing more and more unstable as it shook intensely within the Great Sea, resembling a tall building on the verge of collapse. The surrounding seawater was also roiling unceasingly, the undercurrents surging beneath the surface of the sea as great waves rose and fell on the surface of the sea. Looking down from above the sea, one would be able to see that the area where the three seas intersected, which had already not been peaceful in the first place, was currently surging with turbid waves that surged to the heavens. Beneath the sea, Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm, but his gaze was very focused as he observed the changes of the polluted undercurrents before him whilst recalling the special technique within his mind. True essence swept up the earth-devouring burner, moving in and out of the polluted undercurrent. Even now, this thing was still extremely mysterious. Yan Zhaoge was still unable to wield it of his own accord. As Yan Zhaoge's cultivation increased day by day, unceasingly analyzing and researching this treasure, he discovered that this thing was very likely incomplete, actually being a portion of a complete treasure that had been split apart. However, this earth-devouring burner was still marvelous. When some kind of power attacked it, it would unleash that marvelous devouring power. Things were dead while people were alive. While the power of the earth-devouring burner was very passive, Yan Zhaoge had always been attempting to turn it into an active one. The polluted undercurrents converged, continuously crashing into the people and objects that entered. When the earth-devouring burner entered, it would be attacked by the deep pollution undercurrent. At that time, the power of the deep pollution undercurrent would be devoured by the earth-devouring burner. Yan Zhaoge sent the earth-devouring burner in for a moment before retrieving it and sending it in again. The polluted undercurrents, which were already unstable to begin with, were constantly changing in strength. Gradually, through controlling the frequency at which the earth-devouring burner entered, Yan Zhaoge began grasping the frequency at which the polluted undercurrents fluctuated in strength. Yan Zhaoge calmed himself down, persisting in this. As time passed, the changes in the polluted undercurrents also gradually expanded from a rather small area before him to encompass the entire region of the vast region of sea, until finally, the vast polluted undercurrents in the vicinity were all undergoing the same changes. Watching this from the side, Fu Enshu's gaze flickered slightly. The undercurrents of the three seas are all congregated here, pressing and merging together to form this polluted undercurrent. Wanting to change the rhythm of its pulsation, just relying on strength alone would require twice the effort for half the result. Zhaoge's movements have their own unique rhythm within, thus achieving twice the result with half the effort. The rhythm of the entire polluted undercurrent has changed. It is just that with such a change, what would be the result of its current rhythm? As Fu Enshu was thinking, her eyes suddenly lit up. At the bottom of the polluted whirlpool formed of the undercurrents of the three seas, light was actually gradually lighting up. That light was gentle yet not blazing, bright yet not piercing to the eyes, as it instead caused one to feel joyful and tranquil upon seeing it. Gradually, amidst this gentle light, droplets that resembled raindrops formed, landing in the surrounding seawater and sprinkling about, not merging with the surrounding seawater as they looked exceptionally distinct, resembling oil dripping into water. Those droplets that resembled raindrops were clear and bright, clear and gentle. While they were small, they were exceptionally eye-catching amidst the dim darkness of the sea. The surrounding vast ocean world martial practitioners discovered this strange change as well, all feeling greatly astonished. Some closed their eyes, carefully feeling the spiritual qi contained within those droplets. Sniffing lightly, they could even smell a faint fragrance that caused their hearts to relax and their spirits to be refreshed. Everyone exchanged looks, only feeling that it was not just the whirlpool formed of the polluted undercurrents up above. Even the surrounding seawater that was not polluted seemed unclean in comparison to these water droplets as well. Those water droplets seemed to be the cleanest existence in this world, as all other streams of water appeared turbid and dirty before them. Fu Enshu was rather taken aback. Sweet pouring raindrops. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Compared to true sweet pouring raindrops, it is still quite lacking. Still, with our current conditions, it is already very hard to come by. Looking at those clean and clear water droplets as well, Fu Enshu clicked her tongue in wonder. Sweet pouring raindrops were treasures that had existed before the Great Calamity. Fu Enshu did not know whether they existed elsewhere after the Great Calamity, but they did not exist in the Eight Extremities world, as they had already become legendary objects recorded in ancient texts. The purest sweet pouring raindrops of legend were the bane of all filthy and evil things, being able to cleanse all filthy and filthy things under the heavens, even having a suppressive effect on the 9 underworld's devils. Other than that, it was rumored that the sweet pouring raindrops had other unique, miraculous uses that were worthy of praise. It was just that Fu Enshu had not thought that she would actually see them here today. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Even before the Great Calamity, sweet pouring raindrops were also extremely rare. With too many wolves and not enough meat, what could be done then? Some experts researched out a method to turn something rotten into something miraculous, creating peace amidst the filth as they used the polluted undercurrents to create the sweet pouring raindrow. While there was some difference in quality, it was still a great feat. When I saw it earlier, I only took it to be the work of an eccentric person, not taking it to heart. After all, not just the sweet pouring raindrops, even the polluted undercurrents could not be seen. Never would I have thought that there would actually be a polluted undercurrent in this vast ocean world. Hearing this news in the bewildering maze sea, I immediately rushed over here. Amidst his words, those sweet pouring raindrops increased in quantity, unceasingly congregating, condensing yet not dispersing, as a thin, clear stream actually gradually formed at the bottom of the sea. Looking at that clear stream that resembled a white line at the bottom of the sea, Fu Enshu sighed in admiration as she asked, "Still, what do you intend to do with this thing?" Chapter 509. Yan Zhaoge was similarly gazing at that clear stream of water. Hearing Fu Enshu's question, Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. "For the things I obtained in the bewildering maze sea to be of use as soon as possible, it will all depend on these sweet pouring raindrow." As he said this, Yan Zhaoge's movements did not cease as he was still unceasingly stirring up the undercurrents of the deep sea. In the end, the dirty flow gradually receded, and the undercurrents of the three seas converged and merged into a faint glowing whirlpool. At the bottom of the whirlpool, the sweet pouring raindrops turned into a gurgling stream that flowed quietly on the seabed, extending into the distance. Even though Yan Zhaoge had kept the earth-devouring burner, no longer stirring the great sea, this water vein still continued to flow. Fu Enshu stared at the water vein formed by the sweet pouring raindrops, and her heart jolted slightly. The direction of the flow of this water vein seems to be stuck at the boundary between the Spirit Rhino Sea and the Flying Turtle Sea. Looking first at the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners and then at the Spirit Returning Sect martial practitioners on the other side, she asked Yan Zhaoge, "You scoundrel, setting a trap for someone else again?" Yan Zhaoge's expression turned serious. "Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu, what are you saying? I have a use for this water vein now, but it will be fine after I am done with it. This is formed due to the geography and environment of this place, and I can't take it with me. Leaving it here can also be considered as benefiting others, not having come to this vast ocean world in vain." Fu Enshu shot him a sidelong glance, as Yan Zhaoge chuckled, saying that I am a descendant of some sacred evil sect, that Spirit Rhino Island is just saying it. This water vein is actually here. Would the Spirit Returning Sect give it to Spirit Rhino Island? Yan Zhaoge said, "From what I know, the mainstream artifact forging technique of the vast ocean world is the quenching of refined copper. This sweet pouring rain dew is very beneficial to it. However, the water veins that originate from the confluence of the three seas cannot be separated. If one wishes to draw water from within, a special container would be required. Otherwise, they would not be able to bring it away even if they wanted to. I have previously inquired about it, and there is no such thing in the vast ocean world. The people here can only come to the water vein if they want to use it." Fu Enshu frowned slightly. The two families can also reach an agreement to share a water vein. According to your words, this sweet pouring raindrops can raise the artifact forging standards of Spirit Rhino Island and the Spirit Returning Sect. This will allow them to gradually grow stronger, which will instead be beneficial to Spirit Rhino Island. Yan Zhaoge nodded. While that is true, the actual situation might not be so ideal. It's common for two villages to fight over a water source in the countryside. No one would easily let go of a resource that's stuck at the border. A win-win situation is a better choice, but as long as there is a chance, people will always want to monopolize it. The corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth arched slightly. Moreover, when I enter the water later, a great amount of its essence will be consumed. After I use it, the remaining part will gradually lose its power. Unless I do it again, after a certain period of time, the clear stream will gradually dry up and degenerate back into the dirty stream. However, that period of time was already sufficient for the Spirit Rhino Island and the Spirit Returning Sect to clash. Even if the remaining portion of that period of time fell into the hands of the Spirit Rhino Island, it would still not be enough for them to make a huge leap forward. Fu Enshu shook her head and laughed. "You're full of evil tricks." Yan Zhaoge coughed dryly. "Senior Apprentice Aunt, I am a righteous person." Looking at that clear stream, the nearby vast ocean world martial practitioners were all somewhat spellbound for a time. Whether it was the 7 pillars of good or the 6 evil sects, they were all great sects with long histories and legacies. Like Broad Creed Mountain, Infinite Boundless Mountain and the Sacred Sun Clan of the 8 Extremities world, they had all unearthed the legacies of their predecessors from before the Great Calamity, combining it with their own comprehensions to finally open up a new path. These great sects all possessed extraordinary knowledge and experience as they diligently unearthed the legacies of their predecessors, gathering all sorts of information on before the Great Calamity. While they had not personally seen the sweet pouring raindrops before, the various sects of the vast ocean world had more or less heard of their unique characteristics and miraculous uses. Seeing Yan Zhaoge actually turn the sea into sweet pouring raindrops at this moment, everyone felt greatly shocked. Meanwhile, after carefully seeing the direction of the water vein, the people of Spirit Rhino Island and the Spirit Returning Sect were all shocked. Their thoughts inevitably surged. If they could possess this water vein for a long period of time, the increase in their strength would be obvious. Generally speaking, the closer the various sects were to each other, the more conflicts there would be. Being neighbors, it was easier for conflicts to arise. Of the 7 pillars of good, it was not without reason that Spirit Rhino Island was close to Myriad Sword Pool and the Spirit Returning Sect was close to Water Crystal Palace. The Spirit Rhino Sea and the Flying Turtle Sea were neighbors, and the relationship between Spirit Rhino Island and the Spirit Returning Sect had never been very harmonious. It could even be said that these two powers had enmity with each other. When there was no longer the threat of the 6 evil sects, there was no lack of conflict between them. Now that such a water vein had appeared on the border of the 2 seas, it was inevitable that many thoughts would arise between the 2 sides. Exchanging glances, they seemed to be able to see the same thing in each other's gazes. This could very well be a scheme of the sacred evil sect, sowing discord. Let's not let the evil devils see us as a joke, the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioner laughed towards the heavens. The Spirit Returning Sect martial practitioner laughed dryly, that is only natural. It was just that only they themselves knew what they were thinking. This was especially so for those of the Spirit Returning Sect. Looking first at Yan Zhaoge and Fu Enshu, then looking at those of Spirit Rhino Island, they could not help but mutter to themselves. Whether or not Yan Zhaoge and the others were descendants of the sacred evil sect of the 6 evil sects was still something that could not be completely confirmed. This was just Spirit Rhino Island's side of the story. Perhaps they were experts from beyond the seas whose Spirit Rhino Island had a grudge with but wanted to drag others along with them. The Spirit Returning Sect martial practitioners gradually came up with a plan. With Yan Zhaoge and the others clashing with Spirit Rhino Island, the other side just happened to not have the strength to contend for the sweet pouring raindew water vein with them. Seeing the flickering gazes of the Spirit Returning Sect martial practitioners, the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners could not help but curse inwardly. However, they also had their own wishful thinking. Their island chief Fang Can, having immediately rushed over upon receiving the news, he would definitely arrive faster than the unprepared chief of the Spirit Returning Sect. At that time, after taking care of Yan Zhaoge and Fu Enshu, their Spirit Rhino Island would also gain the initiative here at the sweet pouring raindew water vein. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, they thought hatefully, I'll let you be arrogant for a while. Yan Zhaoge was currently not concerned about what the Spirit Returning Sect and Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners were thinking as he nodded towards Fu Enshu, Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu, please wait a moment. Fu Enshu said, go ahead and do it. Although I am injured, I can still protect you. Yan Zhaoge smiled, it's fine, I won't need long. Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge's figure flickered, his entire person seeming to transform into a streak of light as he merged within that clear stream of water that was clearly divided within the seawater. Entering the water, with the sweet pouring raindrops on his body, Yan Zhaoge also felt refreshed. Releasing the shadow shrinking pouch, he moved the pillar of the divine palace away. The stone statue he had obtained from the bewildering maze sea's barrier instantly flew out. Streams of clear qi flew out from the acupoints of Yan Zhaoge's entire body, infusing into the various corresponding acupoints on the body of that stone statue. At the same time, the sweet pouring raindrops were also enveloped within the clear qi, flowing into the stone statue together. The stone statue trembled slightly. As time passed, the surface of the stone statue gradually cracked, revealing a jade-like luster. Chapter 510. Everyone, please subscribe to the original version. Thank you. Yan Zhaoge transformed into a streak of light, merging within the clear current formed of the sweet pouring raindrops, instantly vanishing without a trace. Everyone present was taken aback. The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners had initially thought that Yan Zhaoge had made use of the power of the water vein to sneak away. However, seeing Fu Enshu remain unmoving where she was, they denied their earlier guess. Carefully observing that clear current, they could vaguely see 2 figures within. 2 figures? The group of people looked at each other in dismay and were somewhat puzzled. The water formed of the sweet pouring raindrops was clear and transparent, incomparably clean. However, those two figures seemed to have completely transformed into streaks of light, as only their outlines could be seen amidst the water, not their exact features. Looking at the sweet pouring raindrops, the vast ocean world martial practitioners were greatly tempted, yet dared not approach. Let alone Yan Zhaoge's situation being unclear within the water, they were also helpless against Fu Enshu, who stood by the side, not daring to act rashly. As time passed, the vortex that flickered with radiance up above still unceasingly formed the sweet pouring raindrops, while the two figures within the water vein grew increasingly blurry. After who knew how long, before the vast ocean world martial practitioners could react, Fu Enshu's eyes first twitched slightly. She gazed into the distance, feeling the spiritual chi flow of the sea over there. After a long time, the vast ocean world martial practitioners who were waiting here all felt the changes in that direction as well. The spirit returning sect martial practitioners were the first to reveal looks of joy. While the spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners were less joyful, they all revealed looks of relief on their faces as well. The martial practitioners of the other powers and those of the forces of good all revealed looks of joy on their faces, while those who were close to the forces of evil had obscure expressions on their faces. The solitary martial practitioners were all excited, because the show that they had all been anticipating was finally about to officially begin. In the distance, the seawater surged, undercurrents surging and waves roiling as a few massive beings could vaguely be seen approaching. When they could clearly be seen, they were several massive scaly dragons, their scales either black or blue. As their scales pulsed, an extremely vigorous, majestic power of chi and blood emanated from their bodies. At the head of the group was a crimson flood dragon. Its body seemed to glow with fire, and as it leaped about in the depths of the sea, it was a dazzling sight. What caused the vast ocean world martial practitioners who had come to spectate the battle to feel pressured was that these massive scaly dragons were all equivalent to martial experts, and experts who had reached the level of essence spirit martial grandmasters at that. The other party did not need to send many people. Just this group of flood dragons was a force to be reckoned with. 1 red, 4 black, and 4 blue, the 9 flood dragons lined up and advanced side by side. They broke through the waves and arrived at the deep sea corridor. Not looking at anything else, just looking at those 9 massive flood dragons, all the vast ocean world martial practitioners present knew the identity of the newcomer. One of the 7 pillars of good, Water Crystal Palace. On the backs of the 9 flood dragons sat cultivators dressed in ocean blue robes. There were both men and women. Fu Enshu's gaze did not look at anyone else, only looking at an old man on the back of that scarlet serpent. That old man was the Grand Elder of Water Crystal Palace who was leading the team this time, a veteran martial grandmaster expert. The old man stood there like a blue ocean. It was as if he was boundless and immeasurable, making it difficult to fathom his depth. Seeing this old man, many of the spectators bowed towards him. Greetings, Elder Dong. Elder Dong nodded slightly, seeming to sense something as he gazed towards Fu Enshu as well. Feeling that she looked very unfamiliar, he could not help but knit his brows slightly. Fu Enshu then looked at the blue-robed man beside that Elder Dong. His long hair was completely ocean blue as well, his expression calm. This person was naturally one of the contenders for today's battle, the blue dragon Zhang Haocheng, who hailed from Water Crystal Palace and was currently ranked first amongst the top 10 essence spirit experts of the vast ocean world. On the backs of the other scaly dragons were other Water Crystal Palace martial practitioners. Amongst them were youngsters with comparatively lower cultivation bases who had been brought along by their seniors to broaden their horizons. With Fu Enshu's cultivation base, she too appraised Zhang Haocheng carefully. Late Essence Spirit Stage 9 leaves blossoming 9 flowers. Even in the 8 extremities world, such figures were few and far between. The number of manifested spirit flowers displayed a martial practitioner's current strength to a certain extent, at the same time also displaying their future potential. Of course, their current strength and hidden potential did not mean that they would definitely be superior to others in the future. Still, As compared to martial practitioners with 8 leaves blossoming 8 flowers or 9 leaves blossoming 8 flowers, Zhang Haocheng with 9 leaves blossoming 9 flowers had a higher starting point, his chances of success being greater. Him currently occupying the throne of first amongst the top 10 essence spirit experts was already proof of this. Fu Enshu appraised Zhang Haocheng for a moment before retracting her gaze, looking in the direction of the bewildering maze sea. That water crystal palace's elder Dong looked curiously at the sweet pouring raindrops and Fu Enshu before also gazing in the direction of the bewildering maze sea. After a moment, a piercing killing intent emanated from the direction of the bewildering maze sea. The formless saber intent broke apart the seawater, a crevice directly splitting open within the great sea as the seawater parted to the sides, a path appearing in the middle. A group of black-clothed martial practitioners walked over from the distance, their terrifying auras seemingly transforming into a formless, massive blade that opened up a path before them. Only after they had passed did the seawater close up once more, regaining its original state. The people of the Dragon Slayer sect have come as well, the people of Good Present all felt solemn, while the devil martial practitioners felt exhilarated. The leader of the black-clothed group was a black-clothed middle-aged man who had a long beard and a saber by his waist, his aura not any weaker than that of Water Crystal Palace's elder Dong in the slightest. Beside him was a tall black-clothed martial practitioner. Seeing this person, Zhang Haocheng nodded mildly, Li Sheng. The tall black-clothed martial practitioner was the heaven-slaying pillar, Li Sheng, who had challenged Zhang Haocheng to a battle today, the current second-ranked figure amongst the top 10 essence spirit experts of the vast ocean world. Beside Li Sheng were similarly many Dragon Slayer sect martial practitioners. While there were conflicts between good and evil in the vast ocean world from time to time, the current situation was relatively mild. However, a battle between experts on the level of Zhang Haocheng and Li Sheng was not something to be trifled with. Water Crystal Palace and the Dragon Slayer sect both viewed it with great importance, their respective longtime experts holding down the fort. The gazes of the Dragon Slayer sect martial practitioners that looked at Li Sheng were filled with confidence. Led by their clan's longtime elder, the group of Dragon Slayer sect martial practitioners halted, while Li Sheng continued to advance, surpassing them. As Li Sheng advanced, numerous black saber lights surged around him, flickering amidst space. Wherever the saber lights passed, the scenes at the bottom of the sea seemed to shatter, appearing exceptionally terrifying. Boundless killing intent and viciousness caused everyone present to feel like they were about to suffocate. Looking at that terrifying saber light, everyone simultaneously inhaled a breath of cold air. No wonder he challenged Zhang Haocheng. So he has already mastered the 6th saber of the 7 Seas Dragon Slaying Saber, the Shattering Annihilation Saber. The supreme martial art of the Dragon Slayer sect, the 7 Seas Dragon Slaying Saber, was rumored to have a total of 7 sabers, the final one of which could only be mastered by martial saints. It was with this final saber that the chief of the Dragon Slayer sect had rampaged the 7 seas, slaughtering all life forms. In the great battle that year, he had even relied on this saber to suppress the Palace Lord of Water Crystal Palace, being acclaimed as the #1 expert of the vast ocean world. Other than this final saber, the strongest saber of the 7 Seas Dragon Slaying Saber was the 6th saber. It had always been believed that only Essence Talisman martial grandmasters could master it. However, Li Sheng, who was clearly still at the late Essence Spirit stage, had mastered this saber, virtually cheating in a battle against those below the Essence Talisman stage. Everyone could not help but feel shocked. Looking at Li Sheng, Zhang Haocheng took out an item. Seeing this, Li Sheng's pupils instantly dilated slightly. Chapter 5:11. Seeing that Li Sheng had successfully mastered the 6th saber of the 7 Seas Dragon Slaying Saber, the Shattering Annihilation Saber, even the expression of Water Crystal Palace's elder Dong turned solemn and serious. Both sides could be considered to have come to know each other's strength. The people of Water Crystal Palace were well aware of what this saber entailed. The Water Crystal Palace martial practitioners who had followed Zhang Haoqing here, Elder Dong included, when they were at the late essence spirit stage, felt that they would be doomed if they were to face the current Li Sheng. While he was still at the late essence spirit stage, he was a truly powerful opponent. Let alone the current top 10 essence spirit experts, even if it had been the top 10 essence spirit experts of any era of the vast ocean world, the current Li Sheng would be a strong contender for first place. Still, while the people of Water Crystal Palace were shocked, they were not worried. Facing Li Sheng, Zhang Haoqing slowly took out an item. Everyone present who knew the origin of the item immediately paled. It was not forbidden for weapons and treasures to be used in battle. Therefore, if Zhang Haoqing were to take out a powerful treasure now, no one would actually be too surprised. At most, they would say that he was lacking in confidence when facing Li Sheng. However, what Zhang Haoqing had taken out now was a sword. Everyone knew that Water Crystal Palace did not cultivate in the Tao of the sword. It was not that Zhang Haoqing had secretly learnt some supreme sword art through a fortuitous encounter. He indeed did not use the sword. This sword was his spoil of battle. A mid-grade spirit artifact was not especially precious to major sects like the 7 Pillars of Good and the 6 Evil sects. However, those who recognized this spirit artifact all knew that the original owner of the sword, the sea-flipping owl, Len Kuan, was a rather famous expert amongst solitary practitioners, an early essence talisman martial grandmaster. There were lawless fugitives everywhere who did not care about their opponent's background, only seeking to enjoy themselves before them. Len Kuan was one of the best amongst them. To a martial practitioner like Len Kuan, as long as the sword was, so was the person. And now that his accompanying weapon had fallen into Zhang Haoqing's hands, the result was obvious. It was said that the higher one's cultivation base, the smaller the gap between martial practitioners of the same cultivation level, the greater the gap between martial practitioners of different cultivation levels. However, there would always be a few amongst the few, geniuses amongst geniuses, experts amongst experts, who had the ability to surpass the norm. Whether it was Zhang Haoqing or Li Sheng, they were both such figures. Of the current top 10 strongest essence spirit martial artists, there had always been a clear gap between the two of them and the others from the third place onwards. But even so, the fact that Zhang Haoqing was able to kill the early essence talisman stage Len Kuan with his late essence spirit cultivation still left everyone shocked. After all, the difficulty of killing an opponent and seizing their weapon was different from simply defeating them. Even though Len Kuan was a solitary practitioner, and his foundation was not as solid as that of martial arts sacred grounds like Water Crystal Palace and the Dragon Slayer sect, he was still an essence talisman martial grandmaster through and through. Li, While to Leng Li, Li Cloud Li, Li, Long Chen That Leng, Chen, Sheng, Li, Zhang, Li, Chen, Feng, Li, Zhang, Chen. While it was indeed shocking for him to be able to cultivate a supreme martial art that others could not, in terms of actual combat, solid battle results were still the most convincing. Even the Dragon Slayer sect martial practitioners had solemn expressions on their faces as they sighed unwillingly, as expected of the number one of the 10 strongest essence spirit martial practitioners. As soon as the two sides had appeared, the atmosphere had already reached a fever pitch. The spirits of the other martial practitioners present were greatly boosted as well. It was not that there were no battles between martial practitioners who were stronger than Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng. However, it was rather rare for the first and second ranked of the 10 strongest essence spirit martial practitioners to have a direct battle, perhaps even a battle to the death. It would not be difficult for those with higher cultivation bases to defeat Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng. However, at the level of essence spirit martial grandmasters, the battle before them virtually signified the pinnacle of competition. Especially when the two were both 9 leaves blossoming 9 flowers, and were respectively from the 2 great martial arts sacred grounds of Water Crystal Palace and the Dragon Slayer sect, it made this battle even more so. Even Fu Enshu was extremely interested. However, as she stood there, the experts of Water Crystal Palace and the Dragon Slayer sect all turned to look at her. The polluted undercurrents of the deep sea corridor where the three seas intersected in the past had disappeared, and the sweet pouring raindrops that they had never seen before had actually appeared instead caused their hearts to pound. Within the water vein formed of the sweet pouring raindrops, those two indistinct figures also attracted their attention. His voice was condensed with his true essence as he sent it towards the water vein formed of the sweet pouring raindrops. What do you say? Before his words had landed, a light laugh suddenly resounded from within the water vein. Are you sure that you have come here to seek abuse? Why bother? The next moment, light surged from within the water vein, flickering unceasingly as Yan Zhaoge's figure slowly rose up amidst the radiance. Li Sheng was greatly enraged upon hearing his words. Zhang Haoqing knit his brows as well, gazing over, yet both of them were rendered dazed on the spot. Everyone present was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. A silhouette surfaced above Yan Zhaoge's head, 10 spirit leaves appearing, a spirit flower swaying above each of them. However, the 10 leaves blossoming 10 flowers technique might not necessarily be able to defeat my 9 leaves blossoming 9 flowers technique. I wanted to make a move just now because you were in the way. But now, compared to Zhang Haoqing, I want to fight you more. Yan Zhaoge blinked. Why bother? There is actually no true enmity or conflict between the two of us. Instead, I am a little interested in watching this arranged battle of yours from the sidelines. He was indeed interested in watching the battle between Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng from the sidelines. The fact that the two sides were not lacking in strength was just one aspect of it. The key was that such a scene had evoked some distant memories of Yan Zhaoge's, causing him to erupt with a little mischievous interest. The night of the bright moon, the decisive battle at the summit of the Forbidden City or something like that. How stylish, how flashy. He too wanted to have the chance to participate in such an incomparable battle that would be the focus of the entire world's attention. His gaze moving between Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng, Yan Zhaoge said rather excitedly, there is no first place in the arts, no second place in the martial arts. The top 2 of the 10 strongest essence spirit martial grandmasters have never clashed with each other before, their rankings having always been determined by others, and having always been disputed. Now, we finally have a chance to clash. The victor of this decisive battle in the deep sea corridor will be the indisputable number 1 expert of the essence spirit martial grandmasters. From then on, there will no longer be any dispute, the title fully deserving of it. Both of you belong to good and evil. In this battle, you will be able to bring out the momentum of your side, seeing whether it is evil that cannot triumph over good, or the Tao that declines, the devils that grow. If the results of this battle are spread, it will definitely become a legendary story of the vast ocean world. From what I can see, your strength is indeed not bad. If you do not die young, you will definitely become legendary hegemons of these heavens and earth in the future. Today's battle will also become a part of your legend. Yan Zhaoge spread his hands apart, smiling, such a good thing. What need is there to complicate matters? Li Sheng strode forward once more, his sharp saber chi beginning to lock onto Yan Zhaoge. Not battling with you, how can I be considered number 1? However, just as his saber chi locked onto Yan Zhaoge's movements, Yan Zhaoge's gaze abruptly lit up, piercing his eyes to the point of pain. Yan Zhaoge said calmly, honestly speaking, your reactions have caused me to think even more highly of you. Martial practitioners are all unconvinced of others, let alone an opponent at the same cultivation level. Who is stronger and who is weaker can only be decided after fighting. It is only normal that you are unconvinced of me. But you seem to have misunderstood something. Amidst his words, the silhouette of the spirit flower above Yan Zhaoge's head swayed, the profound runes gradually showing signs of merging. Everyone was simultaneously taken aback. This is the sign of him forming his own true essence talisman, becoming an essence talisman martial grandmaster. Raising his head to look at the silhouetted spirit leaf and flower above his head, Yan Zhaoge said mildly, manifesting the spirit flower and spirit leaf is not because I want to fight. Instead, it is because I am about to make a breakthrough in my cultivation level. Looking at the two of you exchanging blows, I am a little interested. Personally exchanging blows with the two of you, I am not that interested. You actually don't have to care about me, because I will soon no longer be an Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster. Even without battling with me, you will still be able to determine the number 1 Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster. Zhang Haocheng and Li Sheng both felt suffocated. Looking at the rather dazed Zhang Haocheng and Li Sheng, Yan Zhaoge smiled. I am someone who generally doesn't do things like pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Occasionally, I might play around with it, but most of the time, I wouldn't do it. The wolf wants to eat the tiger, pretending to be a pig, causing the tiger to be careless. This is very normal. The dragon wants to eat the tiger, why must one pretend to be a pig? His tone was mild, but everyone present felt a chill in their hearts upon hearing it. Zhang Haocheng was silent for a moment before he finally strode forward, saying in a heavy tone, Water Crystal Palace's Zhang Haocheng. Please guide me. Li Sheng sucked in a deep breath, a brilliant light erupting from his eyes. I heard that your name is Yan Zhaoge. Surnamed Yan, there is enmity between us now. This Li wants to stop you from becoming an Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster. The enmity of obstructing one's Tao is akin to killing one's parents. Li Sheng roared explosively, with such great enmity, it should be enough for you to fight, right? Looking at Zhang Haocheng and Li Sheng, Yan Zhaoge instead revealed a look of admiration within his gaze. The merging of the runes above his head shockingly came to a temporary halt. Nodding approvingly, Yan Zhaoge extended his hand and made a please gesture towards the two. Your hearts towards the martial Tao are resolute and pure. Good, let us have a match then. While he was clearly much younger than Zhang Haocheng and Li Sheng, currently also at the late Essence Spirit stage, looking at Yan Zhaoge at this moment, everyone could not help but feel as though they were looking at a great mountain. Water Crystal Palace's Elder Dong and the Dragon Slayer Sect's Elder Yu were both long-time Martial Grandmaster experts, at the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster level. Initially, they had also been vaguely angered by Yan Zhaoge's words and actions, only having not made a move due to Fu Enchu's existence. Now, however, their expressions had all turned grave to the extreme as they looked at the temporarily merging runes above Yan Zhaoge's head. Breaking through to the next cultivation level was done in a single spurt. Many times, luck and fortuitous encounters were even more important. However, who had ever been like Yan Zhaoge, breaking through on a whim, halting on a whim? Yan Zhaoge's halting did not mean that he had failed, nor did it mean that he had given up on the chance before him. Instead, as long as he was willing, he could continue at any time. Wielding something heavy as though it were light like this, how could it still be measured by the late Essence Spirit stage? Looking at Yan Zhaoge, even Essence Talisman Martial Grandmasters like Elder Dong and the others felt a deep, unfathomable shock well up within their hearts. Chapter 5:13. The battle between Zhang and Li had attracted many people to spectate. While Zhang Haocheng and Li Sheng were Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters, they were both famed outside. Their battle was a major event of the vast ocean world that was neither major nor minor. Other than their seniors, there were even other Essence Talisman Martial Grandmasters present. It was just that these people had arrived a little later, basically arriving together with the people of Water Crystal Palace and the Dragon Slayer sect. However, they had really not been able to estimate that such a change would actually occur in this battle. Looking at the calm Yan Zhaoge who sat unmoving amidst the light of water, many guesses arose within everyone's hearts as they discussed spiritedly. Even if he really is a descendant of the Sacred Evil sect, he is probably the strongest sacred son in the history of the Sacred Evil sect. While 10 leaves blossoming 10 flowers might not represent invincibility, looking at how he wields something heavy as though it were light, Zhang Haocheng and Li Sheng might really not be his match. How long do you think Zhang Haocheng and Li Sheng can last? It's hard to say. Still, they should be able to force out some information from him. The two of them might have a chance of victory if they join forces, but they would definitely not be willing to do so. This is only natural. While the bystanders discussed, the expressions of Zhang Haocheng and Li Sheng both turned calm and focused, casting aside all distracting thoughts as they stabilized their minds. The comparatively calm and silent Zhang Haocheng made the first move at this moment. A silhouette flickered above his head, 9 spirit flowers appearing, runes inscribed within the deep sea as they shook the surrounding area. The next moment, Zhang Haocheng bowed slightly before straightening again, vanishing from the spot. Yan Zhaoge saw a streak of water-blue light penetrating through the deep sea, resembling a light dragon as it lunged over towards him. The flowing light change of Water Crystal Palace's supreme martial art, the 6 dragon form transformations, was executed by Zhang Haocheng, its essence being displayed to the point of perfection. Seeing Zhang Haocheng make a move, Li Sheng halted, his heart rather heavy. At the very least, Zhang Haocheng was indeed superior to him somewhat in terms of mental state. Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm as he looked at the water-blue light dragon assaulting over towards him, able to feel the surrounding sea roaring and shaking as well. At this moment, Zhang Haocheng seemed to have transformed into the Lord of the Sea as with a single move, the great sea shook, destroying the heavens and extinguishing the earth. The surrounding space seemed to have solidified, infinite seawater condensing, its essence qi abundant to the point of resembling steel as it pressured over towards Yan Zhaoge. There was a force pressing down on him from all directions. There was nowhere to retreat, nowhere to hide. At this moment, the seawater transformed into countless light dragons that spread out in every direction and attacked him together. All the spectators wore solemn expressions. The moment an expert made a move, one would know whether or not he was an expert. Facing Yan Zhaoge, Zhang Haocheng went all out. With a simple first move, he displayed all of his power, telling everyone why he could be ranked first amongst the current top 10 Essence Spirit experts, why he could surpass cultivation levels and slay the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster Len Kuan. Every single one of the vast ocean world martial practitioners present, even the Dragon Slayer Sex Elder Yu, felt that they might not be able to defeat Zhang Haocheng at the early Essence Talisman stage. Fu Enchu's gaze similarly flickered with a strange light as she now had a direct understanding of the martial practitioners of the vast ocean world, not underestimating them in the slightest, even placed in the 8 extremities world. This person is an expert amongst experts of the same cultivation level, one of the peak figures. Seeing Zhang Haocheng make his move, the vast ocean world martial practitioners all felt rather excited, perhaps he might be able to defeat that Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge smiled, nodding as well, very deep. Saying thus, he raised his right hand, pushing forward with his palm. Within his palm, there seemed to exist a mass of qi that resembled chaos, indescribably profound and profound. As soon as Yan Zhaoge struck out with his palm, the countless light dragons formed of the surrounding seawater instantly shattered together, resembling bubbles as the encirclement instantly collapsed. The water-blue light dragon formed of Zhang Haocheng's fist intent had originally possessed a majestic aura, overturning rivers and overturning seas. At this moment, however, it seemed to have been grasped within Yan Zhaoge's palm, trapped within a single inch of space. Everyone, including Li Sheng, looked at this scene in shock. Looking first at Zhang Haocheng and then at Li Sheng, Yan Zhaoge said, "You come as well, the two of you together. I have no intention of looking down on you. On the contrary, as the battle in which I bid farewell to the Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster realm, I want to go all out and fight." Yan Zhaoge smiled, "The two of you will probably not have a time in your lives where you can join hands to face an enemy, whether it be in the past or in the future. Now might be your only chance. Do you want to give it a try? Perhaps it will be fun for you." Li Sheng stared fixedly at Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge blocked Zhang Haocheng with his right hand, smiling as he did not speak. "Good. Just a single move." Li Sheng's gaze shone with a cold light as he roared. In an instant, he vanished. As for a brutal black saber light, it hacked through the vast sea, chopping towards Yan Zhaoge. The great sea was directly split into two, all things being extinguished where the saber light passed. The seawater was not forced apart by the saber light. Instead, Everything that obstructed its advance was completely destroyed. The sixth saber of the seven seas dragon-slaying saber, the strongest saber that martial practitioners beneath the martial saint realm could grasp. It was not as majestic and imposing as Zhang Haocheng's, possessing both offense and defense, not revealing any flaws. This saber of Li Sheng's only pursued a single thing: to kill the opponent. Within this saber, other than ultimate destructive power, there was nothing else. In the vast ocean world, the maximum offensive power that an essence spirit martial grandmaster could attain. Zhang Haocheng wanted to retract his move, but discovered that he was being held back by Yan Zhaoge's palm force, unable to retreat. He sucked in a deep breath, letting go of everything as he pushed on with all his might. As the water blue light dragon roared, the scales of its entire body pulsed, as though its reverse scale had been touched as it descended into a frenzied rage, wanting to destroy everything, breaking through the very heavens. The six dragon transformations, the heaven-shattering transformation with the greatest offensive power. Two violent forces simultaneously assaulted towards Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change, but the stance of his right palm suddenly changed. That chaos abruptly expanded, extinguishing all. The world seemed to have returned to before the heavens and earth had opened at this moment, the myriad scenes no longer existing. No yin, no yang, no before, no after, no beginning, no end, no movement, no stability. The next moment, chaos mightily exploded. It was as though all things had been subsumed within chaos before chaos was extinguished, the universe opening once more. Beneath this palm, it was invincible. The water blue light dragon, extinguished. The black saber light, extinguished. The two heavens-favored sons of the vast ocean world, Zhang Haocheng and Li Sheng, were simultaneously sent flying backwards. Water Crystal Palace's elder Dong was greatly shocked as he hurriedly caught Zhang Haocheng, only to see him spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, his entire body limp. Greatly enraged, he swiveled his head to look at Yan Zhaoge, only to hear Zhang Haocheng say anxiously, "He showed mercy. He wanted to fight one against two." It was not arrogance, but that we overestimated our own capabilities. Li Sheng, who had been caught by Elder Yu of the Dragon Slayer sect, sighed as well. "We were only heavily injured, our cultivation bases not crippled. He was helping us." In battling with him, there were boundless profundities that I cannot explain clearly, unable to describe. We can only experience it ourselves, comprehend it ourselves. The difference between our levels and his is just too great. Everyone was taken aback. Zhang Haocheng similarly looked at Yan Zhaoge, his expression complex as it finally transformed into admiration. Everyone gazed shockingly at Yan Zhaoge, who had defeated Zhang Haocheng and Li Sheng with a single move. Yan Zhaoge laughed leisurely. The 10 spirit flowers above his head bloomed, the process that had paused earlier beginning anew. The numerous runes merged, gradually transforming into a measurable radiance that illuminated the entire Great Sea. Chapter 5:14. Thanks to the Shady Night League for adding the first chapter. Please subscribe to the original version. Thank you. Yan Zhaoge was completely enveloped within the sea of light. Above his head, numerous runes gathered together to form a profound spirit talisman. The talisman looked extremely simple, but it seemed to contain infinite principles that were difficult to describe. Yan Zhaoge raised his head and looked at it. This was his true martial spirit talisman. Once this talisman was formed, he would officially step into the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster realm. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly, the Essence Talisman above his head suddenly changing in appearance. It was no longer that simple, no longer that profound, instead becoming something that could be described with words, resembling the vast sky, the vast clear sky. In the next moment, the elemental talisman changed again. Its entire body seemed to be formed by a coiling azure dragon. As the radiance flickered, it looked like a dragon shuttling through the clouds. The elemental talisman changed again and again, turning into scarlet and purple flames that gathered together to form a pill cauldron. A single essence talisman contained myriad phenomena, myriad variations, manifesting the essence of the many martial arts that Yan Zhaoge was proficient in, encompassing all phenomena. Finally, with just a thought from Yan Zhaoge, this essence talisman was kept above his head, the radiance surrounding his body also gradually retracted. As the radiance dissipated, everyone in the outside world could finally see Yan Zhaoge's appearance clearly. While Yan Zhaoge was just sitting there calmly, seemingly not having changed at all, everyone here knew that this youth who had appeared before them was already an Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster. Indeed, as he had expected, the threshold to Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster was not a question of whether or not he could cross it. Instead, it was a question of whether or not he wanted to cross it. He stopped when he wanted to and left when he wanted to. He followed his heart. Looking at Yan Zhaoge's youthful features now, the martial practitioners of the vast ocean world all felt a chill run down their spines. This was not the work of a person with profound skills who could retain their youthful looks, nor was it the use of a mysterious technique to restore their youthful looks. It was just that his appearance and his true age were the same. Ever since the vast ocean world had come into existence after the Great Calamity, when had such a young Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster ever appeared? At this moment, everyone was shocked and looked at each other. Wait! Let alone an Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster, is there such a young Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster? Thinking about it carefully, everyone was speechless. Fu Enshu looked at Yan Zhaoge, not speaking for a long time. After a while, she sighed softly, Yan Di, other things aside, in terms of cultivation speed, your son has truly surpassed you. Although I did not surpass your record as the youngest Martial Grandmaster, you also did not reach the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster level at the age of 25, right? Speaking of which, Zhaoge is still a bit away from his 25th birthday. Your son has really surpassed his teacher. How difficult was it to become an Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster? Whether it was in the Eight Extremities world or the vast ocean world, Essence Talisman Martial Grandmasters were all figures who stood at the peak of the pyramid. There were many martial artists who were unable to reach that height in their entire lives. Their lifespans were exhausted, and they grew old, helplessly walking towards the end of their lives. For Essence Talisman Martial Grandmasters, due to their increased longevity, it was not uncommon for them to outlive their disciples and grand-disciples of lower cultivation bases. Their disciples and grand-disciples were already in their later years, but even though they were older, compared to their much longer lifespans, they were still middle-aged, or even young. It was just that an Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster as young as Yan Zhaoge was still shocking. Whether it was Fu Enshu of the Eight Extremities world or the martial practitioners of the vast ocean world, looking at Yan Zhaoge at this moment, they all felt rather complex emotions. Zhang Haocheng and Li Sheng, who had just been defeated by Yan Zhaoge, were even more stunned into silence. That elder Yu of the Dragon Slayer sect regained his wits after a while, frowning slightly as he looked at Yan Zhaoge. Is he a disciple of the Sacred Evil sect? If he is, he definitely cannot be left alive. But if he isn't, where exactly did such a figure pop out from? I have never heard of him before. Suddenly appearing now, what exactly is it for? Is he friend or foe? Elder Dong of Water Crystal Palace and the other Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster experts present were all filled with doubt at this moment. Standing beside Yan Zhaoge, Fu Enshu looked indifferently at them. Everyone now noticed that while Yan Zhaoge had successfully stepped into the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster realm, he had still not left that water vein formed of the sweet pouring raindrow. Also, there was a figure indistinctly visible within that water vein. Everyone felt even more apprehensive at this moment. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, the people of the Dragon Slayer sect and Water Crystal Palace felt rather conflicted. Their most outstanding descendant having been defeated by Yan Zhaoge, becoming a stepping stone for Yan Zhaoge's fame to spread throughout the vast ocean world, the reputation of their sects having been damaged. This caused them to feel extremely displeased. However, the two in question, Zhang Haocheng and Li Sheng, did not seem so resentful as they instead seemed a little like they were willing to concede defeat. As a result, their fellow disciples could not really flare up. Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm as he said mildly as he looked at them, "This Yan said earlier that I have come here to do something. After I have done that, I will naturally be leaving. It looks like the arranged battle between the two of you will not be able to continue now. I also feel a little regretful. Still, with your talent and strength, I believe that you should have gained something from it. If the people of Water Crystal Palace and the Dragon Slayer sect still want to make a move, that is fine too. I will take them all on. Still, speaking of this, those who are determined to find trouble with me should be arriving soon." As Yan Zhaoge said this, he laughed lightly, his gaze sweeping across those of Spirit Rhino Island. They instantly shuddered in unison. Yan Zhaoge smiled, "I do not really understand the sacred evil sect that you speak of. My uncle and I are both from beyond the seas, not being part of your 7 pillars of good or the 6 evil sects. I indeed have a goal in coming out this time. Still, what I am looking for is not Water Crystal Palace or the Dragon Slayer sect, but Changli Mountain." Everyone's hearts jolted slightly as they all fell into deep thought. After communicating with those of the Spirit Returning sect, Elder Dong of Water Crystal Palace glanced at those of Spirit Rhino Island, also feeling rather hesitant. Changli Mountain was on good terms with Water Crystal Palace. Elder Dong frowned, asking, "Still, are you friend or foe of Changli Mountain? Are you going to the Directionless Sea this time to seek revenge?" Yan Zhaoge spread his palms apart, smiling, "That will have to wait until I have arrived at Changli Mountain before I know. Still, barring any accidents, I should be a friend and not an enemy." Hearing his words, those of the forces of good virtually unconsciously relaxed greatly. Meanwhile, the hearts of those of the forces of evil involuntarily tightened in unison as their gazes that were on Yan Zhaoge instantly turned even more guarded. Yan Zhaoge was not too concerned about this as he sat in the meditative position amidst the light formed of the sweet pouring raindrow looking at Yan Zhaoge. Elder Yu of the Dragon Slayer sect narrowed his eyes into slits as he suddenly asked, "You are looking for Changli Mountain? In that case, the ones who are looking for you are Spirit Rhino Island?" Yan Zhaoge said nonchalantly, "That's right." Water Crystal Palace's Elder Dong asked, "Why are they looking for you?" As he said this, the hearts of the Essence Talisman martial grandmasters here all jolted slightly as they swiveled their heads and gazed into the distance. Yan Zhaoge smiled, "Oh, he's here. Let him speak for himself." Extremely powerful fluctuations of power, a will that caused a chill to run through the hearts of everyone here, appeared in the distance over the Great Sea. Chapter 5:15. Majestic power fluctuations appeared in the distance over the Great Sea, rapidly approaching the place where Yan Zhaoge and the others were. Virtually at the same time that they sensed its existence, that majestic will had already arrived close by, its speed so fast that it left one tongue-tied. Fu Enshu looked at Yan Zhaoge, whose expression was as per usual as he nodded slightly. "This is the supreme martial art of Spirit Rhino Island that I mentioned to you before. I didn't know its name back then, but after asking around, it should be called spiritual light flashing. Its speed is extremely fast, shifting in the time it takes for sparks to fly off a flint, resembling a streak of light flashing by. It is only slower than breaking through space, but it looks like it ignores spatial distance, moving in an instant." Fu Enshu frowned. In terms of movement speed alone, no martial art in her memory was able to achieve this. The lineages of the 8 extremities world that were most proficient in speed were the current Heavenly Thunder Hall and the already destroyed Black Wind Mountain. However, as Fu Enshu saw it, even the supreme martial arts of the Heavenly Thunder Hall and Black Wind Mountain might not be able to achieve this. The vast ocean world is indeed a place that encompasses all things, possessing a unique flair, Fu Enshu pondered as she said. Yan Zhaoge shrugged, seeing a middle-aged man already appear before them. Standing amidst the deep sea, this middle-aged man seemed to have merged as one with the great sea, as it was hard to tell them apart. Streams of light flickered around his body, as if they had turned into mirrors, each reflecting a different scene. The mirror light traversed the great sea, seemingly splitting it into many different regions. Those who were in one region could only feel their vision blurry, as they were actually unable to clearly see those in other regions. This man looked to be around 40 years of age, but those who knew him all knew that, unlike Yan Zhaoge, his actual age was much older than what he appeared to be. There was no martial practitioner of the vast ocean world present who did not recognize him. One of the 7 pillars of good, the chief of Spirit Rhino Island, a transcending mortality martial grandmaster, Fang Kansas. He was also a bigwig ranked 7th amongst the top 10 transcending mortality experts of the vast ocean world, one of the most powerful and influential figures at the peak of the vast ocean world's pyramid. While Yan Zhaoge had never seen Fang Kan before, he had seen Fang Kan's second son, Fang Zhaohong. The two of them bore at least a 60% resemblance in appearance. Fang Kan's gaze swept the area, falling on Yan Zhaoge. The Spirit Rhino Island disciples who had not entered the barrier along with Fang Zhaohong, Yang Chu-fan, and the others had already described Yan Zhaoge's appearance to Fang Kan after returning to the island. Fang Kan gazed at Yan Zhaoge, his face expressionless. A hesitant look appeared on Zhang Haoqing's face as he said slowly, "Island Master Fang, this young Master Yan should not be a descendant of the sacred evil sect." There might have been some misunderstanding. Fang Kan swiveled his head to look at Water Crystal Palace's Elder Dong. Is Water Crystal Palace going to protect him? Elder Dong hesitated slightly before hearing Fang Kan say, even if Water Crystal Palace is protecting him today, there are still some debts that have to be settled with this kid. Looking at Yan Zhaoge once more, he asked slowly, my Spirit Rhino Island disciples Fang Zhaohong, Yang Chu-fan, Kai Ziki and Zhang Peng, where are they now? It was fine for the other 3, but hearing Fang Zhaohong's name, the vast ocean world martial practitioners present all began muttering amongst themselves. The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners all focused their attention on Yan Zhaoge. Fang Zhaohong's group of 4 had already been nowhere to be seen for a very long time. Still, they still held on to the faint hope that Fang Zhaohong and the others had only been captured by Yan Zhaoge and were still alive. Yan Zhaoge could also basically guess their thoughts. Because the corpses of Fang Zhaohong's group of 4 had all been destroyed by him, it was only natural that they would not be able to find them. Still, Yan Zhaoge had not used dead people as hostages. Looking at Fang Kan, Yan Zhaoge smiled, your son and his fellow disciples wanted to kill me. Their skills were inferior, and they all died at my hands. Fang Kan's breathing halted slightly. The streams of light traversing the Great Sea began to ripple, their violent momentum seemingly wanting to break the Great Sea apart. While the other vast ocean world martial practitioners all had their guesses, looking at Yan Zhaoge now, they were all rather speechless. Before clashing with Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng, while Yan Zhaoge had slain Jiang Xiong of the evil shifting sect, the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners had still unconsciously thought that the Essence Talisman martial grandmaster Fang Zhaohong had died at Fu Enchu's hands. However, after seeing Yan Zhaoge's battle with Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng, the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners already understood that facing Yan Zhaoge, only death awaited Fang Zhaohong. And if Zhang Haoqing and the others had known beforehand that Fang Zhaohong had died at Yan Zhaoge's hands, they would probably have thought twice about battling Yan Zhaoge. Similarly, at the 7th level of the martial grandmaster realm, the early essence talisman stage, Fang Zhaohong was stronger than the sea-flipping owl, Lin Kuan, who had died at Zhang Haoqing's hands. Gazing at Yan Zhaoge, Fang Kan nodded slowly, good, very good. Before his words had landed, he directly raised his palm, the surrounding radiance congregating together, descending towards Yan Zhaoge. Fu Enchu frowned slightly, raising her sword to meet Fang Kan's. Vast and mighty while also possessing a vigorous aura that resembled one with the heavens and the earth, the sword instantly caused Fang Kan's eyelids to twitch. What a brilliant sword, Dao, but your cultivation base is inferior to mine. The radiance condensed on his palm turned from silvery white to jade green, circulating amidst the great sea as Fu Enchu's limitless heavenly sword missed. The jade light still shot towards Yan Zhaoge. Sword in her right hand, Fu Enchu flipped her left palm, purplish-red flames leaping about, instantly forming a sea of flames which still shot towards the jade light. Numerous essence talismans transformed into numerous spirit arrays, coming together to form a white altar which enveloped Fu Enchu's body, causing her attacks to grow fiercer with her left palm and her right sword. Still, there were many damaged areas on the white altar, causing it to appear rather mottled. However, even though she had yet to recover from her injuries, Fu Enchu still did not change her stubborn personality as she replaced defense with offense, blocking Fang Can's spirit rhino palm that was aimed at Yan Zhaoge. So you are injured. This only shows that you overestimate your abilities. Fang Can's face was expressionless as his palm changed, no longer going for the nimble route as it instead directly descended towards Fu Enchu with a palm. Streams of radiance guarded Fang Can's body, instantly transforming into the image of a giant. It was precisely the true martial avatar that Fang Can had cultivated after stepping into the transcending mortality stage. His cultivation base was higher than Fu Enchu's in the first place, and Fu Enchu's old injuries had yet to fully recover. As they clashed head-on, Fu Enchu instantly emitted a muffled groan. Just as Fang Can was about to increase his power a step further, a palm suddenly extended from the side, also clapping towards his spirit rhino palm, its momentum majestic as it resembled the sky itself. An early essence talisman martial saint can possess such strength? No wonder Hong, and the others fell to the hands of this little beast. While Fang Can was shocked, he did not hesitate in the slightest. He looked coldly at the attacking Yan Zhaoge. I'm not afraid to tell you that even if the evil saint appears, he will still not be able to protect you. What I have done is what I have done. I don't mind admitting it. For example, your son was killed by me. Yan Zhaoge said mildly, while it does not affect the final result, it was not done by me. Don't try to frame me for it. Usually, those who slander me don't have a good ending. Chapter 5:16. Fang Can was angered to the point of laughing, shameless boasting. After laughing, his gaze turned even colder. Whether or not you are a descendant of the evil saint, this old man will still slay you with my palm today. The spirit rhino avatar formed of his martial true intent had no eyes on its face, only having a single vertical eye on its forehead. As this eye opened, it seemed to penetrate through the heavens and the earth, viewing all the profundities of one's heart. Looking at Fang Can, Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly. His attainments in this spirit rhino palm are also much stronger than his son's. They are truly not on the same level. Having stepped into the transcending mortality stage many years ago, Fang Can's cultivation base was already stronger than Yan Zhaoge's. As he flashed his spirit rhino avatar at this moment, Yan Zhaoge and Fu Enchu were like transparent before him. Let alone the changes in martial arts, even a single thought of his was vaguely seen through by Fang Can's. Yan Zhaoge had many methods to deal with Fang Zhaohong's spirit rhino palm, but they all seemed rather futile when used against Fang Can's. Facing Fang Zhaohong, Yan Zhaoge could be unafraid of being seen through as he could directly suppress him head-on with his overwhelming power. However, with his opponent being Fang Can, the difference in pure strength between the two sides would be reversed. Forcibly clashing with him would only be seeking trouble for himself. Facing Fang Zhaohong, Yan Zhaoge could strengthen his various variations to the maximum, such that Fang Zhaohong would be completely unable to predict them. However, Fang Can's spirit rhino avatar was able to project the variations of Yan Zhaoge's various techniques. Facing Fang Zhaohong, Yan Zhaoge executed the ocean-stabilizing spirit fist, his mind as deep as the deep ocean as no ripples arose as Fang Zhaohong was completely unable to detect the changes within at all. However, Fang Can was still able to find some clues from within. This was also where Fang Can's confidence in taking down Yan Zhaoge lay. The difference in their cultivation bases was just too great. Still, Fang Can was also secretly shocked. Just an early essence talisman cultivation base, if Yan Zhaoge's cultivation base was a little higher, would his spirit rhino avatar still be able to see through him? Fang Can didn't even dare to think further on this question. Speaking of which, a transcending mortality martial grandmaster should clearly be able to kill an early essence talisman martial grandmaster with a casual slap of his. Why had it become like this? The surrounding vast ocean world martial practitioners did not interfere as they just stared dazedly at this scene. While he had already seen Yan Zhaoge's strength before, facing the transcending mortality martial grandmaster Fang Zhuan, he actually still had the strength to retaliate. He still felt it to be inconceivable. However, that was as far as he could go. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Zhang Haocheng, Li Sheng, and the others all felt rather regretful. The most frightening thing for a person with astonishing talent was to provoke someone who was much stronger than him before he had truly matured, and as a result, die prematurely. Yan Zhaoge was the strongest genius they had ever seen. Sadly, having encountered the full power of the transcending mortality Fang Can at the early essence talisman stage, his future had been extinguished prematurely. As the martial practitioners of the vast ocean world saw it, even if Yan Zhaoge's cultivation base was a little higher, he would still have a chance of escaping if he met with the upper threshold. However, with how young Yan Zhaoge was, he really couldn't ask for more. It was just a pity that he didn't know how far he would be able to reach in the future. Fang Can also had the same thought in his mind. Therefore, he was even more decisive in his actions. Such an enemy with limitless potential must not be left alive. Yan Zhaoge's expression was very calm as he gazed heavily at Fang Can, not panicked in the slightest. It was fine if his method of dealing with Fang Zhaohong was useless. There were still plenty of other methods. Yan Zhaoge suddenly laughed, his usually calm gaze suddenly turning manic. The vertical eye between the brows of Fang Can's spirit rhino avatar flickered, its radiance also turning chaotic. Huh? Staring at Yan Zhaoge, Fang Can felt greatly curious, because he suddenly discovered that projecting the variations in Yan Zhaoge's techniques in his thoughts was no longer as easy as before. The originally orderly state before him suddenly became chaotic and disorderly at this moment, crazed and unbridled. It was as if a normal person had suddenly become a madman. For a normal person, you could analyze them based on the bits and pieces of their daily life, deducing what they were thinking about and summarizing their patterns. However, for a madman, it would be very hard for you to understand what exactly he was thinking and what he would do at a given moment. This was what Fang Can was currently feeling, innumerable threads tangled together as it was hard to find any clues within. Even Fu Enshu, noticing the changes in Yan Zhaoge by the side, was exceptionally bemused. A rather distorted, frenzied smile appeared on Yan Zhaoge's face. Within his heart, there was still a final trace of clarity, just that it was concealed amidst his madness as Fang Can was still unable to see through it. One of the 6 spirits' demonic fists, the Qilin demonic fist. The Qilin, a beast of virtue, was upright and authoritative, suppressing all evil, being the most upright. However, the Qilin demonic fist was the exact opposite, walking the most frenzied, most violent path as it was even more frenzied than the other fist arts of the 6 spirits' demonic fist. However, amidst the frenzy, it conformed with the laws of the heavens as it possessed great power, resembling that violent power of destruction when all things lost their order. It was just that this fist art was not to Yan Zhaoge's liking. Therefore, while Yan Zhaoge occasionally dabbled in the other fist arts of the 6 spirits' demonic fist, this Qilin demonic fist was cast aside. However, this did not mean that Yan Zhaoge was not proficient in this fist art. Currently, while Yan Zhaoge was still using martial arts like the heavenly broad creed palm, his mental state had changed from the calmness of the ocean stabilizing spirit fist to the frenzied chaos of the Qilin demonic fist. Fang Can had been wholeheartedly projecting the thoughts of Yan Zhaoge and Fu Enshu as well as the changes in their techniques. Due to Yan Zhaoge's sudden chaos, he had nearly been dragged into it as well. His mind seemed to have suddenly sprouted a bunch of weeds as he felt incomparably vexed. Fang Can snorted coldly, stabilizing his mind as he patiently began to unravel the cocoon. Gradually, unceasingly sorting through the chaos and dispelling the bewildering fog, he finally saw that final trace of clarity and rationality within Yan Zhaoge's mind. "There is no point in dragging things out," Fang Can said with an icy expression on his face. "The person you are waiting for will not be able to come." As if to prove his judgment, everyone suddenly felt intense fluctuations of power emanating from the distance. Two auras that were even more powerful than Fang Can's clashed intensely in the direction of the distant bewildering maze sea, the aftershocks of their collision affecting the deep sea corridor. One of the streaks of sword chi revealed its sharpness as a voice resounded from the distance, "Evil Saint, you have indeed arrived." Everyone was very familiar with that sword chi. That was the Sword Dao legacy of Myriad Sword Pool of the Seven Pillars of Good. That powerful force originated from the sacred artifact of Myriad Sword Pool, the floating sinking sword. Hearing the voice, the expressions of the vast ocean world martial practitioners present all changed somewhat as they simultaneously looked towards Yan Zhaoge and Fu Enshu. Their originally dubious attitudes all changed slightly now. Could they really be of the sacred evil sect? Fang Can struck out towards Yan Zhaoge with a palm. "If this old man wants to kill you, how would I not be on guard against the evil saint?" It was precisely for this moment that I specifically invited the floating sinking sword of Myriad Sword Pool to come out. Seeing that Fang Can had already seen through the profundities of the Qilin demonic fist, Yan Zhaoge immediately ceased his cultivation technique, his gaze regaining its calm and rationality. "It was not him that I was waiting for," Yan Zhaoge smiled leisurely. Yan Zhaoge smiled leisurely. With just a thought, the deep sea corridor began shaking intensely, as though some powerful existence was currently awakening. Chapter 5:17. Yan Zhaoge did not look forward to the appearance of the evil saint at all. On the contrary, Yan Zhaoge was currently laughing coldly within his heart. "Ha, this evil saint is up to no good, wanting to use me as a spear to fish in troubled waters." In this world, other than Fu Enshu, it was naturally the sacred evil sect itself who knew best whether Yan Zhaoge was a descendant of the sacred evil sect, especially their chief, the evil saint Lin Qiancheng. If he made a move now, it would be equivalent to him being a hindrance to them, making Yan Zhaoge the scapegoat. Yan Zhaoge just glanced out of the corner of his eye and met the gazes of Water Crystal Palace's Zhang Haocheng, Elder Dong, and the others, knowing that they who had originally been dubious were now 70 to 80% convinced. Watching Yan Zhaoge and Fang Can's clash now, those of the forces of evil increasingly looked like they were watching a good show. Meanwhile, those of the forces of good looked at Yan Zhaoge even more warily and warily. As they saw it, a proud and flamboyant person like Yan Zhaoge would generally disdain disguising himself. However, if he intentionally denied and concealed his identity as a descendant of the sacred evil sect, that meant that he definitely had a greater, more sinister plot. Fang Can roared coldly, "Crooked devils, the facts are all there, not allowing you to quibble. We have long since been prepared. Today shall be the day of your death." Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Zhang Haocheng and the others felt uneasy even as they muttered to themselves. The deep sea corridor shook intensely at this moment, a powerful aura seemingly awakening from a deep slumber. Everyone simultaneously gazed at that water vein condensed of sweet pouring raindrops, able to feel that the powerful fluctuations originated precisely from there. Fang Can's gaze was stern as the vertical eye on the forehead of his spirit rhino avatar looked over, yet was unable to see through the radiance within the water vein. It was just that he vaguely realized something from that powerful aura. A bad feeling arose within Fang Can's heart. Who is that? The Lord of Water Crystal Palace, the 9 dragon fingers of the Blood Dragon sect, the chief of the Dragon Slayer sect, or soul-shocking box of soul-shocking island? Could it be that everything has been a trap from the start? Fang Can was shocked and uncertain. However, feeling that that power seemed to be in the midst of awakening from its slumber, he was unwilling to retreat just like that. With an enraged roar, his palms transformed into an all-encompassing jade light, condensing into a single line, bypassing Yan Zhaoge and Fu Enshu who had always been fighting with him, shooting towards that pure white water vein. Yan Zhaoge's expression was composed as he attacked from the side with a palm, saying mildly, "It's the evil saint over at the bewildering maze sea? I don't know. As for me, I don't need anyone else to do anything. You can't do anything to me." Fang Can's palm suddenly changed, sweeping towards Yan Zhaoge once more. The attack on the water vein just now was clearly a diversion. Regardless of what was in the water vein, Fang Can was already prepared to retreat and observe the situation. With only a single strike, Fang Can's target was naturally Yan Zhaoge who had killed his son. This time, he attacked with all his strength. The green light condensed into a line, and its speed was so fast that almost no one could see the trajectory of the green light. Hallucinations even appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was as if the world in front of them was distorting, and everything was being absorbed by the green light, turning into a thin line. Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change as he even had the leisure to smile at Zhang Haocheng, Li Sheng, and the others. "As I said earlier, I came to the deep-sea corridor because I have something to do." Amidst his words, that water vein formed of the sweet pouring raindrops shook mightily. Amidst the radiance, a figure flew out from within, arriving before Yan Zhaoge in an instant. The jade light formed of Fang Can's palm force attempted to bypass this figure. However, that figure raised his palm, spreading his fingers as it seemed to encompass the jade sea of the heavens, vast to the point of being boundless. The jade light evaded left and right, yet was unable to bypass this person's palm, finally mightily striking it. The figure swayed slightly, but seemed completely unaffected. Fang Can stared, seeing that it was shockingly a stone statue. Broken rocks unceasingly fell off the surface of the stone statue, not having been injured by Fang Can's palm force, instead having fallen off naturally. The stone skin shattered and fell off, revealing a white jade-like skin that emitted a smooth luster. Everyone exclaimed in shock in unison. That terrifying power to the extreme originated from this terrifying body. The stone statue was that of an old man with a thin face. However, accompanied by the unceasing falling of the stone skin, his features rapidly became younger, showing signs of returning to his youth as he finally appeared to be similar in age to Yan Zhaoge. When the stone skin had completely shattered and fallen off, the figure of a youth was revealed, his features handsome and his figure tall. Yan Zhaoge roared, "Command!" A strange light flickered within this youth's pupils, each condensing into a rune that was exactly the same as the true essence talisman that Yan Zhaoge had formed when he had stepped into the essence talisman martial grandmaster realm. The light talisman vanished in a flash. This youth roared towards the heavens, directly breaking through the vast sea and shaking the 9 heavens. His incomparably powerful will and power shocked even the floating sinking sword and the evil saint who were battling intensely in the distant bewildering maze sea. Yan Zhaoge smiled coldly as he looked at the stunned Fang Can. "Whatever the evil saint is, it has nothing to do with me. Did I say that I was waiting for him? What I was waiting for was this clone of mine." Within the barrier of the bewildering maze sea, the stone statue that Yan Zhaoge had obtained was shockingly the mortal shell of a martial saint expert who had passed away in meditation. This martial saint expert had been exceptionally talented and had also cultivated in a special cultivation art such that after his death, all of his power had been sealed within his mortal shell as not the slightest bit of his aura leaked out. Death and death were reborn, the two extremities reversed as life and death converged at a single point. While this person himself could not be revived, his old, decaying fleshly body had returned to its youth, resembling the nascent embryo of a newborn infant. Finally, this unique miraculous body that was blessed by the heavens was created. It was both a mortal shell and a spirit embryo. If other martial saints obtained this mortal shell, they would be able to refine it into their clone, being born as a martial saint, tyrannical to the extreme. While Yan Zhaoge was not a martial saint, he cultivated in the peerless heavenly scripture. Myriad phenomena returning to their original state, without beginning and without end, without before and without after, he could accomplish miracles that other martial grandmasters could not. After having stepped into the essence talisman martial grandmaster realm, having been completely cleansed by the purest and purest sweet pouring raindrops under the heavens, he would refine this spirit embryo into his clone. In having hurried to the deep-sea corridor, Yan Zhaoge had not intended to seek help from anyone from the very beginning. His preparations were his own methods. With just a thought on Yan Zhaoge's part, the figure before him raised his right hand into a fist, punching out towards Fang Can. While he was bare-handed, as he punched out, it was like a great spear stabbing forward, wanting to directly penetrate the great sea and the blue skies. Where the spear pointed, it was like a massive rock spreading its wings, soaring above the 9 heavens. The roiling Jade Sea was directly ripped apart, the horizon that was connected to the Jade Sea seemingly breaking apart as well at this moment. Northern Ocean Divine Spear, rock ascending 9 heavens. Northern Ocean Martial Saint Zhuang Kun. So it's him. After having struck out with that palm of his, Fang Can had already begun retreating, not waiting to see the results. Seeing that his palm had failed, he knew that things were bad. Now, seeing this spear that penetrated the heavens and the earth, Fang Can was greatly shocked as he saw that spear that resembled a great rock spreading its wings, instantly arriving before him. He had executed a supreme martial art, spiritual light flashing, yet had still been caught up by this spear. Chapter 518. In Fang Can's memories, purely in terms of speed, amongst the known martial arts of the vast ocean world, there was only the Northern Ocean Martial Saint Zhuang Kun's Northern Ocean Divine Spear, which possessed a godly speed akin to a rock spreading its wings and soaring into the heavens, comparable to his Spirit Rhino Island's spiritual light flash. Ever since the Northern Ocean Martial Saint Zhuang Kun had gone missing, believed to have perished, and the Northern Ocean Divine Spear had been lost, the spiritual light of Spirit Rhino Island had appeared, unparalleled in the vast ocean world in terms of speed. But today, the sharpness of the Northern Ocean Divine Spear had once again appeared in the world. Fang Can looked at the spear coming at him in disbelief. Although it was just a shell, it was still the shell of a martial sage. How could it be refined into a clone by a martial grandmaster? Helpless, Fang Can forcibly received the spear of Yan Zhaoge's clone with a palm, the qi and blood of his entire body roiling. He still can't compare to a true martial saint, but he has already reached the peak of the extraordinary realm and is only a step away from becoming a martial saint. Fang Can's heart was heavy, but, however, he could vaguely feel that this was because Yan Zhaoge's clone had just been refined. With the passage of time, this avatar would soon be able to reproduce the glory of the Northern Dark North Martial Saint Zhuang Kun in the past. Even now, the power of this attack was difficult for Fang Can to withstand. He didn't dare to stay any longer. His figure flickered, borrowing the recoil from his collision with the Northern Underworld Divine Spear. He was about to once again use the flash of inspiration movement technique, quickly fleeing far away from this place. As Yan Zhaoge had said, even if no one interfered, he would not fear Fang Can. Fang Can's figure had just moved when a 7-colored radiance suddenly shone above his head. Looking up, he saw a huge majestic stone pillar smashing down on his head. Standing on the pillar of the Divine Palace, Yan Zhaoge roared as a powerful sealing force pressured down towards Fang Can's. As Fang Can had no intention of resisting at all. Right now, he only wanted to escape. He clenched his teeth, and the vertical eye on the forehead of his rhino form flickered with radiance. His huge body turned into a wisp of green light, and like a swimming fish, he constantly searched for the weak points of the sealing power of the Divine Palace's pillars and escaped. The pillar of the Divine Palace had not completely fallen yet. He really did find a gap and wanted to escape from the inescapable net. Yet, obstructed by the pillar of the Divine Palace, Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone had already transformed into a great rock, domineeringly chasing after him. The great rock spread its wings, splitting the sky and splitting the sea. With a flap of its wings, it sent Fang Can back into the range of the pillar. As the pillar of the divine palace descended, the jade light revealed Fang Can's figure once more. He stared at Yan Zhaoge with eyes seemingly on the verge of imploding. "Little thief, you." Yan Zhaoge's expression was cold and indifferent. "You want to kill me, and I also want to kill you. Let's see who dies first." Fang Can took a deep breath and shouted sternly, "All right, give me your life, little thief." Amidst his loud roar, this chief of Spirit Rhino Island, who was ranked amongst the top 10 transcending mortality experts, simply stopped running as his entire body erupted with power, shooting ferociously towards Yan Zhaoge. A spirit bead flew up from the top of his head. The spirit bead shone brightly as if it was reflecting a myriad of scenes in an instant. Numerous silhouettes were projected around Yan Zhaoge, attacking him from all directions. That spiritual pearl was obviously an extremely high-quality spiritual weapon. The treasure of Spirit Rhino Island, the Spirit Rhino Orb, surpassed even Fang Zhaohong's Jade Light Mirror, as it was an elite amongst high-grade spirit artifacts. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge paid it no heed as he laughed lightly, drawing out a dark green bamboo branch from within his sleeve. While the bamboo branch looked ordinary and unremarkable, it was precisely a treasure that Yan Zhaoge had personally forged. When Yan Zhaoge had been a spirit vessel martial grandmaster that year, the bamboo branch had had 3 segments. Now, however, it had grown once more, seeming as though it could grow on its own as it had turned into 4 segments. Yan Zhaoge tossed it lightly, the dark green bamboo branch landing in the hands of the Northern Ocean clone. The Northern Ocean clone picked up the bamboo branch, swinging it towards the Spirit Rhino Orb above Fang Can's head. As the two sides collided, the Spirit Rhino Orb instantly emitted a mournful wail as it was sent flying. Greatly shocked, Fang Can hurriedly kept the Spirit Rhino Orb. Lowering his head, he saw that a thin crack had appeared on the orb, causing him great heartache. He looked disbelievingly at Yan Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone, staring unblinkingly at that dark green bamboo branch. No spiritual chi or power fluctuations could be felt from the bamboo branch at all, as it seemed completely ordinary and unremarkable no matter how one looked at it. However, it was precisely this ordinary bamboo branch that had directly caused a crack to appear on his high-grade spirit artifact, the Spirit Rhino Orb. While the Spirit Rhino Orb did not seem like pure weapons like sabers, swords, and armor, as a high-grade spirit artifact, it was naturally made of extraordinary materials. How could it possibly be so weak? Even other ordinary high-grade spirit artifacts might not be able to leave such a clear crack on the surface of the Spirit Rhino Orb with just a single strike. Fang Can could only feel that the strange things he had encountered today were more than he had in the previous half of his life, completely toppling his understanding of this world. The Northern Ocean clone was unforgiving as he raised the 4-foot-long bamboo branch in his hand, using it as a spear as he executed another Northern Ocean divine spear, stabbing straight towards Fang Can, wanting to pierce a hole through him. Fang Can's figure shifted, his body seemingly instantly transforming into countless silhouettes. However, beneath the spear of the Northern Ocean clone, he advanced courageously, sweeping through all that stood in his way as the silhouettes shattered one after another. The seawater of the nearby region of sea had already been shattered by the power of the two sides, a vacuum having been cleared out. The pillar of the divine palace hovered in mid-air, streams of 7-colored radiance resembling silk hanging downwards as they enveloped the surrounding area, resembling a cage. Fang Can resembled a beast trapped in a cage as he was forced to engage in a life-and-death struggle. He felt stifled to the extreme. The Northern Ocean Marshal Saint Zhuangquan had not left behind any legacies, all of his aura having been retracted within the remnant embryo. After Yan Zhaoge had taken the stone statue away, no traces of it had been left behind at all. When Fang Can had arrived at that foreign dimension afterwards, he had found it completely empty. If he had known that Yan Zhaoge possessed a martial saint corpse, even if he did not believe that a martial grandmaster would be able to refine it, Fang Can would still have been much more cautious. Now, however, he had slammed headfirst into a metal plate, his head bleeding profusely. Fang Can had not thought that Yan Zhaoge would still have other methods besides the martial saint corpse, actually making it impossible for him to flee even if he wanted to. This transcending mortality martial grandmaster's arrogance and ferocity were stimulated as he abruptly erupted, ignoring the attacks of the Northern Ocean clone towards him as he instead shot viciously towards Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm as the Northern Ocean clone's techniques changed, becoming swift and vigorous. The Kuanpeng was a Kuan in water, a Peng out of water, and a Kuan fish in its transformation, its body being several thousand kilometers long as it was massive beyond compare. The extreme speed of the great Peng, the immense strength of the Kuan fish, the majesty of its strength could be counted on one's fingers. Northern Ocean Divine Spear, Northern Ocean Fish. The majestic, tyrannical force directly shattered Fang Can's spirit rhino avatar. Fang Can's entire body shook intensely as he spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes glaring as he ignored everything else and still shot towards Yan Zhaoge. From the looks of it, he was clearly going all out. Yan Zhaoge roared loudly, the light of thunder flickering within his right eye as he traversed space in an instant. An instant's thunder. Fang Can was greatly shocked. He did not want to perish together with Yan Zhaoge. However, he could not retreat now as he could only grit his teeth and advance. Boom! Fang Can suffered another heavy blow as the terrifying thunderbolts directly pierced through his body. However, Fang Can's palm had also arrived before Yan Zhaoge, wanting to kill him. Who knew that a small black incense burner would suddenly appear within Yan Zhaoge's hand, blocking Fang Can's palm? The majestic palm force was like a clay ox entering the sea, vanishing without a trace. Fang Can stared, "You." "I what?" Yan Zhaoge's expression was indifferent as jade light flickered in his other empty hand, the roar of a dragon emerging from the green abyss sword. "If you had known that this would happen, don't come and mess with me." Chapter 5:19. Looking at the earth-devouring burner in Yan Zhaoge's hands, Fang Can felt a chill within his heart. The Northern Ocean clone gave him too much pressure, causing him to be unable to deduce Yan Zhaoge's thoughts. As the various scenes of their earlier clash flashed through his mind, Fang Can discovered that he had fallen into a great net that Yan Zhaoge had woven, being trapped in his own cocoon step by step. The fact that both sides were injured, that both sides could perish together, that both sides were fighting with their lives on the line, was all an illusion. Yan Zhaoge had finished weaving the net, waiting for him to crash into it himself. The green abyss sword transformed into an azure dragon and pierced through Fang Can's chest with a roar. Behind him, Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone had shockingly already arrived just inches away once more. The shadow of death shrouded Fang Can's heart, but he was even more unwilling. The surrounding vast ocean world martial practitioners all watched this scene in shock as well. He had originally thought that it would be Yan Zhaoge who would die young as a genius, falling at the hands of a transcending mortality martial grandmaster. Never would he have thought that in the end, it would actually be Fang Can who would be fighting like a cornered beast. And now, this transcending mortality martial grandmaster was shockingly about to perish at Yan Zhaoge's hands. The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners were all completely dumbfounded as they had never imagined that the situation would actually turn out like this. Their island lord had personally taken action, yet he had actually ended up in such a state. "Don't mess around." A Spirit Rhino Island disciple said with a trembling voice, "Our Spirit Rhino Island is one of the 7 pillars of the good Tao. By killing our chief, you are destroying yourself from the good Tao of the world. No matter how it usually is, when it comes to fighting against the demonic path, we, the righteous path, will always be united." Hearing these words, the people of Water Crystal Palace, the Spirit Returning Sect, the Blazing Winds Sect and the other forces of good all frowned, none of them willing to be the scapegoat for others. However, the gazes with which they looked at Yan Zhaoge were also filled with vigilance and judgment. With the evil saint seemingly blocking myriad sword pool for Yan Zhaoge, those of the forces of good could not help but suspect Yan Zhaoge's identity and stance. Even if Yen Zhaoge did not originate from the sacred evil sect, him slaying the chief of Spirit Rhino Island would undoubtedly be detrimental to the forces of good while benefiting the 6 evil sects. Looking at Yen Zhaoge, Elder Dong and the others of Water Crystal Palace were all rather hesitant. Hearing his words, Yen Zhaoge seemed like he was smiling whilst also not as he glanced at that Spirit Rhino Island disciple, his gaze causing them to feel a chill run down their spines. No matter what happens to me in the future, it is not something that your Spirit Rhino Island can decide. If you have the time to spare, think about what happens to yourselves in the future. Yen Zhaoge laughed lightly, swiveling his head to look at Fang Kansas. Fang Kan coughed out a mouthful of fresh blood, his entire body covered in wounds. However, his expression calmed as he said coldly, "If you dare to kill me, just wait for the encirclement of Water Crystal Palace, Myriad Sword Pool and the Blood Dragon sect. At most, this old man will just leave first and wait for you down below." Before he had finished speaking, a boom resounded as Fang Kan's head was smashed apart by a single punch of Yen Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone. His entire body turned into a rain of blood and exploded in the air. "So what if I kill you?" Yen Zhaoge said mildly, "Why wouldn't I dare?" Looking at Yen Zhaoge, the surrounding vast ocean world martial practitioners all felt a chill within their hearts. They had originally thought that defeating Zhang Haocheng and Li Sheng in a single move would be the mark of this youth shocking the world with a single brilliant feat. Who knew that on that very same day, he would actually slay Fang Kan, the chief of Spirit Rhino Island of the 7 Pillars of Good and ranked 7th amongst the top 10 transcending mortality experts. This was already not just shocking the world with a single brilliant feat, but rather earth-shattering and heaven-shocking. The name of Yen Zhaoge would definitely resound throughout the entire vast ocean world after this day, being known by all, known by all. Elder Dong and Zhang Haocheng of Water Crystal Palace exchanged looks, their hearts both feeling rather heavy. Such brutal, ruthless, and unbridled methods truly seem like those of the forces of evil. That's not really the case. He has already killed Fang Zhaohong, sowing blood enmity with Fang Kan with their irreconcilable enmity. At the end of the day, both sides will have to come to an end. Even if someone mediates between them, they will be able to endure it for a time, but not for a lifetime. What exactly is his relationship with the sacred evil sect? If he really is someone of the forces of evil, the impact would be too great. Now, I instead feel that he is not of the forces of evil. With that clone and such great power, if we were to suddenly kill him in the midst of a great battle with evil, it would not be just Fang Kan alone who would die. While those of the forces of good felt uneasy, those of the forces of evil were similarly not having it easy. Elder Yu of the Dragon Slayer sect gazed unblinkingly at Yen Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone. Such a force was too great as it might even affect the overall situation of the vast ocean world. Looking at Yen Zhaoge, Li Sheng shook his head slightly, asking Elder Yu, "When will Master arrive?" Elder Yu answered, "He will be arriving soon. I have received news that the Soul Shocking Box has similarly left Soul Shocking Island. It seems like the chief of Water Crystal Palace and the 9 dragon fingers of the Blood Dragon sect have both left their seclusion as well." He sighed, they had no choice but to come. If they did not, the heavens might change. The focus of everyone's attention, Yen Zhaoge, currently had a calm expression on his face as though he had done something insignificant. Yen Zhaoge ignored the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners who were dazed like wooden chickens by the side, instead swiveling his head to look at Fu Enshu, smiling, "I caused Senior Apprentice Ant to be injured earlier, yet still obstruct the enemy and buy time with me." Fu Enshu had already regained her wits now, but the shocked expression on her face had yet to fade completely as she clicked her tongue in wonder as she looked at Yen Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone. "It's nothing much. Instead, it was you who really let me watch a good show. It was truly marvelous." So this was the true foundation of that stone statue. Yen Zhaoge nodded, "That's right." Looking at the Northern Ocean clone, he smiled, "Senior Apprentice Ant, this show is still not over yet." Saying thus, Yen Zhaoge let out a clear roar. The Northern Ocean clone shot into the skies, his true essence sweeping along Yan Zhaoge and Fu Enshu as he was instantly far away. His direction, the bewildering Maze Sea. The vast ocean world martial practitioners present all came to their senses. Elder Dong and the others grit their teeth, simply following him. Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone resembled a great rock, traversing 1,000 li in an instant. Over at the bewildering Maze Sea, the two sides who had originally already been paying some attention to the battle situation in the deep sea corridor immediately detected the approach of Yan Zhaoge's group. Feeling that powerful aura of the Northern Ocean clone, whether it was the chief of Myriad Sword Pool Yan Gang who wielded the floating sinking sword or the evil saint Lin Qiancheng, their movements instantly slowed greatly. This was especially so for the chief of Myriad Sword Pool Yan Gang who was extremely wary of Yan Zhaoge's group as he even had the intention of withdrawing and retreating. While he possessed the floating sinking sword, facing Lin Qiancheng and Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone alone, only death awaited him. Still, what caused Yan Gang's heart to jolt slightly was the fact that the Lin Qiancheng before him seemed not to have the intention of entangling him and waiting for Yan Zhaoge to attack together with him as he instead seemed to have the intention of giving up. The next moment, Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone had already arrived before him. He extended his arms, one in front and one behind, resembling a great spear as he stabbed straight out. Streams of golden and black light congregated, forming an incomparably massive silhouette which bobbed and sank between the heavens and the earth, rising and falling, swift and vigorous. Its target was the evil saint Lin Qiancheng. Chapter 520. First kill a righteous cultivator, then kill a devil cultivator. Yan Zhaoge had never considered such a thought, nor did he need to. Yan Zhaoge snorted disdainfully at Fang Can's words that he would be surrounded and attacked by Water Crystal Palace, Myriad Sword Pool and the Blood Dragon sect. The righteous and evil sides were in a stalemate, and his existence could break this stalemate. Because of Fang Zhaohong's death, he had fought with Fang Kansas. But before he could confirm that he truly stood on the side of the demonic path, the other righteous path sects would have to be extremely cautious. Otherwise, they would have given the demonic path a chance for nothing. There could only be one reason why Yan Zhaoge had targeted the evil saint Lin Qiancheng. In appearing here, while it seemed like he was expressing goodwill and lending a helping hand to Yan Zhaoge, he was actually pushing the blame of being from the sacred evil sect onto Yan Zhaoge's head. His ulterior motives were as clear as day as it was equivalent to him having tricked Yan Zhaoge, forcing him to stand on his side. Even as he stirred up the waters, Yan Zhaoge deeply suspected that Lin Qiancheng himself had some sort of special plan in wanting to fish in troubled waters. Perhaps as Lin Qiancheng saw it, while Yan Zhaoge possessed shocking potential and strength, he was still only at the 6th or 7th level of the martial grandmaster realm at the end of the day. Faced with Myriad Sword Pool and Spirit Rhino Island going all out, he would still be unable to resist them at the end of the day. Even if he was dissatisfied, he could only join the demonic Tao in order to not die in Fang Can's hands. However, he didn't expect that when he forced a snake into its hole, it wasn't a grass snake, but a true dragon. Having refined the Northern Ocean clone, an early essence talisman martial grandmaster, Yan Zhaoge, had directly counterkilled a transcending mortality martial grandmaster, Fang Can of the 7 great heavyweights of good. He had originally thought that this was a pawn that could be cultivated and used, but it turned out to be someone who was on the same level as him in terms of strength. As a result, tragedy befell Fang Can, and Lin Qiancheng did not have it easy either. He immediately realized the consequences of what he had done. Trust me, I don't like to hold grudges, really. Yan Zhaoge smiled coldly as he looked at Lin Qiancheng. If there is any enmity that can be avenged on the spot, I will do so on the spot. A gentleman does not bear grudges that have been kept for a long time, right? You tricked me, so I naturally have to get back at you. I don't know what you're planning, but I'm going to ruin it for you. Yan Zhaoge smiled coldly. With but a thought, the Northern Ocean clone directly stabbed out with his spear towards Lin Qiancheng. Lin Qiancheng's entire body was enveloped in a black fog, his two eyes bright like starlight. There was no sound coming from the black fog. Only the star-like eyes flashed slightly. Streams of black qi suffused the air, blocking Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone's attack while he himself rapidly fled into the distance. The true essence of both sides clashed in the air. It seemed lively, but Lin Qiancheng was bent on retreating, and the two sides did not engage in a true battle of life and death. Such an action, in the eyes of others, inevitably gave rise to many speculations. Those who had already been suspicious of Yan Zhaoge in the first place grew even more suspicious, feeling that Lin Qiancheng was intentionally helping Yan Zhaoge, the two of them acting. The chief of Myriad Sword Pool, Yan Gang, was a little hesitant as he did not dare to wield the floating sinking sword with all his might, lest he fall into a trap as he guarded against Yan Zhaoge and Lin Qiancheng suddenly joining forces to attack him. Like this, Lin Qiancheng was a martial saint at the end of the day. As he did not linger in battle as he only wanted to flee, Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone having just been refined would be hard-pressed to keep him there despite its great speed. However, Yan Zhaoge was not despondent as a thoughtful expression instead appeared on his face. Looking at Lin Qiancheng's departing figure, Yan Zhaoge suddenly laughed. "You cultivate in the illusory shadow demonic art, right? Its power is indeed unordinary, its variations unpredictable, making it hard for others to see through your foundation. Like an illusory shadow, it is hard for the attacks of others to hit you." At the same cultivation level, martial practitioners who cultivate in the illusory shadow demonic art are extremely hard to kill. Even opponents who are stronger than you would be hard-pressed to kill you. In the vast ocean world, I even suspect that you are the hardest person to kill. Yan Zhaoge said leisurely, "Still, that is under normal circumstances. If this demonic art is not cultivated to the peak of the 10th level of the illusory shadow demonic art, you will be in a state of weakness for a full 9 days out of every month's 30 days. You are at the first level of the martial saint realm. Normally speaking, you should be at the 7th level of the illusory shadow demonic art, at most reaching the 8th level." Yan Zhaoge smiled rather maliciously. "When you are in a state of weakness, your devilish art will be unstable, your body even having your true essence leaking out uncontrollably, exposing your tracks. You better hide well these few days." In the distance, Lin Qiancheng's figure did not cease as he vanished into the horizon. However, the minds of all the vast ocean world martial practitioners present wavered for a moment as they seemed to have seen that lofty evil saint's entire body shake as he staggered slightly. Everyone looked at each other. Are we hallucinating? While others might have seen wrongly, Yan Gang who wielded the floating sinking sword would definitely not have seen wrongly. There was only one explanation for that. Yan Zhaoge's words were true. The spirits of all the martial practitioners of good rose slightly. Exchanging glances, Elder Dong and Zhang Haoqing of Water Crystal Palace could both see the shock in the other's eyes. Zhang Haoqing said hesitantly, "If I do not remember wrongly, all these years, when news of the evil saint has not appeared of his own accord, it seems to be on days like the 1st, 5th, 10th, 11th and 15th of the month." Elder Dong closed his eyes, earnestly recalling for a while before he opened them and nodded slowly, "That's right. On the 1st, 5th, or 10th of the month, while not all 9 days are occupied, they are within this range." Zhang Haoqing wrung his hands. "If we had not acted, we would not have known that the evil saint had been in a weakened state at the time. Otherwise, this would have been a good time to deal with him. He would not even have been able to conceal his tracks, missing out on so many opportunities for nothing." It was true that the evil saint was powerful, but what was most troublesome was that his movements were unpredictable, his thoughts hard to grasp. A Water Crystal Palace martial practitioner secretly asked via sound transmission, "Could it be yet another trap, a lie that they have colluded with?" Elder Dong said, "If it is a lie, the evil saint's actions over the long years have all been in preparation for this lie. However, as long as we are cautious enough, this lie will not have much effect." The risks far outweigh the benefits, the returns much lower than the costs. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, he sighed lightly. If it is to help this youth gain his trust, it is also completely not worth it. Zhang Haocheng looked first at Yan Zhaoge and then at the Northern Ocean clone beside him, smiling bitterly. Even if the two of them are colluding, it is also impossible for this young Master Yan to be of the sacred evil sect. He is able to speak on equal terms with any expert of this world. However, if Yan Zhaoge was not a descendant of the sacred evil sect, where did the forces of good start suspecting him from? Everyone exchanged looks, smiling bitterly. With such great strength, how could they hope for him to just sit there and wait for death when facing Fang Can? He was not a fool. Even the chief of Myriad Sword Pool, Yan Gang, felt a headache coming on. At the end of the day, it was still because Yan Zhaoge was too powerful. If such a person was confirmed to be an enemy, there would be nothing to say. They would just do what they had to do, everyone relying on their own methods. However, if it was a neutral person, forcing him to the side of evil, wouldn't that just be looking for trouble for themselves? Therefore, looking at Yan Zhaoge, they all felt their balls aching for a time. Chapter 521. Looking at the fleeing evil Saint Lin Qiancheng, Yan Zhaoge shrugged. The sacred evil sect was strange and mysterious. Not to mention the people of the righteous path, even the people of the demonic path didn't have a good relationship with them. The Dragon Slayer sect, Soul Shocking Island, and other forces of the 6 evil sects were very wary of them. Now that he had exposed Lin Qiancheng's weakness, there would be many people who had designs on him. The sacred evil sect had been established for many years, and their whereabouts were secretive. They had never encountered any great tribulations, so they definitely had a considerable family business. Whoever could swallow it up would definitely be of great benefit to them. Of course, Yan Zhaoge himself was also such a fat sheep, his entire body filled with treasures. Still, comparatively speaking, after today, those of the vast ocean world would be very cautious in having designs on him. After all, as compared to the evil saint who had been domineering for many years, Yan Zhaoge who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere was actually even more mysterious as he was unable to be seen through. Water Crystal Palace, the Spirit Returning Sect, the Blazing Winds Sect and the other forces of good could only feel their balls aching at this moment. Meanwhile, those of the Dragon Slayer Sect, Green Snake Island and the other forces of evil were currently looking at Yan Zhaoge with conflicted looks on their faces. The most embarrassed person was none other than the sect master of the 10,000 Sword Pool, Yan Gang. Of the 7 Pillars of Good, Spirit Rhino Island had always been on good terms with Myriad Sword Pool. Yan Gang had come out of seclusion this time because of Fang Can's invitation. In the end, Yan Zhaoge had virtually killed Fang Can right in front of Yan Gang. Amidst the tragedy of Spirit Rhino Island, Myriad Sword Pool had also suffered a great loss of face. If he wanted to settle the score with Yan Zhaoge, Yan Gang did not have the confidence to take him down. Soul Shocking Island's Island Master and Dragon Slayer Sect Master were both rushing over with the Soul Shocking box. Yan Gang had to be wary of them taking advantage of him. However, if Yan Gang did not stand up for Spirit Rhino Island, it would be an even greater blow to their Myriad Sword Pool's reputation, at the same time causing a rift between them and Spirit Rhino Island. Furthermore, Fang Can's death also meant that Myriad Sword Pool's alliance with Spirit Rhino Island had suffered a blow to their strength, causing them to be at a disadvantage against the other 7 Pillars of Good. In the blink of an eye, countless thoughts flashed through Yan Gang's mind. At this time, a voice came from afar. Yan Gang, are you going to continue? This old man is very happy to watch the battle. Yan Gang's expression changed slightly as he recognized the voice of one of the 6 evil paths, the Island Lord of Shocking Soul Island. Although the other party was not a martial saint, he wielded the ancestral sacred weapon, the Soul Shocking Box. His strength was extraordinary, and he was one of the top 3 of the 6 evil paths. Yan Gang gazed at Yan Zhaoge, who laughed. Don't look at me, I don't know this person either. What he is planning, everyone is clear on it. Of course, he knew that it was nothing more than to curry favor with Yan Zhaoge. With Lin Qiancheng as an example, the island master of soul-shocking island did not act rashly. He only stood far away and restrained Yan Gang. Looks of despair appeared on the faces of the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners. First, not speaking of whether Yan Gang could defeat Yan Zhaoge, under such circumstances, even if he could, Yan Gang would not be able to make a move. While the relationship between the two clans was close, no matter how shameless the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners were, they would not dare to ask Yan Gang to take on the immense risk of fighting 1 against 2 just to stand up for them. The humiliation and hatred of their island lord being killed was destined to never be washed away today. The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners were even beginning to worry about whether Yan Zhaoge might be vicious and merciless enough to finish them off. The face of the Myriad Sword Pool's sect master, Yan Gang, was as grim as still water. He seemed extremely displeased. However, only he himself would know whether he was feeling relieved, no longer having to continue being stuck between a rock and a hard place. Yan Zhaoge smiled mildly, seemingly completely ignoring the tense atmosphere before him as he walked leisurely towards the bewildering maze sea with his hands behind his back. The evil saint should have some special motives in wanting to take advantage of the situation. Because I attacked here out of his expectations, he gave up halfway. However, some clues might have been left behind. Are you not interested? Hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, the hearts of Yan Gang and the others all jolted slightly. Yan Zhaoge was not of the sacred evil sect. If Lin Qiancheng had not come here to stand up for those of his lineage, why had he specially rushed here? Just helping Yan Zhaoge to be the scapegoat was clearly not sufficient to trouble this evil saint. After all, no one had known before that Yan Zhaoge was actually powerful to such an extent that he could shake the balance of power in the vast ocean world. In that case, Lin Qiancheng's actions were truly thought-provoking. Amidst their thoughts, they followed Yan Zhaoge's footsteps, moving towards the interior of the bewildering maze sea. Even the powerful, terrifying aura of the chief of Soul-Shocking Island who had not appeared before them followed. The Northern Ocean clone brought Yan Zhaoge and Fu Enshu along. Yan Zhaoge paid attention to the surrounding activity. Since he knew that Lin Qiancheng cultivated in the illusory shadow demonic art, he had to be exceptionally careful. The traces he had left behind would not be easy to discover. The bewildering maze sea itself possesses the power of confusion which will eliminate many traces. Yan Zhaoge pondered slightly. Still, from the looks of it, he seems to be searching for something. While the others were dubious, they were even more tempted. Something that could cause the evil Saint Lin Qiancheng to be mesmerized by it was naturally extraordinary. Still, having been disturbed by Yan Zhaoge like this, there was naturally no need for him to search for it. Next, he would have to pay more attention to concealing his tracks, lest others take advantage of his weakness to sneak in. Seeing that there were no other clues left, Yan Zhaoge stood where he was and pondered for a while before smiling and shaking his head. He leisurely waved goodbye to the others. Everyone, I have finished what I have to do here. There is naturally no need for me to stay any longer. Let us meet again. True essence surged within the acupoints of the Northern Ocean clone, streams of light transforming into wings that unfurled, sweeping Yan Zhaoge and Fu Enshu along as they instantly flew tens of thousands of kilometers away, vanishing into the distance. The vast ocean world martial practitioners all did not know whether to laugh or to cry, their emotions complex to the extreme as they did not know what to say for a time. It was just that everyone was currently thinking about various things, all of them related to Yan Zhaoge. With his first move, he had slain the chief of Spirit Rhino Island, Fang Can, of the 7 Pillars of Good, also pointing out the weakness of the chief of the Sacred Evil Sect, Lin Qiancheng, of the 6 evil sects. Every single thing, shook the heavens beneath the heavens. What kind of changes would this mysterious youth who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere bring to the vast ocean world? Whatever the case, however, even if Yan Zhaoge vanished from this world, he had already become a legend, destined to leave behind a heavy, colorful stroke in the history books of the vast ocean world. Powerful auras approached from other directions. Everyone was jolted awake, knowing that they were the Palace Lord of Water Crystal Palace, the chief of the Blood Dragon sect and the chief of the Dragon Slayer sect who had hurried over. For a time, the numerous experts of the vast ocean world actually congregated here. Still, very quickly, the chief of the Dragon Slayer sect and the chief of Soul Shocking Island were the first to retreat, the evil martial practitioners also remaining vigilant against the forces of good as they retreated. Those of the forces of good did not pursue them. Everyone needed time to digest everything that had happened today as they had to reconsider the future development of the situation as well as their own grand plans. It was instead Yan Zhaoge himself who had stirred up a storm, who was currently feeling rather relaxed and happy. Looking at the Northern Ocean clone beside him, Yan Zhaoge was all smiles. Oh, it is indeed useful. Still, its cultivation base is much higher than mine, and controlling it requires a lot of mental effort. When this clone fights with others, it would not be so convenient for me to act myself. Fu Enshu pointed at him, showing off. Yan Zhaoge chuckled, not speaking. Chapter 522. Looking at Yan Zhaoge's lazy appearance, Fu Enshu shook her head and laughed. After laughing, Fu Enshu asked curiously, "Still, how were you able to refine the mortal shell of a martial saint as your clone while still at the martial grandmaster realm? Even with the help of that sweet pouring raindrops, it should still have been beyond my capabilities." Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change. It should be related to my essence talisman. When I cultivated to the mid-essence spirit stage, I obtained 10 spirit leaves, of which the rune inscribed on the 10th leaf was rather special. That was something that I gained from comprehending the principles of the heavens and the earth during my cultivation. It is profound beyond words, hard to describe. Still, it must have contained some sort of profound principles within, helping me to succeed today. Fu Enshu recalled, nodding slowly, "It is indeed profound. I saw your father's 10 leaves blossoming 10 flowers that year, and it was also profound and indiscernible. Still, it didn't seem to be as deep as yours." She sighed in admiration. Spirit leaves and spirit flowers are everyone's fortuitous encounters, yet also a manifestation of one's accumulated understanding of martial arts. Being able to have such a fortuitous encounter is inextricably linked to the foundation that you have normally established. Yan Zhaoge chuckled, "I think so too." Seeing his shameless look, Fu Enshu was not vexed. "Right, while I have not supervised your cultivation, I know that you have always been very hardworking." Yan Zhaoge asked, "How are your injuries, senior apprentice ant?" "I fought with someone just now. If I want to completely recover, some time will be needed," Fu Enshu said. "Instead, are we heading to Changli Mountain now?" Yan Zhaoge nodded. "That's right. Directly passing through the Spirit Rhino Sea now, we will be able to head to the Directionless Sea without any obstructions. Let alone the fact that Fang Can was already dead, even if he was still alive, he would still be powerless to stop Yan Zhaoge from bringing the Northern Ocean clone through the Spirit Rhino Sea. Changli Mountain should have already received news of what happened here in the Deep Sea Corridor and the bewildering Maze Sea. If Bai Jingkong and his wife are still around, hearing the descriptions of my appearance, they should be able to guess my identity." Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Still, from the looks of it, the higher echelons of Changli Mountain should still be tight-lipped. Senior apprentice brother Su became a guest elder there, living together with little June, for all these years. There have not been much news of them in the vast ocean world, as they were just ordinary solitary practitioners. Fu Enshu looked slightly despondent. "As you say, it has already been around 7 to 8 years since they came to the vast ocean world. I wonder how that child Yuzhen is doing now." Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge scratched his head a little. "This is really hard to say. We will only know when we have arrived at Changli Mountain." Fu, Fu, said, Fu, mountain, Yen, mountain, Li, Fu, 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 Tian, Fu, Fu, Enshu, Fu. Yen Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone transformed into a great rock, grabbing both Yen Zhaoge and Fu Enshu with its claws as it spread its wings, riding the wind and traveling at a high speed. Fu Enshu did not suffer from any turbulence. Raising his head to look at his Northern Ocean clone, Yen Zhaoge nodded slightly. The Northern Ocean martial Saint Zhuang Kun indeed possessed shocking martial prowess. Sadly, he perished midway. Otherwise, he might have had a chance to head to the world beyond worlds in the future. Yen Zhaoge was rather in favor of Zhuang Kun's martial Dao as it had its unique aspects. Now that he had become his Northern Ocean clone, he could similarly cultivate and raise his strength. Yen Zhaoge was calculating what kind of supreme martial arts he should pair with in order to allow the Northern Ocean clone to improve even more quickly. This clone already possessed the body of a martial saint. The martial arts that he had originally cultivated in had been extremely stable, as it would instead not be good for him to change and cultivate in supreme martial arts like the peerless heavenly scripture. Forcibly changing it might just be learning to walk like a child, the gains not making up for the losses. Still, it is not that there is no way. It just needs to be done slowly and gradually. As Yen Zhaoge pondered, his true martial spirit talisman appeared above his head, shining brightly. To Yen Zhaoge, there was another meaning to his ascension into the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster realm. Strange and graceful talisman characters flashed in his eyes. He raised a palm above his head before flipping it over, slapping downwards. His movements were broad, simple and heavy. At this moment, Yen Zhaoge's entire aura was different as he resembled a descended divinity. Accompanied by the flip of his palm, the heavens and the earth seemed to reverse as the sky smashed downwards. Beneath that palm, it was like the heavens were collapsing. It was precisely one of Broad Creed Mountain's 3 supreme martial arts, the Heavenly Broad Creed Palm. Still, the Heavenly Broad Creed Palm that Yen Zhaoge executed now seemed somewhat different from before. Above Yen Zhaoge's head, other than the true martial spirit talisman with the peerless heavenly scripture as its foundation, another essence talisman was shockingly gradually condensing. As this talisman manifested, the aura of Yen Zhaoge's heavenly broad creed palm rose unceasingly as it actually seemed like the heavens and the earth were about to be overturned. It was not just the heavens and the earth. All the principles of this world seemed to be reversing along with it. Yin and yang, light and darkness, cold and heat, speed and inactivity and so on appeared one after another, with the momentum of being overturned. Yen Zhaoge smiled. Broad Creed Mountain's supreme martial art, the heavenly Broad Creed Palm, had been obtained by their founder, the heaven-establishing old man Qiu Yuan, from analyzing the legacies of the Jade Clear direct lineage of pre-Great Calamity times, having been developed to this day. Meanwhile, this Jade Clear direct lineage martial art that he had unearthed was the cyclic heavenly scripture that was ranked alongside the peerless heavenly scripture and the life creation heavenly scripture. The cyclic heavenly scripture was of the orthodox direct lineage of the Jade Clear lineage, signifying the overturning of the heavens and overturning the earth. Its fundamental profundities and essential principles were not just the mere overturning of the heavens and the earth, but the reversal of 2 extremities. The principle that it researched was the essence of the power that caused even the heavens and the earth to be overturned. It could similarly be manifested in reversing yin and yang, reversing heaven and earth, intersecting movement and inactivity, reversing heat and coldness and so on and so forth. The 2 extremities that seemed opposite were instead intimately combined as one. Grasping the crux of this, a bit of power would be able to overturn the heavens and the earth, thus forming incomparable power. This was the true intent of the cyclic heavenly scripture, a powerful supreme martial art like the cyclic heavenly seal that could reign supreme over all ages, its fame resounding through the ages. In the past, the head disciple of the Jade Clear lineage's founder, the Lord of Primordial Beginning, the Lord of Broad Accomplishment, had been proficient in this art. He had also possessed a supreme treasure of the same name, the cyclic heavenly seal, which had slain countless experts in that legendary era. The current heavenly Broad Creed Palm of Broad Creed Mountain was actually a variant and derivative of the incomplete cyclic heavenly seal. When Yan Zhaoge had chosen his 3 supreme martial arts that year, he had not chosen the limitless heavenly sword that he was most familiar with or the immeasurable heavenly saber that his father cultivated instead choosing the heavenly Broad Creed Palm. It had actually been to establish a foundation for this day. While he did not cultivate in it, being proficient in the cyclic heavenly scripture had allowed Yan Zhaoge to achieve twice the results with half the effort when learning the heavenly Broad Creed Palm. Whether it was in terms of cultivation speed or comprehension of martial arts, he had far surpassed others. Now, with the foundation established by the heavenly Broad Creed Palm being converted into the cyclic heavenly seal, he would soon be able to attain minor accomplishments in it. Having stepped into the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster realm and condensed his true martial spirit talisman, Yan Zhaoge would now be able to start cultivating in other supreme martial arts besides the peerless heavenly scripture. Chapter 523. Another true martial spirit talisman was slowly condensing above his head. Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm as his breathing coincided with the principles of the heavenly Tao. Amidst his breathing, a surging power seemed to agglomerate. A person's simple breathing at any time and any place actually contained the principle of one withdrawing and one releasing, the two extremes reversing. The great Tao was simple as it contained infinite profundities. Yan Zhaoge had achieved minor success in cultivating in the cyclic heavenly scripture. Even if he did not specially circulate his martial arts, he would secretly accumulate power amidst his breathing, causing his martial arts to grow deeper and deeper. Bit by bit, his cultivation base grew stronger and stronger, as though he was cultivating at every single moment, every single instant. This was indisputably of great benefit to the increase of his cultivation base, allowing him to cultivate much faster than other martial practitioners, saving innumerable amounts of time as well. Under normal circumstances, the higher one's cultivation base, the harder it would be for them to make breakthroughs, the more time and effort they would have to expend. However, Yan Zhaoge, who had some success in cultivating in the cyclic heavenly scripture, could go against the flow, breaking through this norm. Taoism was supreme, the direct lineage of the 3 clear lineages. Whether it was the peerless heavenly scripture or the cyclic heavenly scripture, they both possessed boundless miraculous uses. As Yan Zhaoge cultivated, he was brought along by the Northern Ocean clone, traversing the Spirit Rhino Sea and heading to the Directionless Sea. At the same time, Yan Zhaoge took out that dark green bamboo branch of his, appraising it as he pondered. Perhaps it should be called a bamboo cane now. The bamboo joints had already grown to 4, each a foot long. The entire bamboo cane was now 4 feet long, having also become a little thicker than it had been initially. Even this bamboo cane could cause high-grade spirit artifacts to be unable to withstand it, having to retreat in order to avoid it. With it, mid-grade spirit artifacts could now be directly shattered into smithereens. Yan Zhaoge lightly brushed past the dark green bamboo cane, gazing at the faint purple light that flickered on its surface. After pondering for a moment, Yan Zhaoge opened the internal crystal furnace, throwing the bamboo cane within once more. Most of the mid-grade spirit artifacts that Yan Zhaoge had obtained earlier had been thrown into the internal crystal furnace, merging with this dark green bamboo cane. Now, Yan Zhaoge was going to throw in high-grade spirit artifacts. Whether it was in the 8 extremities world or the vast ocean world, high-grade spirit artifacts were extremely precious existences. Even for sacred grounds like Broad Creed Mountain, the Sacred Sun Clan, the Heavenly Thunder Hall, or even Water Crystal Palace, the Dragon Slayer Sect, Spirit Rhino Island, the Sacred Evil Sect and Changli Mountain, high-grade spirit artifacts could only barely be allocated to martial grandmasters of the Essence Talisman realm and above, with no excess. For some newly advanced early Essence Talisman Martial Grandmasters, if they were not proficient in forging artifacts themselves, they would even have to use mid-grade spirit artifacts for a period of time. And if it was an Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster amongst solitary practitioners, it was extremely rare for them to possess a high-grade spirit artifact. Being able to possess the high-grade spirit artifact, the Green Abyss Sword, while still at the Essence Spirit stage like Yan Zhaoge, was an exception amongst exceptions. While Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di unceasingly analyzed and strengthened the internal crystal furnace, they were still unable to mass-produce high-grade spirit artifacts now. Yan Zhaoge had once considered for a moment whether he should keep his high-grade spirit artifact with him. Even if he didn't use it, he could share it with others. Still, after thinking about it, Yan Zhaoge still decided to smelt it into his dark green bamboo cane. A spirit rhino orb and a jade light mirror were both thrown into the internal crystal furnace by Yan Zhaoge. The jade light mirror aside, the spirit rhino orb had been the guardian treasure of Spirit Rhino Island. In the end, following Fang Can's death, it had fallen into Yan Zhaoge's hands as well. Not just the death of their chief Fang Can, this high-grade spirit artifact having been lost was also the reason why all of Spirit Rhino Island had been so anxious, unwilling to let the matter rest. Still, Yan Zhaoge ignored them as he happily sent the spirit rhino orb into the internal crystal furnace. If the seniors of the clan find out, don't scold me for being a wastrel, treating a high-grade spirit artifact as firewood, hee. High-grade spirit artifacts possessed extremely high spirituality and also possessed majestic power, such that the internal crystal furnace was even somewhat unable to bear it as it required the assistance of the Northern Ocean clone before it could continue circulating. Just like that, Yan Zhaoge cultivated while forging treasures, being brought along by the Northern Ocean clone as they flew through the horizon. Due to him being distracted, the Northern Ocean clone did not advance quickly. Still, as a martial saint, he was incomparably swift in his movements. Even though he was moving slowly, he still very quickly traversed the Spirit Rhino Sea, arriving at the Directionless Sea. As they neared the border between the Directionless Sea and the Spirit Rhino Sea, Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered slightly. A few figures appeared indistinctly up ahead. One of them was clearly the Changli Mountain martial practitioner whom he had met once before, by Jingkong. The great rock retracted its wings, revealing the figures of Yan Zhaoge and Fu Enshu. The Northern Ocean clone stood quietly behind Yan Zhaoge. Seeing Yan Zhaoge's appearance, Bai Jingkong instead heaved a sigh of relief as he first bowed. "Young Master Yan, I trust that you have been well." Yan Zhaoge smiled, nodding, "I trust that you have been well." Seeing this, the other Changli Mountain martial practitioners beside Bai Jingkong all relaxed as well. After having seen Yan Zhaoge's appearance from various channels, Bai Jingkong had recognized him. With this, they had at least first confirmed that Yan Zhaoge was not of the evil Dao. Also, with their previous relationship, it would also be more convenient for Changli Mountain to interact with him. First, not speaking of what would happen in the future, the strength that Yan Zhaoge had displayed now at the very least was worthy of Changli Mountain expressing goodwill towards them. As for the problem of Spirit Rhino Island, it was not a conflict between good and evil as a whole. With Spirit Rhino Island having been damaged, it was impossible for Changli Mountain to stand up for them. The relationship between the two sides was not usually that harmonious, with conflicts and friction occurring from time to time. With Spirit Rhino Island having been damaged and Fang Can having perished, it was not beneficial for the martial practitioners of good to compete with the martial practitioners of evil. However, if Yan Zhaoge was willing to lend a hand, it would be much better than Fang Kansas. Therefore, those of Changli Mountain were very relaxed and friendly. The other Changli Mountain martial practitioners immediately came forward to greet Yan Zhaoge and the others. Yan Zhaoge first introduced Fu Enshu to them. Fu Enshu had previously heard that Xue Fei and Shi Jun were doing quite well at Changli Mountain. Now that she was facing the martial practitioners of Changli Mountain, she felt somewhat cordial. "Right, Elder Bai, I wonder if my senior apprentice brother and junior apprentice nephew are currently at your Changli Mountain?" Yan Zhaoge was also concerned about the situation of Su Fei and the others. Bai Jingkang said, Mr. Su is currently on the mountain, looking after nephew Shi Jun's mother. If it's nephew Shi Jun, he was already out before our clan received news of you. I have already sent someone to contact him. Speaking of this, young Master Yan, you caused such a huge commotion this time that everyone in the entire vast ocean world knows about it. Nephew Shi Jun will definitely know about it as well. I believe that he will return to the mountain very soon. Yan Zhaoge smiled, Elder Bai overpraises me. If not for Spirit Rhino Island finding trouble with me, I would not have intended to make a move at all. I have always been hoping to come to your side as soon as possible. As they conversed, they returned to Chengli Mountain together. From the looks of the other party, Yan Zhaoge knew that after confirming his identity, Chengli Mountain would definitely contact Water Crystal Palace and the spirit returning sect very quickly. This was also a good thing. The blame that Fang Can and Lin Qiancheng had jointly placed on his head could now be removed. Even if there had been no harm done to him earlier, being made a scapegoat was still something that made him unhappy. Indeed, having arrived at Directionless Island where Chengli Mountain was located, they saw a man who resembled a mountain, deep as an abyss and deep as a mountain, standing there waiting for them. The man's face was brimming with a joyous smile. It was precisely Su Fei. Chapter 524. Su Fei first bowed towards Fu Enshu before smiling and hugging Yan Zhaoge. He appraised Yan Zhaoge, oh, your age. Yan Zhaoge smiled and nodded, only a little over a year has passed there. Shui Fei shook his head and laughed. Fu Enshu asked, how is Yuzhen? Zhaoge's judgment is very accurate. The Rainbow Dawn Chalcedony is indeed helpful for sister-in-law Yuzhen's condition. Shui Fei retracted his smile and said with a serious expression, the current situation is much better than before, but sister-in-law Yuzhen has yet to wake up. Su Fei's expression was still comparatively more relaxed. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge and Fu Enshu also relaxed. On this directionless island, I was pleasantly surprised to find a spirit spring. The spring water is also effective for sister-in-law Yuzhen. However, the spring water dried up a few decades ago. Now, only a small amount of spring water is produced. Shui Fei said as he walked, I will now suppress the ice coffin containing sister-in-law Yuzhen's body directly under the spring. I just don't know how long it will take. I must thank the friends of Chengli Mountain for allowing us to borrow the spirit spring. Bai Jingkang and the others hurriedly said that there was no need, and Yan Zhaoge and Fu Enshu expressed their thanks once more. After visiting the chief of Chengli Mountain, the other party very considerately did not keep Yan Zhaoge and the others any longer, allowing them to head straight to the spirit spring in the back mountain and check on Yuzhen's situation. After analyzing the spring water for a moment, Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly, to think that it could be found in this vast ocean world, the ocean scorching spring. It is indeed effective for sister-in-law Yuzhen. Sadly, the spring water has almost dried up, and we can only slowly grind it out now. He sighed. I'm afraid it will take many more years. The sea-scorching spring is not easy to carry around. It needs running water to be effective. Yan Zhaoge looked rather worriedly at Su Fei. I had originally intended to bring you back home, back to the Eight Extremities world this time. Shui Fei smiled and shook his head, it's fine. Jun and I will continue to stand guard here. Don't worry about us. Yan Zhaoge said, seeing that you are safe and sound now, we can finally rest a little more at ease. Shui Fei asked, how is the current situation in the Eight Extremities world? As this was mentioned, Yan Zhaoge and Fu Enshu exchanged glances, their expressions both turning rather gloomy. Yan Zhaoge picked out the key pieces of information, summarizing them for Su Fei to hear. There were various pieces of news, both good and bad. The invasion of the 9 underworlds in the Earth domain had been repelled, the flame devils had been sealed in the East Sea and would not be able to cause trouble for a very long time. Yen Di had transcended mortality and entered sainthood, his might presiding over the entire 8 extremities world as he presided arrogantly over the entire 8 extremities world. Yuan Zhengfeng's disappearance, Fang Zhuan's heavy injuries, Feng Yunsheng and Yin Liuhua's situation unknown, their fates unknown, caused Xue Fei to knit his brows in worry. The main problem with Grandmaster is that he fell into space-time turbulence. I don't know where he went, so it's difficult to find him. Yan Zhaoge said softly, still, there is no need to worry too much about his safety. While he has lost an arm, he is still a martial saint and a veteran of the world. He should be able to turn the situation around. Second martial uncle, it'll be fine as long as he recuperates. I've dealt with him before I left, and I can confirm that his life is no longer in danger. Yan Zhaoge rubbed his temples. Instead, it's junior apprentice sister Feng and the others whose situation is unknown. They might be facing a life and death crisis. Even without those of the Sacred Sun clan making a move, if they were swept into the power of the seal, it would also be a situation of certain death for them. After a long time, Xue Fei exhaled a long, turbid breath. I hope that they can turn the situation around. Yan Zhaoge fell silent. He felt a rare anxiety creeping up from the bottom of his heart, requiring him to control it unceasingly as he warned himself to remain calm and rational. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Fu Enshu seemed to have felt something. Still, she did not speak in the end, just letting out a sigh that was hard to understand. Xue Fei changed the topic. Grand Master is missing, Chief is sealing the flame devils in the East Sea, and Senior Apprentice Uncle Fang is still in a deep slumber from his heavy injuries. Then, are the 2 Grand Elders in charge of the clan now? Yan Zhaoge stabilized his mind, saying, Elder Zhang is sitting over the clan. After second apprentice uncle has been sent back to the mountain, he should be helping to look after them and treat their injuries. Elder, he went to the East Sea together with my father. Yan Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at Fu Enshu, who said, Senior apprentice uncle, he battled several great flame devils alone, one of which was extremely close to being a flame devil king, not inferior to our transcending mortality martial grandmasters. Senior apprentice uncle, he slew his opponent, also sustaining injuries. Still, his life should not be in danger. If nothing unexpected happens, the 2 Grand Elders should be in charge of the clan now, with Senior Apprentice Brother Chang handling the day-to-day affairs on their behalf. The Senior Apprentice Brother Chang that Fu Enshu spoke of was that previous East Sea First Seat Elder, Chang Zheng. In the Great Tribulation of Broad Creed Mountain, Shi Tai of the Disciplinary Hall had perished. It had been Chang Zheng who had returned from the East Sea, taking over the position of First Seat Elder of the Disciplinary Hall. He was the head disciple of the Grand Elder Zhang Kuan, a late Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster. As compared to Shi Tai, Fang Zhuan, Fu Enshu, and the others, Yan Zhaoge was more unfamiliar with Chang Zheng, who was often not at Broad Creed Mountain. After Chang Zheng had returned to the mountain, it had been Yan Zhaoge's turn to frequently go out, the 2 not having any direct contact. However, just from what he knew, this senior apprentice Uncle Chang was also one of the few peak figures of Broad Creed Mountain's senior generation, having stepped into the late Essence Talisman stage even earlier than Fu Enshu. Amongst those of the same generation, only Yan Di, Fang Zhuan, and Shi Tai were above him. He had been the First Seat Elder of the West Heaven region, the First Seat Elder of the East Sea, all the way to his current position of First Seat Elder of the Disciplinary Hall. Yan Zhaoge asked, I remember that Senior Apprentice Uncle Chang also went to the East Sea. Fu Enshu nodded, that's right. Still, Senior Apprentice Brother Chang should be fine, not having been injured. Su Fei said, in resisting the simultaneous invasion of the Flame Devils and the 9 underworlds this time, our clan has sacrificed quite a bit. However, as long as we can get through this, the bitterness will be over and the sweetness will begin. Not mentioning anything else, once the seal of the East Sea is completely completed and Chief escapes, there will be no one who can stop him. Yan Zhaoge nodded, just don't be too careless. He exhaled lightly. Anyway, we have to hurry back as soon as possible. Fu Enchu said, that's right. Now that you have refined a martial saint clone, having returned to the Eight Extremities world, you will be a force that cannot be neglected. Especially with junior apprentice brother Yen, old man Mo, East Huang, and Song Wuliang unable to leave the East Sea, an additional martial saint of our clan will be of great use. With the clear Qi robe and you, it will be sufficient for us to pass through this smoothly, waiting for junior apprentice brother Yen to extricate himself from the East Sea. Su Fei smiled. If junior apprentice sister Feng and the others are blessed by the heavens, our clan will still have a high chance of obtaining the extreme Yin crown. Yan Zhaoge nodded silently. I hope that they will be safe. In the following days, Yan Zhaoge and Fu Enchu remained on Directionless Island, Fu Enchu recuperating from her injuries while Yan Zhaoge analyzed on the martial Dao while patiently waiting for the lofty prestige mirror to recover. At the same time, he also waited for Shi Jun to return to Changli Mountain. Yan Zhaoge very much hoped to see the already grown Shi Jun unexpectedly, however, Shi Jun did not return. Instead, he received news related to him. What did you say? Yan Zhaoge and Su Fei both looked in shock at Changli Mountains by Jingkong, little Jun, or abducted someone's daughter, their whereabouts now unknown? Chapter 525. Outside, Yan Zhaoge had fought a heaven-shaking, earth-overturning battle with Lin Qiancheng and Fang Can, but he had still avoided exposing his relationship with Su Fei and Shi Jun as much as possible, fearing that they would be implicated. This was especially so after having come to Changli Mountain this time and learnt that Shi Jun had long since left. Yan Zhaoge rejoiced slightly at his earlier caution. With the flaws of Lin Qiancheng's illusory shadow demonic art having been exposed, he now had to carefully avoid the limelight lest he be encircled. With the chief of Spirit Rhino Island Fang Can killed, while there were still many experts, with the sweet-pouring raindew vein that Yan Zhaoge had left behind, they were still at loggerheads with the spirit-returning sect. They would not be able to extricate themselves for a while as they were left in a terrible state. However, Yan Zhaoge did not forget that there was another sacred ground-level power of the vast ocean world that had enmity with him, the evil shifting sect of the six evil sects. The number one essence spirit martial grandmaster of the evil shifting sect, Dark Evil, Jiang Xiong, had been slain by Yan Zhaoge in the bewildering Maze Sea along with a few other martial grandmasters. The news had been spread by Spirit Rhino Island back then. During the Battle of the Deep Sea Corridor, having learnt that Yan Zhaoge had appeared, the evil shifting sect had hurried over as well. Still, whether it was fortunate or unfortunate, they had been a step too late. When the chief of the evil shifting sect had arrived, the Battle of the Deep Sea Corridor had already been concluded. Yan Zhaoge had left after shocking the world. With the Northern Ocean clone present, the chief of the evil shifting sect had not dared to pursue Yan Zhaoge alone as he could only give up resentfully. Yan Zhaoge had still been a little worried earlier that if those of the evil shifting sect knew of his relationship with Su Fei and Shi Jun, they might make things difficult for Shi Jun. However, he would never have thought that the news he had received had nothing to do with the evil shifting sect at all. Instead, it was that Shi Jun had abducted a female disciple of the Blood Dragon sect, vanishing together with her. What exactly is going on? Yan Zhaoge was tongue-tied as he did not know whether to laugh or to cry. It shouldn't be eloping, right? This kid can do it. I think very highly of him. Bai Jingkong, who had come to report the news, could not laugh. The one who has gone missing is the Blood Dragon sect's chief Xin Shicheng. The Blood Dragon sect has sent back news. It was that Jun who wanted Shining. Blood sect disciples tried to stop him, but Shi Jun killed two of them and heavily injured one. In the end, Shining was abducted, then. Shi Shen, Ing, her Shining, and Shining, Shui Fei frowned. How is that possible? Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, looking at Su Fei. According to your description of Shi Jun's character these past few days, it doesn't seem like something he would do. According to Xue Fei, Shi Jun's growth was more or less influenced by his father, Shi Songtao. It wasn't that his personality was becoming more and more like Shi Songtao's, but Shi Jun seemed to be intentionally differentiating himself from his father. This was reflected in Shi Jun's inability to tolerate crimes that committed crimes, to the extent that he abhorred evil as if it were his mortal enemy. It was as if he was trying to prove that he was different from Shi Songtao. As Yan Zhaoge saw it, these effects were still within an acceptable range. Still, he still had to be careful. Shi Jun's personality was sensitive and precocious. His life experiences had given him an urgent desire to prove himself. Fortunately, with Su Fei's guidance over the past few years, Shi Jun's character had been very tough aside from his somewhat impatient personality. Just during Yan Zhaoge's stay at Changli Mountain, the Changli Mountain martial practitioners had all praised him greatly. There weren't many who knew of Yan Zhaoge's relationship with Shi Jun, so this kind of evaluation was basically believable. Yan Zhaoge looked at Bai Jingkang. As far as I know, the relationship between the Blood Dragon sect and Changli Mountain is not that harmonious. When Yan Zhaoge had met Bai Jingkang and his wife that year, he had seen them in conflict with the martial practitioners of the Blood Dragon sect, with the other side even attempting to kill them. Bai Jingkang nodded with a sunken expression. That's right. Of the 7 pillars of good, our clan's relationship with the Blood Dragon sect might be the worst. If not for the conflict between good and evil, the 2 sects of the vast ocean world with which Changli Mountain had the worst relationship would be the Blood Dragon sect and the Evil Shifting sect. They could virtually be considered mortal enemies. All these years, if not for the 6 evil sects being their common enemy, the relationship between the Blood Dragon sect and Changli Mountain would have worsened even further. Yan Zhaoge spread his hands apart. Therefore, the words of the Blood Dragon sect cannot be trusted. They might just be making use of this as a pretext to find fault with us. His eyes narrowed into slits, a cold light emanating from within. I am more concerned about where my junior apprentice nephew is now. Su Fei said slowly, not being able to distinguish right from wrong. We have to first find Jun, and hear what he has to say. Bai Jingkang smiled bitterly. The problem now is that we cannot find nephew Shi Jun's whereabouts. He glanced at Yan Zhaoge and Su Fei, not saying anything. Changli Mountain actually also suspected the possibility that Yan Zhaoge had mentioned. In the worst-case scenario, Shi Jun might have already been killed, with the Blood Dragon sect now being the thief calling the thief. Perhaps they don't know about my relationship with senior apprentice brothers Su and Jun, but the Blood Dragon sect definitely knows that I am at Changli Mountain. Yan Zhaoge's expression had already calmed as he pondered. For the Blood Dragon sect to dare come so brazenly and openly denounce us, they definitely have something to rely on. After all, your Changli Mountain is on extremely good terms with Water Crystal Palace. Either they really have concrete evidence, or... Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips. You should pay more attention to the movements of Myriad Sword Pool. Bai Jingkang nodded slowly. Seeing Yan Zhaoge and Changli Mountain together, it was equivalent to Water Crystal Palace gaining a powerful ally. The relationship between the Blood Dragon sect and Myriad Sword Pool was destined to grow even closer, especially with the alliance between Myriad Sword Pool and Spirit Rhino Island having been weakened. Yan Zhaoge looked at Bai Jingkang. Where was the last news of Jun? As long as he was still alive, even if his whereabouts were unknown, it would still be impossible for there to be no traces of him at all. As for the possibility that something had already happened to Shi Jun, it was not that Yan Zhaoge had not considered it before. Still, as long as there was still hope, he would not give up. Bai Jingkang said, in the star-shifting sea. The news originates from the Blood Dragon sect. As he said thus, he took out a jade talisman, infusing his true essence within. Radiance shot out from the jade talisman, condensing into an illusory scene of light. Within the illusory scene, 2 groups of people were seated facing each other within a great hall, the atmosphere extremely tense. A longtime elder of Changli Mountain said in a heavy tone, while Shi Jun is not a disciple of my Changli Mountain, having grown up in my Changli Mountain since young, this old man is very clear on his character. It is definitely impossible for him to be a rapist. The group of people opposite them were naturally those of the Blood Dragon sect. Their leader, an old man, was seething with rage. You still want to protect such a beast? This old man flashed a jade talisman as well. An illusory scene of light similarly appeared on the jade talisman, seemingly having been left behind by what had happened back then. A youth wielding a sword in his right hand viciously stabbed someone to death. Meanwhile, he was carrying another person under his left armpit. It was a woman. After stabbing an opponent to death, even more people surrounded him. This youth brought that woman along as he leapt into an oceanic whirlpool, instantly vanishing from sight. As Yan Zhaoge and Su Fei were separated by 2 layers of light, the scene was inevitably somewhat distorted. Senior apprentice brother Su. Yan Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at Su Fei. Su Fei nodded. It's June. Chapter 526. Yan Zhaoge continued looking at the image of light as he saw a Changli Mountain elder say in a heavy tone, we can only see the 2 of them leaving together. What can this prove? The Blood Dragon sect elder was enraged. The daughter of our sect's chief was abducted by someone of your Changli Mountain, her fate unknown now. You still dare to speak sarcastically here? Hearing his words, another Changli Mountain elder who appeared to be a middle-aged man snorted exasperatedly. They jumped into the oceanic whirlpool, indeed vanishing without a trace. Still, who knows what happened afterwards? Perhaps they have already fallen into your hands, yet you still come to my Changli Mountain to make a fuss, finding fault for no reason. I should be the one to ask you, where are they? The Blood Dragon sect elder was enraged. Good, you want to make a false accusation now? That little bastard surnamed Shi caused a huge disaster. If he did not return to seek your protection, where else could he have run off to? That Changli Mountain elder said coldly, as for the cause of this matter, it is still hard to say. Let's just believe what you say for now. There are a total of 3 parties. Shi Jun is not here, nor is Sect Master Shin's daughter. How can the words of only one party be believed? A middle-aged woman of the Blood Dragon sect raised her palm, stopping her enraged fellow disciple before saying, your words are right. Please hand over Shi Jun and Ing, so that we can confront them face to face. The Changli Mountain elder snorted, I already said long ago that they have not returned to the mountain. He gazed at the people of the Blood Dragon sect. We would also very much like to know where they are. A Blood Dragon sect elder said furiously, we have no intention of beating around the bush with you here. With every second that passes, Ing, will be in more danger. Our 2 sects have indeed had many conflicts in the past. Our sect's disciples were defeated by that brat Shi Jun, and we can't blame him for their lack of skill. However, 2 of our sect's disciples have died under his sword, and Ing, has been kidnapped. There must be an explanation for this result. That female elder of the Blood Dragon sect scanned the people of Changli Mountain before her, saying slowly, you say that Shi Jun is not here. Then what about his master? You wouldn't say that he is not here as well, right? The image of the jade talisman by Jinkong had brought with him ended here. He sighed and looked at Shui Fei. Sect leader Martial Uncle would like to invite Brother Shui to the main hall. Please forgive me for the reason. Su Fei said, Elder Bai is polite. Whether or not the words of the Blood Dragon sect are true or false, it is only right that I appear. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Bai Jingkong said, Young Master Yan, I feel that it would be best if you don't reveal yourself first. You can try searching for nephew Shi Jun in private. If we can find dear nephew Shi Jun faster than the Blood Dragon sect, the situation will definitely be much more beneficial to us. If you act privately, it will not be easy for news of you to leak out. Yan Zhaoge glanced at Bai Jingkang. He understood the hidden meaning behind his words. Although she trusted Shi Jun's character, this matter was very awkward. Out of all the things he shouldn't have done, Shi Jun had really brought Shining away. If anything were to happen, things would not be clear. What was reasonable could easily become unreasonable. Changli Mountain would definitely not give in before the Blood Dragon sect, stubbornly standing their ground no matter what. However, if the fault really lay with Shi Jun and Changli Mountain was in the wrong, Water Crystal Palace and the Spirit Returning sect would not be able to make an appearance. Due to the threat of the 6 evil sects, while there were many internal conflicts amongst the 7 pillars of good, they were still able to get by on the surface. When Hai Xingjie and the others had pursued Bai Jingkang and his wife that year, they had also wanted to slay them in the foreign floating life world with no bystanders present. Hai Xingjie and the other Blood Dragon sect disciples had been killed by Yan Zhaoge. Finally, over at the vast ocean world, they had also gone missing. Bai Jingkang and his wife had not spread the news, only reporting it to the higher echelons of their sect. With killing and kidnapping this time, there were many eyewitnesses as well. The matter seemed to be on the verge of blowing up at any moment. The one who had been kidnapped was also a young and beautiful female disciple. The effects would be even worse as those who heard it would often develop some bad guesses. This was also the reason why the Blood Dragon sect had been so enraged. Especially when the one who had been kidnapped was the daughter of their chief. This was equivalent to a slap on the face of the entire Blood Dragon sect. Yan Zhaoge said nonchalantly, "Senior apprentice brother Su, you should go take a look first." Su Fei and Bai Jingkang left together, Yan Zhaoge closing his eyes in thought as he muttered to himself, "The anxious looks of the Blood Dragon sect do not seem to be an act." In Changli Mountain's general hall, Su Fei cupped his hands, greeting everyone within. The gazes of those of the Blood Dragon sect seemed as though they wanted to devour him. Su Fei's expression did not change as he said calmly, "While my disciple is mischievous and a little hot-tempered, he is definitely not someone who does not know what is important and what is not. He would also not commit crimes such as rape and plunder." That female elder of the Blood Dragon sect said slowly, "What you mean is that we are slandering you and your disciple." Su Fei was neither servile nor overbearing. "This Su's evaluation of my disciple is that he has done the right thing." "You say that my disciple has kidnapped someone." This is similarly a one-sided story. How will it convince the masses? In order to ascertain the truth, there is no better way than to find the people involved first. My disciple is currently indeed not at Changli Mountain or Directionless Island. There is even no news of him in the Directionless Sea. Su Fei said in a heavy tone, "You are worried about the safety of your sect's disciple. This Su is similarly worried about that disciple of mine. Following this, I will attempt to find him. Your sect can send someone to accompany me." A Blood Dragon sect elder snorted coldly, "You are quick to deny it. His problem is not just kidnapping. 2 of our sect's disciples died at his hands." Su Fei raised his brows, "While I will offend your sect, if someone from your sect comes to kill this Su can only take it on first before thinking about the future. At that time, I would not have just stood there and allowed myself to be beaten without retaliating." That Blood Dragon sect elder stared. "You," the middle-aged woman beside him waved her hands before looking straight at Su Fei. "All right, whatever it is, let's first find him. Do you have any clues?" Su Fei said mildly, "If your sect's words are all true and that oceanic whirlpool is indeed where my disciple and your sect's disciples last disappeared, there might be a chance." That Blood Dragon sect female elder directly stood up from her chair. "When do we leave?" Su Fei swiveled his head to look at those of Changli Mountain, whose chief Gao Tianzhong said, "Our sect will not ignore this. We will dispatch someone to accompany you and those of the Blood Dragon sect." "In that case, thank you, Chief Gao." Su Fei nodded, sucking in a deep breath. "I just need to make some preparations. We can set off in an hour." Su Fei returned to the mouth of the ocean-scorching spring, meeting with Yan Zhaoge. After a brief discussion, Yan Zhaoge said, "No matter what, let's first find June. Right. Still, there is something that you need to know, Xiaoge. While the vast ocean world is suitable for qi cultivators to cultivate in, the flow of spiritual qi is still much different at the end of the day. Some strange arts that can be used in our 8 extremities world cannot be used here. Su Fei secretly reminded him via sound transmission. For example, the blood soul recollection ceremony cannot be used here. Therefore, just finding little June, and the daughter of the blood dragon sect's chief is still not sufficient. There is still some wrangling to be done. Yan Zhaoge chuckled, as long as June, is fine, everything else, whether it is fighting or wrangling, I don't care. Senior apprentice brother Su, do you have a way to find June? I don't have much confidence, but I can try. Saying thus, Su Fei handed a jade sword to Yan Zhaoge. Chapter 527. Yan Zhaoge kept the sword before settling down in Yuzhen within the ocean-scorching spring along with Su Fei before leaving. Su Fei went to rendezvous with those of Changli Mountain and the Blood Dragon sect while Yan Zhaoge found by Jingkong, saying, My senior apprentice Aunt Fu is currently in secluded cultivation recovering from her injuries. Do not disturb her for now. After she has left seclusion, invite her over to the ocean-scorching spring. Bai Jingkong nodded in agreement. As Yan Zhaoge continued, can you give me a detailed introduction of the situation in the star-shifting sea? I'll find someone for you, Bai Jingkong said. Then, he found a Changli Mountain martial practitioner who was relatively familiar with the star-shifting sea. After earnestly listening to the other party's explanation of the situation, Yan Zhaoge expressed his thanks and took his leave. The star-shifting sea was located to the east of the vast ocean world, its territory densely covered with starlight springs numbering in the tens of thousands. The starlight spring was a special landscape. The spring was located at the bottom of the sea, and a large amount of light similar to starlight would occasionally gather, spurting out like a fountain. When it was large enough, it rushed out of the sea and lit up the sky. However, this kind of light flow was not beneficial to humans. Because there were too many starstream light springs in the stellar shifting sea, they erupted one after another. Hence, the stellar shifting sea was enveloped by the light flow all year round. In the star-shifting sea, it was very difficult for human martial artists to cultivate. Hence, to most martial artists, this place was a forbidden land. However, there were also a large number of special products and treasures that attracted people to enter temporarily to search for treasures. Previously, Shi Jun left his mountain and came here. On one hand, he wanted to train himself. On the other hand, he wanted to try and find a way to treat his mother, Ying Yuzhen. After entering the star-shifting sea, the area enveloped by the light would greatly affect a cultivator's perception. At the same time, communication would be inconvenient. According to what the Blood Dragon sect had said, Chief Shen Shiqing's daughter, Shening, had also entered the star-shifting sea to temper herself. Who knew that something had happened to her? Shi Jun and Shening had leapt into the oceanic whirlpool together. The Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners had gone down to search for them, only to discover that the oceanic whirlpool just so happened to lead to the vein of a starlight spring. No one knew which spring the two had left from, thus their tracks had been lost, making it hard to track them down. If it really leads to a starlight spring, Shi Jun and the others might really be able to shake off the pursuing forces of the Blood Dragon sect. Having arrived at the star-shifting sea, after having inspected the unique characteristics of a starlight spring, Yan Zhaoge pondered, but afterwards, where did they go? If Shi Jun had indeed not fallen into the hands of those of the Blood Dragon sect and was instead safe and sound, the Blood Dragon sect's judgment would indeed be correct. Whether or not Shi Jun was in the right, he would definitely first think of a way to return to Changli Mountain in the directionless sea, looking for his master Su Fei and Changli Mountain to think of a solution together. At the very least, he should contact Xue Fei and explain the situation to him. Now that there was no news of him, it seemed that the current situation did not allow him to do so. Yan Zhaoge pondered, gazing straight at the great sea before him that seemed to be enveloped by a dense fog of light, striding within. As he traveled through it, he would occasionally see starlight shining from the surface of the sea nearby. It was as if the bottom of the sea was the starry sky of the universe. Intermittently, a meteor streaked past, and then the starlight broke through the surface of the water and rushed up to the sky, bringing with it an expanse of light and monstrous waves. The entire star-shifting sea was in such an environment all year round, regardless of day or night. As Yan Zhaoge traversed the star-shifting sea, even as he made sure to conceal his tracks, he was also unceasingly observing the surrounding situation. Within the star-shifting sea, other martial practitioners could still be seen from time to time. There were solitary martial practitioners who had come to try their luck, as well as disciples of the various major sects of good and evil. For the sake of some treasures, there would often be conflict between them, especially between martial practitioners of good and evil. In such a chaotic place, it was the front lines of conflict. What Yan Zhaoge noticed was that the Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners he encountered along the way were clearly more numerous than those of the other sections. From the looks of it, they were in groups of 3 to 5, scattered in all directions as they seemed to be in the midst of searching. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge nodded to himself. It looks like June has indeed not fallen into their hands yet. Like this, Yan Zhaoge's originally worried heart was instantly put at ease. As long as June had not fallen into their hands, he would not have to hold back as he would be able to do many things freely. Yan Zhaoge fiddled with the jade sword that Xue Fei had handed to him. Then, where is June, now? He has not contacted home all this time. Is it because he is trapped somewhere? According to Xue Fei, June possessed a sword as well. When the two swords were close to each other, they would sense each other. The closer they were, the more intense the connection would be. Wielding the jade sword, Yan Zhaoge ventured deep into the star-shifting sea, heading in the direction indicated by the Blood Dragon sect to where June and Shining had first vanished. That was a small island. After nearing it, Yan Zhaoge could clearly feel that there were more Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners in the vicinity. There were longtime experts of the sect as well as younger disciples with comparatively lower cultivation bases. From the inside out, they unceasingly searched for clues as to where June and Shining had vanished. After observing for a moment, Yan Zhaoge did not discover anything. The small island itself was not small. It was said that on the day of the incident, June and those of the Blood Dragon sect had both rested on this island, even having come into contact with each other. Due to the disharmony between Chengli Mountain and the Blood Dragon sect, they had parted on bad terms, nearly coming to blows. In the end, Shining had appeared and pacified the other Blood Dragon sect disciples. At that time, there had been people of other sects on the island who had witnessed the incident from the side, all of them praising the generous and gentle Shining. Who knew that something would happen that very night? June had abducted Shining, killing and injuring 3 Blood Dragon sect disciples. Facing the encirclement of many other Blood Dragon sect disciples, he had brought Shining along as he leapt into the ocean whirlpool and fled. As news of this spread, those of the other sects of good were mostly rather dissatisfied with June. Even if the two sides were not on good terms, it would still be fine if he had challenged them to a duel, but abducting someone's wife and daughter still left most people dissatisfied. Instead, those of the forces of evil rejoiced in his misfortune by the side, even fanning the flames as they praised June unceasingly. Unable to find any clues on the small island, Yan Zhaoge found a gap and directly entered that ocean whirlpool, not resisting as he allowed the undercurrents of the ocean whirlpool to sweep him along as he sped along at the bottom of the sea. Finally, everything before him was dazzling. Yan Zhaoge stabilized his figure within the water, knowing that it was the pulse of the starlight spring before him. Yan Zhaoge took out the jade sword, lightly flicking its blade with his finger as he fell into deep thought. After a moment, his true essence roiled on the blade of the sword before he lightly sliced his finger, a drop of blood instantly appearing on the blade. Yan Zhaoge's finger muscles twitched, instantly stopping the bleeding as even a wound could not be seen. That drop of blood that had roiled on the blade of the sword instantly transformed into a thread of blood, traversing every single part of the blade of the sword. The next moment, blood-red light enveloped the entire sword. Yan Zhaoge raised his hand, the sword landing within the bright starlight before him before he too entered it. Amidst the roiling radiance, a streak of blood-red light could be seen flashing past, following the starlight for who knows how long before it suddenly shook before flying out from the mouth of a spring. Yan Zhaoge chased after the streak of blood-red light, also flying out from that mouth of the spring, catching hold of the jade sword once more as he scanned the surrounding region of sea. It should be in the vicinity. Chapter 528. The surrounding region of sea was enveloped by blurry starlight. Whether it was Yan Zhaoge's or the Northern Ocean clone's sensory abilities, they were both greatly affected. The range of their senses was basically limited to where they could see. Still, looking down at the jade sword in his hand, Yan Zhaoge could vaguely feel that some changes seemed to have occurred within. This proved that his most crucial first step was not wrong. Shi Jun should have left from this spring. This way, the range of Shi Jun's whereabouts would be greatly reduced as it would no longer be so difficult to find him. Following the guidance of the sword, Yan Zhaoge began searching the vicinity. As he searched, Yan Zhaoge discovered that there were Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners in this area as well. Still, they were no different from those of other places as they were still randomly roaming about like headless flies. While they had enough people, virtually conducting a carpet search, wanting to find one or two people in an environment like the star-shifting sea, especially one or two who might be in hiding, no amount of people would be enough. It was really like searching for a needle in a haystack. Still, while he still seemed completely clueless, Yan Zhaoge felt that it was not purely luck that he had been able to find this place. As he silently passed by these Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners, their discussions also vaguely fell into his ears. Wanting to find someone in an environment like the bewildering maze sea and the star-shifting sea is really too difficult. However hard it is, we still have to find him. That kid injured Elder Chang's grandson and abducted Chief's daughter. We have to dig him out even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. That's right. Let alone a mere disciple of a guest elder of Changli Mountain, even if he was their head direct disciple, we still have to dig him out. Speaking of which, Elder Chang has already left seclusion, hurrying over to the star-shifting sea along with Chief. Gradually narrowing down the range of search with a secret technique, we should be able to dig out the location of that traitor and junior apprentice sister Shen very soon. Hearing these discussions, Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. Ever since arriving in the vast ocean world, he had always been paying attention to all sorts of information, understanding the people and matters of this world. After arriving at Changli Mountain, he had done an extremely systematic understanding. While the people of the Blood Dragon sect did not speak in detail, Yan Zhaoge was still able to guess their identities. Nian Chen, the Grand Elder of the Blood Dragon sect and the previous chief, the #1 expert of the Blood Dragon sect, wielding their sacred artifact, the 9 dragon fingers. Of the vast ocean world's top 10 transcending mortality experts, Nian Chen was ranked 3rd. Of course, this ranking did not include holy weapons. 10 years ago, in order to cultivate in seclusion and seek a breakthrough, Nian Chen stopped dealing with the specific affairs of the sect and passed the position of sect leader to his disciple, Shen Shicheng. Still, Nian Chen's position in the Blood Dragon sect could still be described as one of absolute authority. Those who were not on good terms with the Blood Dragon sect usually did not hold back in their words when facing martial practitioners of the Blood Dragon sect, mocking Shen Shicheng for being their chief, having a grand chief above him. Shen Shicheng himself did not mind, and Nian Chen also trusted him quite a bit. In the past few years, the sect's affairs, big or small, were usually handed over to Shen Shicheng to handle, while he himself concentrated on cultivating. However, from the looks of it, Nian Chen, who was originally in closed-door training, had specially come out to the star-shifting sea this time. Is the Blood Dragon sect disciple that June, injured Nian Chen's grandson? Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Nian Chen's son had died early, leaving behind only a single grandson, Nian Wei. This was something that everyone in the vast ocean world knew about. As he pondered, Yan Zhaoge heard those Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners continue. Senior apprentice brother Nian has yet to recover from his injuries, already having to rush about in search of senior apprentice sister Shen. It really must be hard on him. Senior apprentice brother Nian and junior apprentice sister Shen are truly a match made in heaven. In coming to the star-shifting sea this time, it was senior apprentice brother Nian who specially came to escort her. Who would have thought that something like this would actually happen? Senior apprentice brother Nian would naturally be unable to sit still. Senior apprentice sister Shen has been abducted by that traitor for so long, her whereabouts unknown. I'm afraid that, silence. Don't you know that a loose tongue can cause trouble? Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips as he heard this. Good fella, the two people with the deepest backgrounds of the Blood Dragon sect's younger generation have been simultaneously flirted with by you. No wonder the Blood Dragon sect has completely exploded. You have standards, I think highly of you. Yan Zhaoge soundlessly passed over the heads of those Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners, his mind drifting as he walked. What Shening resisting an arranged marriage, falling in love with Shi Jun at first sight and eloping with him? What Nian Wei harbored ill intentions, Shi Jun acting bravely for a just cause, saving Shening and escaping, Nian Wei accusing Shi Jun of abducting her. He was of course on Shi Jun's side, his various thoughts naturally being those that were beneficial to Shi Jun. There's no point in thinking so much. Let's first find the person before anything else. Yan Zhaoge retracted his thoughts that had flown off to who knew where, focusing once more on the jade sword in his hand. The people of the Blood Dragon sect also had a secret technique as they gradually locked onto their location in the vicinity. Yan Zhaoge could not afford to be careless as he had to find the two as soon as possible. Following the guidance of the sword, Yan Zhaoge attempted to find the correct direction and location. Who knew that after searching for a long time, he would still be unable to find anything? Frowning, Yan Zhaoge came to the place where the reaction of the sword was the most intense, sinking to the bottom of the sea and scanning the reefs at the bottom of the sea. However, he still did not discover anything. After pondering for a moment, Yan Zhaoge's figure began rising slowly. However, he did not immediately leave the surface of the sea as he instead searched diligently amidst the undercurrents between the bottom of the sea and the surface of the sea. I still haven't found you this time. After a while, Yan Zhaoge smiled, his figure moving along with the flow of the seawater as a whirlpool shockingly appeared before him. It was actually a whirlpool that lay horizontally within the seawater. The surface of the whirlpool strangely stood upright, forming an inconspicuous empty space at the center of the seawater. Here, the reaction of the jade sword was exceptionally intense. Yan Zhaoge broke through the flow of water, stepping into that empty space where there was no water. Then, not halting, he directly stepped into the whirlpool. Passing through the center of the whirlpool, Yan Zhaoge shockingly passed through a formless passageway as he stepped into a foreign dimension. Just having entered the foreign dimension, Yan Zhaoge knit his brows slightly as he saw a dense fog that appeared faint purple in the surrounding area. This fog resembled grease, being abnormally sticky as it made it hard for one to advance or retreat within it. Yan Zhaoge tested it out. Advancing forward was easier than retreating, and retreating was not difficult for him. However, if it was a martial grandmaster, it would probably be hard for them to exit the foreign dimension as they would only be able to struggle forward step by step. It looks like June, and the others are indeed trapped here, Yan Zhaoge thought as he broke through the encirclement of the purple fog, officially stepping into the foreign dimension. A massive deep valley appeared before him. Entering it, Yan Zhaoge only took a single glance before he grew wary. It is not just the marks left behind by one or two people. Other than June, and the others, there are others as well. Yan Zhaoge headed downwards, arriving at the bottom of the valley. However, he only saw a complete mess as it seemed to have been swept through by some powerful force. A dense stench of blood emanated over.